Oops. Bar across. Oops. Bar across. Thank you, Sarge. Good afternoon, members. Trust everyone enjoyed the moment away from here. Thank you, Sarge. The afternoon session. Good afternoon, members. And lead us into the main purpose that we're here for enjoyed the moment away from here. Just take care of the preliminaries before we get to that. Session and lead us into the main purpose that we're here for today. We'll just take care of the preliminaries before we get to that. The House is now in session. Members, when we broke for lunch, we had just concluded the congratulatory and obituary speeches. The next item on the order paper would be matters of privilege. There are none. Personal explanations. There are none. Notice of motions for adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. There are none. Introduction of government bills. There are 3 bills to be introduced this morning. And let's see, somebody gonna do things? No. You should have one there. Okay. So the first to be introduced is in the name of the Deputy Premier Minister of Housing. The Minister of Cabinet, will you introduce it for him?
Sure. Mr. Speaker, I'm introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. The Municipalities Reform Act 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next item is in the name of the Minister of Tourism and Transport and Culture. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm introducing the following bill for the first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. The Motor Car Ride Sharing Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you. The third item is in the name of the Minister of Economy and Labor. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of the meeting.
Thank you.
The Employment Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you. There are no opposition bills, no private members' bills, notice of motions. There are none. The now members leads us to the orders of the day. And the item for today is the reply to the throne speech from the budget speech from the opposition, and we're going to be led into that by the Junior Minister for Finance. Junior Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2027 be approved.
Any objections? There are none. We'll call on the Shadow Finance Minister to begin his presentation. Member?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, listening audience. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to address the budget, Bermuda's economy, and dollars and cents. But we cannot forget that behind every dollar are Bermudians. And this budget must answer one question. What does it mean for them? Consider the challenges of the middle-class Smith family, Mr. Speaker. They have 2 children in the public primary school and an aging parent with a chronic illness. They are the sandwich generation, stretched in every direction. The Smiths face tough choices. They want the best possible future for their children, but they no longer trust public schools. They are thinking about a private school. Grandpa Smith needs regular care and is forgetful, but the Smiths can't afford full-time care for him after paying the mortgage and are considering moving him in with them. When the kids are older, they will likely want to stop sharing a room. Should they try to add a room or an apartment? Find a bigger house? How to pay for it? Maybe they should move to the UK like some of the families they have heard of. After all, it would cost them less, with access to good schools and better and more affordable care for Grandpa. But their children will grow up outside of Bermuda and may never return. How do we ensure the Smith family can stay in Bermuda and enjoy the quality of life they deserve? Then there's Miss Jones, who lives alone in a small cottage she owns, but with little to no income. She can't work due to a leg injury. She has no health insurance to cover the doctor's visits and physiotherapy since the retail shop she worked at closed down. There's also no money to keep the roof painted and fix leaks after a hurricane. Ms. Jones takes care of her young granddaughter while her daughter is at work. At times, there isn't enough money for the phone or internet, so simple things like paying bills regularly are difficult. Unable to walk for distances and without a car, Ms. Jones relies on her daughter to bring groceries and supplies. But her daughter works demanding hours in a restaurant. How can Ms. Jones and her daughter receive the support they need to live with dignity and the quality of life they deserve? Mr. Speaker, the individuals named are avatars of the many Bermudians who share similar struggles. They represent the challenges of countless Bermudian families from Sands to St. David's and every parish in between. During this budget debate, we will hold the PLP government accountable to answer the following questions. How does their budget help these Bermudians, not just for today, but tomorrow and the day after? Is the PLP government giving them handouts that will run out? Is the government meaningfully improving their lives by addressing the underlying causes of their issues? Mr. Speaker, today Bermuda stands at a critical crossroads, a narrow window to confront our challenges honestly. After years of financial strain under the PLP government, years marked by rising debt, mounting pressures on families, and declining trust, the introduction of the corporate income tax, or CIT, allows Bermuda to course correct, to stabilize Bermuda's financial foundations, and support Bermudians in need. The CIT presents the chance to stimulate real growth in our economy and finally create new opportunities for Bermudians to enjoy the quality of life they desire and deserve. But, Mr. Speaker, opportunity does not equal execution. The success of the PLP government budget must be measured by results delivered for our people, not just abstract numbers. Because for many Bermudians, their struggles have not eased, despite the years of headlines and promises. Payroll tax reductions, electricity relief, and other measures provide temporary relief, but do not create a sustainable economy. This means having an honest assessment of where Bermuda is today, including the realities of the CIT. While canvassing across the island, we hear the same refrain. Bermudians are overwhelmed by the rising cost of housing and energy. They are desperate for their children to receive the education they need to compete locally and globally. They are scrambling to receive affordable health care, and they are sharpening their pencils to see if they can afford to retire in Bermuda. Bermudian businesses and entrepreneurs are also struggling in a stalled economy, which is jammed up by government red tape. Mr. Speaker, the One Bermuda Alliance recognizes what Bermuda is going through because we live here too, and many of us share those same challenges. Today, I will outline the OBA's plan to improve the quality of life for Bermuda and Bermudians. We have heard repeatedly from the government about the success of their policies, the progress they claim to have made, and how they have improved fairness for Bermudians. But as noted, this PLP rhetoric rings hollow for many Bermudians. Government claims do not match the lived reality of many. Mr. Speaker, the facts indicate that Bermudians are suffering from the government's failure to deliver meaningful education reform, from their failure to address health care costs, and from their failure to develop our local economy. While the government continues to pat itself on the back, Bermudians continue to struggle. They feel unheard, overburdened, and disrespected. They have lost trust in the government. In the meantime, the government pretends that the success of international business is its own. Yes, this PLP government has adopted IB's good economic performance to mask its own lack of progress for the lackluster local economy. Mr. Speaker, the Progressive Labor Party government has developed an unprecedented reliance on international business to fund our country. And based on their track record, without the arrival of the corporate income tax, the PLP government's performance would have driven us into a massive fiscal crisis once again. So yes, we are fortunate the CIT is now in place due to the action of the OECD, other countries, and from the international businesses here in Bermuda. It has now been widely acknowledged, including by this government, that the CIT is no magic cure-all and that it comes with many risks. At a high level, we know the CIT revenue may fluctuate from year to year. Global tax rules may evolve, and there are legitimate questions about how long this revenue stream may last. The One Bermuda Alliance believes that the CIT must be carefully and thoughtfully managed so that Bermuda and Bermudians get the most benefit from it in the medium and the long term. If we are prudent in how we handle CIT today, the upside will be that Bermuda will have more money to work with for the long-term benefit of Bermudians. If we are reckless with the CIT money and it falls short, Bermuda will once again face a fiscal crisis. And next time, Mr. Speaker, there will be no lifeline. History has shown us that there will always be some sort of crisis. In the past 20 years alone, Bermuda has faced the Great Recession, a global pandemic, and a severe cost of living crisis. Therefore, the main question before us today is this: has this government demonstrated the discipline, foresight, and execution required to manage this unique opportunity so that Bermuda will be ready for the next crisis? Because improved revenue does not automatically mean improved governance and results from this government. While this budget benefits from new revenue, it cannot erase years of underperformance in education, healthcare, economic development, and public trust. Budgets are not judged by promises, they are judged by the results delivered for Bermudians. This is Premier David Burt's swan song budget, but after his 9 years in the seat, Bermudians must ask themselves, does this fairy tale reflect my reality? Mr. Speaker, a review of the latest economic statistics shows that Bermudians continue to face economic pressures despite the successes of the international business sector. Regrettably, this story remains the same year after year. The revenue increase in the Premier's budget comes from CIT windfalls, inflation-driven gains, and IB payroll contributions, not real government-led reform. Under the PLP government, the economy shrank and then flatlined. It gives me no pleasure to say, Mr. Speaker, that since the last budget, very little progress has been made. In fact, most Bermudians have heard very little of what the Premier has referred to as quiet but meaningful progress. Whatever progress that may be, it is too little, too late. Bermudians need real change and real progress. We have 7 years of gross domestic product, or GDP data, to measure the performance of Bermuda's local economy under the PLP government from 2017 to 2024. Focusing on the lived experiences of Bermudians, setting aside the results of international business, and looking at real GDP adjusted for inflation, the numbers are stark. Mr. Speaker, under the PLP, local GDP remained flat until COVID in 2019 and has barely recovered since. Local GDP has grown only 4.1% since 2017, an average of 0.6% per year. Payroll tax reductions, electricity relief, and other measures provide temporary relief, but do not create a sustainable economy. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, international business has grown 30% over the same period, or 3.8% per year, over 6.5 times as much. That means since 2017, Bermuda's total GDP growth has been driven almost entirely by international business at 9.9% since 2017, or 1.4% per year. Blanket payroll tax reductions, BELCO tax reductions, and vehicle tax reductions are not equitable. Relief should be strategic to help those who need it most, like seniors, caregivers, low and middle income workers, and families. Mr. Speaker, digging into more detail, the GDP from electricity, water, and waste management has grown a whopping 41% since 2017. This pocket of growth, unfortunately, reflects the increasing cost of energy for Bermudians today. Alarmingly, according to the Caribbean Energy Price Index, Bermuda has the highest electricity prices in the Caribbean. Bermuda's electricity prices are 89% above the regional average, and more than 3 times the global average. Let me repeat that. Bermudans pay more for power than anywhere in the Caribbean. This is not the kind of reputation we want, nor the kind of growth we should celebrate. This is not economic strength. This is economic strain. Later in this budget reply, we will outline practical steps to reduce these costs and relieve pressures on Bermudian households. Mr. Speaker, agriculture, forestry, and fishing have fallen 28% since 2017. This is alarming, especially at a time when Bermuda should be producing more food locally. Yet, the government recently indicated it will continue to pour money into overseas companies for pie-in-the-sky vertical farming projects. Wholesale and retail trade GDP are down 12%, while accommodation and food service GDP has fallen 13% since 2017. These shrinking statistics come as no surprise to Bermudians who see the empty lots and vacant storefronts in Hamilton every day. They reflect the ongoing decline in retail sales and local jobs. Finally, GDP from real estate sales has grown 17% since 2017, a statistic which the government often highlights. However, this growth is a double-edged sword and is largely driven by rising property prices, which squeeze Bermudians out of the local housing market as overseas buyers purchase homes. Mr. Speaker, this is what stagnation looks like. Turning to retail sales, despite occasional small shoots of growth, the retail sales index has been essentially flat following the steep drop after COVID. After stabilizing in 2023, the retail sales index has seen no material growth over the 2 years to 2025. Bermudians already see this in the empty storefronts in Hamilton. They see it in reduced hours, fewer hires, and limited opportunities. The food component of the retail sales index fell nearly 8% from 2022 to 2023 and has yet to recover. This reflects an economy where Bermudians have not regained their purchasing power since the pandemic. Rising food prices, flat wages outside of IB and public service jobs, and the impact of residents leaving continue to weigh heavily on households. Other disturbing trends include apparel and other store types declining over the past 3 years, while liquor sales have fallen 13% from 2022 to 2025. While some lifestyle changes are natural, the magnitude of these decreases points to fewer people living and spending in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, the shrinking population is the true legacy of the PLP government. Shipping volumes remain one of the clearest real-time indicators of domestic economic activity. In real terms, you can't sell what you don't import. According to data from Stevedoring Services Limited, container volumes remain significantly below pre-COVID levels. The 5-year average of container volumes from 2021 to 2025 is 7.5% lower than the 3-year pre-COVID average from 2018 to 2020. Break bulk, or loose cargo and construction materials, is down an even more concerning 20% over the same comparison periods. Mr. Speaker, as previously stated, fewer people with less disposable income are purchasing less. This is the true economic reality behind the numbers and the quantifiable impact of this PLP government. Inflation has stabilized and is hovering around 2% post-COVID, which is welcome. But stabilization does not mean affordability. Prices remain elevated and continue to rise from a much higher base. Since 2018, cumulative inflation has reached 14.1%. Median incomes have increased only 10.8% since 2017, largely in managerial and professional roles. Yet many other kinds of jobs have seen far lower growth over that time. Service workers only 7.7%. Agriculture and fishery workers an incredibly low 1.4%. Craft and trade workers, including construction workers, only 2.8%. And elementary occupations, including cleaners, only 4.9%. For most working-class Bermudians, wage growth has been far lower than inflation, sharply reducing purchasing power, especially for those already struggling at the lower end of the income scale. Mr. Speaker, according to the Numbeo Global Cost of Living Index, Bermuda is the most expensive country to live in, with an index of 135.8. This compares to New York and Honolulu at 100, and London at 91.2. This is why Bermudians cannot and do not experience what the Premier calls quiet progress. Economic performance cannot be measured solely by revenue. It must be measured by whether people are staying, working, and building their futures here. More people living and working in Bermuda means more economic activity, creating higher demand for goods and services. This in turn leads to greater consumer demand, stronger local business activity, and a broader tax base. This creates an economic flywheel, generating opportunities for Bermuda and fueling sustainable growth. A larger, healthier, younger working population provides critical income to support health insurance and public pension systems, spreading costs more widely and reducing their per-person burden. But when the population declines, the opposite happens. Mr. Speaker, fewer workers mean higher costs, fewer opportunities, and a shrinking economy. Many Bermudians live for better jobs, lower living costs, and access to affordable health care. Even worse, too many young Bermudians do not return after their education. This brain drain of our local talent further reduces the attractiveness of our island as a destination, not just for newcomers, but for our own people too. Youth employment is being ignored. Blanket tax breaks do little to help. The OBA has long advocated for targeted youth support and hiring incentives to give young Bermudians real opportunities in the workforce. Unfortunately, this PLP government has stood by in denial while Bermuda has entered an accelerating demographic and economic decline. The government has avoided any meaningful discussion on the issue, despite its own report on our aging population released over 3 years ago. Instead, the government points to low unemployment figures as proof of success. But that statistic is misleading. Unemployment is low because there are fewer people here to fill the jobs. When the workforce is shrinking because people are leaving, that is not economic strength. That is economic decline. According to the latest employment briefs data through the end of 2024, there are 208 fewer jobs than in 2017. There are 1,436 fewer jobs for Bermudians and their spouses than in 2017, a decline of 5.67%. And while jobs in international business have grown by 1,040 since 2017, there has been a loss of 1,248 non-IB jobs. Mr. Speaker, what does that mean for Bermudians who aren't on the IB train? Fewer opportunities, fewer pathways, and a diminishing role in their own economy. The pattern is unmistakable. The PLP government is betting big on international business. Mr. Speaker, the One Bermuda Alliance applauds and welcomes IB's success, but Bermuda cannot be sustained by one sector alone. The government must no longer sit by as spectators to the IB economy, content to skim the cream off the top while the rest of the economy stagnates. What about the rest of Bermuda? What about the children in our public education system where reform has bitten the dust? How will these Bermudian children be prepared to access these high-skilled IB jobs? What about Bermudians whose skills lie outside of an office building? Don't all Bermudians deserve opportunities to put their skills to work? This government has failed to protect or create Bermudian jobs. Failed, Mr. Speaker. With limited opportunities, many have stopped looking for work, or they leave the island. The government points to projects such as Fairmont Southampton as proof of progress. But when immigration rules were adjusted and hundreds of Cuban workers were flown in to work on that project, how did that help Bermudians in the long term? We need structural solutions, not showcase projects. Given our over-reliance on international business, we must diversify where we can, including regrowing tourism. Mr. Speaker, the tourism data raises serious concerns. In 2025, total vacation and business visitors remain 17% below 2019 levels and 11% below 2024 last year. Total air arrivals remain 30% below 2019 and 3.4% below 2024. Airline load factors, or the number of seats filled, is only at 68% of 535,400 seats versus 75% of 580,000 seats in 2019. We used to have more planes with more passengers. Mr. Speaker, hotel bed nights for the first 3 quarters are slightly up from last year, 511,000 versus 502,000, or plus 1.8%. However, they remain 230,000, or 31% short of 2019. And less than half of this shortage, or about 45%, can be attributed to the closure of the Fairmont Southampton. Even removing that, Bermuda's hotel recovery since COVID is way off the pace. We hope that this is not the new normal. Mr. Speaker, when we compare these statistics to our regional competitors, Turks and Caicos has grown air visitors 50% since 2019. The tourism analytics industry news site reports 12 new developments in TCI over the next 2 years and another 6 between 2028 and 2030. The Cayman Islands has increased its air arrivals from 2024 to 2025, and the Bahamas is only down 2% from its pre-COVID levels. Why is Bermuda down 30%? Under this PLP government, tourism is flatlined with far lower numbers than before COVID. We are hopeful that the Fairmont Southampton will eventually reopen and look forward to the new Lauren at Elbow Beach. But these projects are largely driven by investors already in Bermuda, some of whom came here under the OBA. What is the PLP doing to bring new investors to our shores? In over 8 years, this PLP government has failed to bring any new hotel investors to our shores. This is not diversification, this is stagnation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that list of facts and statistics seems repetitive and relentless, that is because the pattern is consistent. This is not an isolated weakness. It's not just one cherry-picked statistic to make a point. It's a wide range of economic, demographic, fiscal, and sectoral government indicators that together graphically illustrate Bermuda's decline under this government and the PLP leadership. Mr. Speaker, when multiple indicators point in the same direction, that is not doom and gloom, that is diagnosis. Don't blame the doctor. If we fail to diagnose honestly, Bermuda may never course correct. That is why this budget must be examined not as a celebration of new revenue, but as a test of whether this government has demonstrated the competence, discipline, and transparency to manage it. The PLP government's failure to make meaningful progress in many critical areas has externalized and pushed the costs and consequences onto Bermudians. Government failures have squeezed Bermudians' wallets and disturbed their peace of mind. This is not a question of funding. It is a question of execution and delivery. Simply put, this government has not and cannot get it done. Mr. Speaker, the government's failed education reform, unfortunately and sadly, stands out as a glaring example of failure. Funding is not the primary issue. Bermuda's public education system already spends more per student than private schools. The underlying problems are leadership, execution, and accountability. Who will be held responsible for these failures? Corporate income tax revenue cannot fix the lack of accountability. Bermudian parents are voting with their dollars. Parents are scrimping, saving, and spending their hard-earned money to send their children to private schools after already paying taxes for public education. That's why the Smith family previously mentioned is considering private schools or moving abroad. The education failures have a knock-on effect on the economy. Locals underprepared for jobs means more overseas hiring. Young Bermudians who are left out of our economy leave and don't return. And social service costs rise while income inequity widens. This PLP government is exporting its failures. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the OBA proposes an independent, accountable education authority, professionally governed, performance-driven, and insulated from political interference. And its mandate would be clear: raise literacy and numeracy, improve attendance, reduce disciplinary disruptions, and prepare our students for the future, whether in skilled trades or university. This education authority would be accountable to the public at every stage. We agree that youth and students also need increased mental health and social support. So we were glad to hear the government's plans to reinstate counseling and mental health services, which never should have been removed. Mr. Speaker, healthcare reform is stalled. The promised universal healthcare is always advancing, but never appears closer on the horizon, while digital healthcare progress means nothing to Bermudians stuck in hospital corridors. The PLP government's failures mean many Bermudians still struggle with preventable health issues. Thousands still lack adequate health insurance. For those who are underinsured, costs remain because preventable issues turn into long-term, chronic, and expensive problems. The budget statement promises that all residents will have access to health care by October. But without details of what that really means, we will reserve our judgment. Expanding benefits for those who already have HIP and future care is useful, but doesn't help those without health insurance today. Mr. Speaker, how would this budget help the Smith family take care of Grandpa? They're not looking for senior day care. They already struggle to shuffle their children around every day. How can they get more help in their home? And as for Miss Jones, will she get access to a family doctor? And how will she get there? The government's promises of more hospital beds, step-down facilities, and expanded community care echo what the OBA has been recommending for some years. We hope the PLP government finally delivers. So far, little has been done to address the underlying drivers of healthcare costs. Instead, the government will be increasing the underlying premiums paid by everyone. While short-term relief is necessary, we echo the Tax Reform Commission's call for fundamental reforms to reduce the actual cost base of the healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, the three main drivers for healthcare costs are hospital overutilization, a population with chronic health issues, and overseas healthcare that could have been avoided. The hospital is the most expensive place to provide care, and that's why the OBA has long advocated step-down facilities to move seniors and others with less acute conditions out of the hospital into more efficient and comfortable care. We would give all Bermudians regular access to a primary care provider or family doctor, so they don't need to go to the emergency room for basic care. Regular primary care visits will also prevent chronic conditions from escalating. Mr. Speaker, overseas health care, which could have been avoided, increases everyone's insurance premiums. The PLP's hospital block grant operating model forces the hospital to keep operating rooms and other facilities closed as the hospital cannot recover those costs. As a result, Bermudians are forced to go overseas for procedures that could have been performed locally, more affordably, and with greater convenience. The new hospital wing was built in partnership with private investors who benefit from a government guarantee. As of this year, the hospital owes these investors $446 million, $21 million of which must be paid this year. The hospital will continue to pay these private investors up to 2044, using money that comes from every Bermudian's health insurance premium. In addition, the PLP government holds a $664 million guarantee for these payments. That structural burden, embedded in the system by the PLP, will weigh on Bermuda's healthcare system for 2 more decades. Mr. Speaker, all vehicle owners understand in their bones, literally, the cost of vehicle ownership. This is due to the government's neglect of the roads and the potholes. This ongoing neglect also makes us less attractive to visitors, reducing Bermudians' income from tourism. The government has once again only allocated $5 million for road replacing this year, calling it an aggressive repaving program. We call it too slow. Promises to replace bridges sound good, but we want to see shovels in the ground. Mr. Speaker, yes, it's coming. It's always coming, Mr. Speaker. It's always on the horizon. Let's see it come a little closer. Mr. Speaker, perhaps most tragically, there is the impact on seniors due to decades of financial mismanagement by successive PLP governments. The debts accumulated over the years left inadequate resources for senior health care. Our seniors have lost decades of support they deserve. We're surprised that the government did not mention a specific resource for the 2024 National Senior Strategy. Is this strategy really being truly implemented, or has it been sidelined? While the corporate income tax has been effectively mandated by the OECD and implemented under pressure from international business, let's not pretend that this government would have done this without pressure from the OECD. Right now, the government is playing catch-up on their social obligations. This care should have been provided years ago. And still, part of the government's solution for seniors is to raise the retirement age, so seniors may be forced to keep working just to support themselves. Mr. Speaker, the One Bermuda Alliance supported the government's public service pension reform. However, reform of the contributory pension fund, or social insurance, seriously lags behind. According to the 2023 actuarial review, by 2042, social insurance will run out of money to support its full payment commitments, unless the government chips in more cash. And because we know more people will receive social insurance payments over time, and there will be fewer working people paying into the fund, the structural imbalance is accelerating. Social insurance will run out even before 2042 without serious reform. Plainly stated, if the government does not act, many people working today should not count on social insurance being there when they retire. Mr. Speaker, on a strict legal basis, the government is not directly liable for a shortfall of social insurance funds. But on a moral, social, and economic basis, it is the responsible and right thing to do for the government to support social insurance. Based on the actuarial report, there is approximately a $2 billion unfunded liability that effectively belongs to this government. The One Bermuda Alliance would prioritize using CIT income to pay down Bermuda's debt, which includes this social insurance liability. We would support a one-time payment of CIT funds into social insurance to soften the impact of any changes on Bermudians, such as increasing contributions or raising the retirement age, ensuring that Bermudians are protected while the system is stabilized. Mr. Speaker, Bermudians are increasingly concerned for their safety and worried about crime. The police service is woefully understaffed, and there are critical safety and security issues in our prison. These are long-standing problems, yet the government has failed to make progress. Safety is not optional. We need safety for investors and business confidence. We need safety for tourism, and we need safety for the quality of life for all Bermudians. We welcome increased funding for the Ministry of National Security for staffing and hope that the PLP government can indeed fill the vacant posts. But safety is not just about enforcement and incarceration. It's about rehabilitation. How are we equipping our young men leaving prison to rejoin society when they are released from prison? Where are the government plans for training and reintegration? Mr. Speaker, Bermuda's dependence on IB and corporate income tax requires transparency and conservative planning. We must understand the dynamics of IB and the details of the corporate income tax. Yet, despite repeated requests for information, the PLP government has refused to provide even the most basic information about who will be paying CIT. Will revenue come from a large number of payers or just a handful? Which industries are paying? These details matter if we are to create the right policies that sustain growth and protect Bermudians. Mr. Speaker, the One Bermuda Alliance believes that most of the CIT revenue will come from a relatively small number of companies concentrated in the insurance and reinsurance industries. When combined with payroll tax contributions from IB, primarily insurance companies, it's clear that the government's revenue and ability to carry out its plans are highly sensitive to the conditions of the international insurance market. Recent years have been favorable for international insurance companies in Bermuda, thanks to relatively low natural catastrophe losses, that's hurricanes, earthquakes, and so forth, producing high profits. The government has enjoyed rising tax revenues. High industry profits produce good initial CIT revenue, and employee bonuses and raises have flowed into the payroll tax coffers. But now, Mr. Speaker, according to BMA data and industry reports, insurers are just coming off a year or two of peak profitability. Already, the January renewals have shown double-digit rate decreases in lines of business such as property catastrophe reinsurance, a core Bermuda specialty. These lower insurance rates, plus anticipated reductions in interest rates, mean both the underwriting and investment drivers of industry profit are reducing at the same time. Additionally, insurance industry losses from natural catastrophes in 2025 were at their lowest level in 6 years and second lowest level in 9 years, according to industry reports. Put another way, Mr. Speaker, since the industry is at a peak of its cycle, we should expect lower profits and results going forward, along with less payroll tax from smaller IB bonuses. In addition, we should also plan for higher natural catastrophe losses than we have experienced for most of the past decade. Combined with CIT payers getting more tax credits over the next few years, we must plan conservatively and expect less CIT revenue in the near term, the medium term, and the long term. Some things are worth repeating, Mr. Speaker. We must plan conservatively and expect less CIT revenue in the near term, the medium term, and the long term. Hopefully that message is getting through. Mr. Speaker, the government's budget and the success of its plans depend solely on the corporate income tax. The $600 million CIT revenue penciled in for 2026 and 2027 represents 1/3 of total revenue. We must plan realistically and conservatively so that any surprises become good surprises, not bad ones. The key questions are, what are realistic plans for handling the corporate income tax revenue? And how can we ensure accountability so that it is spent in Bermuda's best interest? Mr. Speaker, Bermuda faces $1.7 billion of debt repayments over the next 4 years, which means putting away $432 million per year. Yet the government's 3-year plan already falls short by almost $250 million. Meanwhile, expenses before interest are 24% higher than 2 years ago, and spending on consultants has almost doubled to $99 million. We've seen how this plays out before, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the risk to international business profits that will reduce the CIT income from IB, there are also risks arising from the evolving global minimum tax framework and from Bermuda companies' responses to the CIT and Bermuda government policies. Mr. Speaker, the reality is the world is just beginning the global minimum tax regime, or GMT, which caused Bermuda to create the CIT. The OECD rules are under regular revision as countries adopt their own tax policies in response to the OECD. There's already been one major adjustment. The new side-by-side rules that mean the United States gets to keep its own tax rules, which are separate from the OECD rules. Will we see large countries like China or India push for their own special treatment? And what opportunities or challenges will this create for Bermuda? And Mr. Speaker, the cold truth is that the OECD rules are less fixed regulations and more evolving interpretations designed to limit our options. The GMT regime aims to remove the ability of countries like Bermuda to compete on tax policy, placing small, resource-limited jurisdictions like ours in the same boat as much larger economies. We cannot expect favorable treatment under GMT going forward. Mr. Speaker, locally, we should expect that companies will minimize their tax payments, as all corporations do in all tax jurisdictions. The CIT taxpayers will inevitably have access to the best tax advice money can buy. Bermuda's Corporate Income Tax Authority will have far fewer resources. companies will adjust their structures, where they place functions and staff, and otherwise identify all opportunities to reduce their tax bills. Some companies may even leave Bermuda. Without a tax advantage, our island risks losing its appeal. The challenge for Bermuda's next government is to ensure that Bermuda remains an attractive jurisdiction in which to do business. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that many of IB's concerns are the same as ours. IB employers want to attract and retain good professionals in Bermuda. In today's globally competitive hiring environment, where companies can hire in New York or London, Bermuda or Dubai, this means they want good schools for their employees' children, quality housing at a reasonable price for the families, access to health care, safety and security, a reasonable cost of living, and a good quality of life. And, Mr. Speaker, like local businesses, IB employers are looking for a reasonable and fair immigration policy that employers can navigate with certainty. Long turnaround times and arbitrary decision-making that make it difficult for IB companies to bring the talent they need to the island must be eliminated. Otherwise, these companies may leave, taking the well-paying Bermudian jobs with them. Mr. Speaker, the bad news is that given the PLP government's poor track record, we should not take for granted that the PLP will deliver what companies are looking for. How many companies will stay in Bermuda? How many people will they hire here? If companies pay the same tax, but everything else costs more, why will they stay? Bermuda must offer a compelling value to these essential taxpayers. Next year, corporate income tax is projected to make up 59% of all other government revenue combined. This is a stark reminder of how reliant Bermuda has become on a single source of income. We cannot afford IB departures. The scale and complexity of CI revenue places Bermuda into a new phase of managing our country's finances. This is especially true given the country's constrained fiscal position prior to the CIT and the PLP government's poor track record of accountability. The OBA recommends that the country implement a set of strong and binding guardrails into law. Mr. Speaker, our first recommendation is the Premier should not also be allowed to be the Minister of Finance. This is for both practical and political reasons.
Support across the aisle.
Yes. Perhaps we have some agreement, Mr. Speaker. Once sharing these roles may have been feasible, but this is no longer true. Bermuda's more complicated fiscal landscape, the dominance of sophisticated international business in our economy, and the complexity of the new global tax regimes need and deserve a full-time finance minister to take care of Bermuda's intricate finance portfolio. Institutional separation strengthens accountability. A dedicated finance minister must be empowered to challenge assumptions, enforce fiscal accountability, and provide cabinet-level scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why the Constitution does not allow the Premier to appoint a finance minister from the Senate. This is sound governance, not politics. Mr. Speaker, the One Bermuda Alliance originally proposed an amendment to the original CIT bill to guarantee that the funds are used for debt repayment and critical infrastructure. To guarantee, Mr. Speaker, the PLP government rejected it. We are generally supportive of most of the Fiscal Responsibilities Panel's recommendations, but with some critical caveats. The introduction of a stability fund to manage volatility in CIT receipts is a good idea. We would create legislation to adequately fill this fund from CIT before other uses of CIT revenue. We would also ensure tight legislation that prevents off-balance sheet spending. Recognizing the $605 million of debt due in 2027, we support delaying this fund until that tranche is paid. Mr. Speaker, we also support the Fiscal Responsibility Panel's, that is, the FRP's recommendation adopted by the government that 70% of net CIT revenues are used to pay debt interest, reduce net debt, or accumulate net financial assets. The government continues to mention a sovereign wealth fund, but should not become distracted. With $605 million of debt due next year, and then another $1.1 billion due in 4 years, The PLP government must keep its eye on the ball. Mr. Speaker, the FRP proposed and the government says that they are adopting a rule that the current budget remains in balance or surplus, excluding net CIT revenues, capital spending, and interest payments. The OBA proposes a tighter version of this rule where interest payments should not be funded by the CIT over the medium and long term. In fact, the version of the rule in the previous year's Mr. Speaker. In fact, the version of the rule in the previous year's FRP report did not include interest payments. But Bermuda's multi-billion-dollar debt requires $128 million of the taxpayers' money to be spent on interest right now. We propose a transitional version of the rule, Mr. Speaker, that would allow interest spending to be funded by CIT for 3 to 5 years, but not after that. This rule would provide a natural break on overborrowing, which is how prior PLP governments got Bermuda into its fiscal dead end in the first place. This rule also prevents Bermuda's national budget from relying too much on CIT. Mr. Speaker, it's almost a scientific law that politicians like to spend money, particularly taxpayers' money. The Premier has floated the trial balloon of implementing an income tax in Bermuda. This reflects the reality that given our debt and spending pressures, even with the CIT, this budget only works over the next few years. The Premier is already looking for more ways to raise taxes. The $124 million of so-called strategic investment in the budget is really mostly current spending. $107 million of health and benefit payments and payments to the hospital. Considering that, this government has increased current spending by $182 million since last year, or over 17%, and total expenses before interest have grown 24% over 2 years. The PLP government has almost doubled spending on consultants over the past 2 years to $99 million, as we've mentioned. Perhaps that is what they mean when they say taking care of their people, Mr. Speaker. $99 million on consultants, doubled, Mr. Speaker. To control overspending and limit tax increases on Bermudians, the OBA would strongly consider a spending rule. This rule would cap increases in current spending based on a combination of GDP growth and year-on-year expense and revenue growth over a multi-year period. The OBA would also implement a rule for maintenance funds connected to capital spending. Any new capital projects or major refurbishments must have adequate maintenance to avoid the PLP's legacy of a dilapidated incinerator and bridges in critical disrepair. Mr. Speaker, Bermudians want and deserve accountability in how their money is spent, particularly the CIT funds. This means laws and transparent reporting. The PLP has provided too many examples of poor decision-making on spending, veiled financial reporting, and avoiding accountability, particularly to this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the OBA would prevent moving money between funds without parliamentary approval, except for specific uses named in law. Experience has shown that moving money from the sinking fund has been abused by the current government who spend without accountability. For example, in the 2023-2024 budget year, the government spent $58 million of borrowed money from the sinking fund, resulting in a real deficit of almost $88 million. And in 2024-25, they spent $50 million of borrowed money from the sinking fund for a real deficit of approximately $21 million. That's $109 million of deficit spending over 2 years without accountability to Parliament or the people. Meanwhile, the government continues to mislead the public with incorrect claims of a surplus in 2024-2025. The current budget already includes a $14 million slush fund with no specific projects allocated to it. Bermudians need to know who will decide where those dollars go. We also note a $14.5 million increase in consultants' costs for the Ministry of Finance. The One Bermuda Alliance will hold this government accountable to answer these questions. Mr. Speaker, here are some other examples of poor decision-making by this government that have resulted in poor outcomes for the taxpayers' money. Premier David Burt and his cabinet provided an $800,000 loan to the savvy entertainment scammer, which ultimately entailed PLP Deputy Leader Zane Da Silva having to return funds. Premier David Burt provided a $2.5 million guarantee to Inifund and BPMS for work with the government, which duplicated existing contracts and never came to fruition. This has left taxpayers to pay the $2.5 million guarantee. Granting the $3.2 million NSC solar contract to a prior PLP Prodi Chairs firm, despite the NSC board's reservations, and then the government having to ultimately secure financing for the project. The secret contract for the new hospital wing, which pays a private firm $20 million a year for 30 years, $20 million a year, but still leaves Bermudians waiting in the hallways for lack of beds. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but the point is clear. With all the new CIT money in the system, will this government deliver for the people of Bermuda? I believe it was Einstein who said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And that's why Bermudians need a change in how this government manages the public purse, especially the CIT funds, and that's why Bermuda needs a change in the government. Mr. Speaker, the OBA plans address Bermuda's changing demographics. We would support seniors while creating opportunity and hope for our youth, acknowledging their distinct issues and priorities. The current government has focused mainly on our seniors, and where those government plans make sense, the OBA has supported them. But our young Bermudians have been left out by this government. The PLP has stalled absentee voting for students. The PLP has failed to attract Bermudians back home or create conditions for young Bermudians to be successful in their own home. The OBA's plans focus on concrete items to deliver meaningful improvement in realistic timeframes. We contrast that with the government's empty promises, no accountability, and lack of result. Mr. Speaker, Bermuda's housing crisis requires immediate action to get people off the streets, to provide emergency shelter, and to create the supply across a range of housing types. We would immediately build and run emergency housing using existing government land and properties, such as unused school buildings. While not attractive to some, it is important to note that these units would be for short-term use until residents can move into a more long-term and stable situation. We are disappointed that the government did not mention any support for critical third sector programs such as the Plan to End Homelessness. These programs provide foundational support to help Bermudians step up into more stable lives. Mr. Speaker, the government's plans to seize land and derelict properties from Bermudians are fraught with practical and moral difficulties. And given that the government hasn't even maintained its own properties, their plans seem hypocritical. This government must use its own land and properties before taking property away from Bermudians. However, we are glad that the government followed our advice and is now looking at using the Bermudiana Beach Resort to house Bermudians. Mr. Speaker, we would also subsidize private social housing development. The OBA would do this with construction incentives similar to those granted to tourism development, like duty and payroll tax breaks and rent support. The reality is that housing in Bermuda is expensive to build and maintain. Private investors can't create projects that are affordable for those who earn below median pay while also making a return on investment. These projects and subsidies would fall under the critical infrastructure investments use we propose for the CIT, alongside debt repayment. Mr. Speaker, we would work with the construction and design industries to identify innovative and modern ways to reduce construction costs in Bermuda, retaining the comfort and safety we have today. We love our traditional Bermuda building techniques, but recognize that techniques have also evolved, from stone walls to reinforced concrete, from slate roofs to SKB. Cuts to foreign currency purchase tax will also help reduce the cost of construction supplies. Mr. Speaker, we would create planning rules to enable more efficient use of existing buildings and land. Fast-track planning processes with looser setback and site coverage requirements, among others, can enable owners to add small cottages or apartments to existing houses. This is similar to what other jurisdictions call accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. Mr. Speaker, the OBA would reform landlord-tenant laws to work for everyday Bermudians, not lawyers, providing more certainty over outcomes and timelines. While the government has started this process, current proposals are too complex and confusing. The government's proposed rental registry seems like bureaucratic overreach, and we doubt Bermudians would welcome the PLP government nosing into their affairs. Pending the government's consultation, we recommend looking to successful models like those in New Zealand, with a tenancy tribunal independent from government, transparent appointments, and mandatory but free structured mediation. Ultimately, landlord-tenant relations require accountability from both sides. Bermudians deserve to earn a fair return on their investments, and rental properties can provide critical income for Bermudian families. Every renter deserves to live in dignity in a safe, clean, and well-functioning home. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we would introduce a Housing Incentive Act to encourage new apartments in the City of Hamilton. We must build higher and encourage development that offers a mix of housing for various income levels. The government's current incentives are a start, but more needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement referred to a 2025 draft housing strategy, but it has not yet been released. This will make it difficult to assess the government's performance, with $33 million of budgeted capital spending, plus an additional $90 million of off-balance sheet spending guaranteed by the government. Mr. Speaker, Bermudians struggle with health care due to our shrinking and aging population and the costs of health insurance. Some don't even have access to health care. Serious operational issues at the hospital only make it worse. While improving health care in Bermuda is a difficult problem, the OBA's diagnosis points to two main issues: receiving care in the wrong place, including overseas, or not getting the right care at all. We've discussed the OBA's solution, including step-down facilities, community care, and access to primary care for all without using the hospital. To reduce the need for expensive overseas treatments and improve the hospital's operating position, we would eliminate the block grant and consider moving back to a fee-for-service model. The original thinking was that the block grant would incentivize the hospital to control costs, but harsh experience has shown that the unintended consequences are worse than the original problem. We need a blended model so that the hospital can charge for additional services and make the best use of its resources for the community. This would be coupled with accountability and control for those costs, such as a negotiated fee schedule. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, we would partner constructively with the private sector on these reforms, including medical professionals, pharmacists, insurers, and other health providers. Despite its issues, our system can and does provide good care to many, if not all, and we should not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Mr. Speaker, as we know, Bermudians face some of the highest energy prices globally. The One Bermuda Alliance plan for energy costs has three main parts. First, give the regulator more teeth to ensure costs passed to consumers are fairly considered and accurately tracked. For example, the regulator should ensure that all tax breaks and discounts directly benefit customers, while shareholders, not customers, bear the risk for bad management and capital investment decisions. We are encouraged to see the government taking steps to strengthen the regulator, a move the OBA proposed long ago. Second, we would provide BELCO fuel tax breaks, but quite differently from the government. We do not support the blanket tax breaks, which are essentially regressive. Under the PLP proposals, well-off people with large houses who consume a lot of energy will get the biggest benefit. Yet families who earn the least and are already scrimping and saving to reduce their electricity usage will see the smallest benefit. The OBA would provide a progressive approach linked to payroll tax bans or usage. Remember, BELCO already manages tiered usage rates and multiple kinds of billing. Third, Mr. Speaker, we would expand efforts to make it easier for consumers to install and benefit from solar, such as installer self-certifications. And currently, renters can't easily install their own systems, but portable systems unfolded in a backyard during hot summer months or during the day could be a good idea. Mr. Speaker, Bermudians currently pay through the nose to buy and ship overseas fuel to Bermuda to generate electricity. Like other island nations, we must expand our use of renewables to reduce our reliance on these expensive imported fuels. Yes, there are valid concerns about fairness around the use of shared resources such as transmission, distribution, and standby capacity at Belco. We are confident these can be resolved alongside renewables. Some claim liquefied natural gas, or LNG, as a cheaper source of energy for Bermuda. The question for the regulator is, what will provide Bermudians with the most cost-effective energy over the short and medium term right now, including the cost of new infrastructure like tanks and pipelines, which ultimately Bermudian customers will pay for. Mr. Speaker, small businesses might not be the headline drivers of Bermuda's economic statistics, yet they are critical to our community and the day-to-day economy of most Bermudians. Small businesses create a variety of jobs for Bermudians, providing a vibrant backdrop for our island. Retail and restaurants are a vital part of our tourism product. Statistics show they are struggling. The government likes to talk about new business registrations, but what the PLP doesn't mention is businesses that are closing or barely limping along. Small businesses live and die on cash flow, Mr. Speaker, and their ability to hire and retain staff. The OBA would support small businesses by reducing the burden of customs duty, making payroll tax adjustments, and removing red tape. We would consider moving customs duty payments to the point of sale, so the businesses need less cash up front to import goods. This would also reduce the cost burden of unsold and returned goods. We would remove the foreign currency purchasing tax from importing goods, as this is another cost burden on everything imported and sold in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, the OBA would continue the new hire relief set to expire this year for companies not otherwise eligible for the new tax credits. We want our local businesses to be encouraged, putting them on an equal footing with companies eligible for the new tax credits for hiring. We would also encourage youth employment by waiving payroll tax for Bermudians under the age of 30. Mr. Speaker, we do not support the government's blanket payroll tax breaks for employers. The reality is that many large firms and international businesses can support the higher tax rates, and those payments provide critical revenue that Bermuda needs right now. Plus, many large taxpayers, including IB and local insurers, and will be getting tax credits already based on employment. The OBA would change the employer payroll tax to a tiered marginal system, as is the case for the employee portion of the payroll tax. This will make it easier to give smaller companies payroll tax breaks. It will also remove the artificial barriers that prevent companies from hiring or giving raises to avoid falling into the next higher payroll tax bracket. This tiered system should also adjust with inflation, along with employee payroll tax bands. Cost of living increases shouldn't penalize employers and employees with higher tax rates. Mr. Speaker, the OBA would also treat seasonal businesses fairly. At times, busy quarters can produce payroll that gets taxed at a higher rate, even though the overall annual pay should get a lower rate. We would update legislation and guidance so that employers and employees can get credits or rebates when they have overpaid tax in prior busy quarters. We'd streamline interactions with government departments, cutting red tape and paperwork that unfairly burden small businesses. A one-stop shop for payroll tax, social insurance, HIP, future care, and government departments like Works and Engineering is essential. While the government has announced various digital projects to help small businesses, we would go further by providing an in-person concierge for those needing extra support. After all, it is in everyone's interest that all paperwork and payments are correct. Mr. Speaker, Bermudian families, especially young families, continue to struggle with health care, energy, housing, childcare, and education. They all stretch family budgets. Despite giving some blanket tax giveaways, the government budget statement did not mention any specific uplifts for hardship support, rental assistance, or food aid to match the reality of Bermudians' day-to-day struggles. Mr. Speaker, remember that it was the One Bermuda Alliance that first put in place the progressive payroll tax system. And if you call that making things more complicated, I say think harder. As evidenced by this reply, we continue to identify ways to help Bermudians. While addressing food prices is difficult, axing the PLP's failed sugar tax is easy, and the government would do it right away. The OBA would do it right away, excuse me. We wish the government would do it right away. Experience has shown that the sugar tax was not implemented correctly and was never targeted at making people healthier and has been a widespread extra cost on many grocery store items. For example, Mr. Speaker, does it make sense that a sugar-free soda costs the same as one with sugar? The PLP government ought to correct this obvious mistake. Mr. Speaker, there have been interesting ideas in the public recently about setting aside funds for newborns or young Bermudians for use in the future. The OBA thinks that these ideas are worthy of consideration. However, families need help today, and we believe resources should be focused on immediate needs. This kind of future fund can be considered once the country's multi-billion-dollar debt is paid down to a manageable level. Mr. Speaker, the OBA would supply free breakfasts in all public schools. Free school breakfasts have improved educational outcomes in other jurisdictions and eased the stress on busy families. Local efforts by charities such as Bermuda is Love, the Coalition for the Protection of Children, and the Salvation Army have demonstrated the need exists. This important support should be made available to all of our students. Mr. Speaker, reliable and affordable care for young children is harder and harder for families to find. Many nursery operators are struggling under the weight of rising costs. Staff-to-child ratio regulations were well-intentioned, but daycare providers have been clear that most parents cannot handle the financial burden of meeting these requirements. Child safety must always come first, but it can be protected with a more flexible, cost-effective regulatory framework that reduces unnecessary red tape and streamlines health department requirements for operating a daycare facility. By modernizing the rules and introducing targeted tax relief for nursery school businesses, we can ease the financial pressure on nursery operators, help stabilize rising operational costs, and ensure that high-quality early childhood care remains accessible and affordable for Bermuda's families. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to children, education can be the biggest stressor for families. The government's widely acknowledged failed education reform is unfair to all Bermudian families. Parents have voted with their feet and their wallets to put their children in private school. As mentioned, the OBA would create an independent education authority with performance-based accountability. This authority would be tasked to deliver the quality education that every Bermudian family deserves and is already paying for. Mr. Speaker, we would tackle home and vehicle insurance costs, which are high and growing. Bermudians pay a 3.5% financial services tax on their insurance policies. The OBA would make this a progressive tax so that it has less impact on those with smaller vehicles and properties. Bermudians are keenly aware that our local insurance market is now less competitive. The OBA would ensure that local insurance rate changes are reviewed and approved by an independent regulator, such as the BMA. Regulation prevents insurers from increasing premiums without transparency and accountability, and is common in many jurisdictions, including the United States. Although regulating rates doesn't always mean insurance costs go down, it does mean customers can be confident that they are being treated fairly by insurers. This regulation should also consider if it is appropriate for insurers to own medical practices and mandate pharmacy suppliers. Is that in the best interest of consumers? So while we were glad to hear some initial progress by the government today, we're not sure why it's taken them so long to get started. Mr. Speaker, tourism needs more investment. It supports many jobs and small businesses, provides amenities for business visitors, and diversifies our economy. The Bermuda Tourism Authority was a good idea, yet under this current government, it's succumbed to political influence, leaving most Bermudians disappointed and feeling like their money was wasted. The OBA would reboot the BTA as a truly non-political, independent agency. Its staff and leadership would be given clear objectives with compensation tied to concrete, measurable results. Results such as the number of tourists, their length of stay, and visitor spending. The OBA would bring in new investors to develop additional venues for meetings and conferences using existing brownfield sites. Even after the Fairmont Southampton opens, Bermuda must diversify its options to create resiliency in the tourism sector and create additional visitor traffic. Although this government has not attracted any new investors, the prior OBA government showed that it is possible with successes like the Lauren, St. Regis, and Azura. The OBA will support our local artists and culture in a non-political way, both because it's the right thing to do and also because it supports our tourism industry. This could entail a stipend for local artists and performers, such as Ireland's basic income for the arts. Key aspects of this scheme are that it is up for up to 3 years, providing stability for recipients, but also based on an anonymous random selection process, acknowledging that not every qualified applicant can receive funding right away. In addition, the OBA would create new dedicated performance venues to support events for visitors and locals alike. Perhaps an outside amphitheater in Hamilton or St. George's, so artists aren't competing with sports teams for venues. For transport, we would increase TCD's enforcement capabilities and fund more traffic officers. Bermuda's roads have been unsafe for too long. We must reset road users' expectations for acceptable behavior. Mr. Speaker, we would also ensure a robust and adequate ferry service across Bermuda. And by service, Mr. Speaker, I mean a service that actually has passengers running on it. This service, Mr. Speaker, with passengers running on it, should cover both the east and west ends as well as the central Patrick and Warwick routes. These ferries serve as critical transport links for a wide range of residents, businesses, and tourism visitors alike. This means funding new boats where required and ensuring they are properly maintained over time. The government's continued lack of support for one of Bermuda's iconic modes of transport is inexplicable, with no new ferries funded in the budget. Of course, Mr. Speaker, with the increase in revenue and spending under the government's budget, as well as our own OBA plans, there must be strong accountability. We have seen how this and previous PLP governments have spent lavishly with a lack of transparency and accountability. They have produced bad results and left Bermuda with massive deficits and a debt hangover. Mr. Speaker, the OBA would ensure that all government departments, quangos, and affiliate organizations have transparent, up-to-date accounts. We would work closely with these groups and the Auditor General to provide resources so that all accounts are prepared, submitted, and audited on time. In that way, we would deliver a truly consolidated and transparent view of how the people's money is being spent. We'd ensure the Department of Statistics was properly funded so economic data can be reported consistently and on schedule, an essential input for decision-making. Beyond funding the legally required census, this government's plans show little commitment to include any other increased support for this function. Mr. Speaker, we would ensure the judicial system is properly funded with independent control of spending. A fair and efficient judiciary is an important part of society. We would also introduce scaled fees for commercial cases to enable revenue from our commercial courts to support our family courts as well as much-needed attention to probate applications. Mr. Speaker, good courts are an asset for a business jurisdiction and businesses are willing to pay for them. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we support a more independent Parliament. This includes giving Parliament control over funds to provide appropriate working spaces for staff and legislatures, and support for scrutiny committees such as the Public Accounts Committee and the Oversight Committee. Ultimately, Bermuda's historical Parliament ought to be restored to its proper place on the Hill, fully equipped to carry out the business of the people. The PLP government has starved Parliament for resources, with only a $1.7 million allocation towards restoring the People's House. Mr. Speaker, how to get it done? Bermuda's people have many needs right now, and we've presented a wide range of initiatives to meet those needs. We've outlined why the CIT revenue is not the magic bullet the current government hopes for, and explained why we must provide targeted support while maintaining a focus on paying down our debt. A natural question then is, how will an OBA government fund its proposals? Mr. Speaker, the short answer is by not wasting money, by targeting tax breaks for those who need them most, by being more efficient and effective, and above all, by paying attention to Bermudians. And many of our common sense proposals don't need much, if any, spending. Fixing education is not a cost issue, it's a performance issue. Our proposals to improve health outcomes will require some initial spending, but ultimately it will cost less. Bringing investors to Bermuda for new projects doesn't cost money, and giving tax breaks on projects that wouldn't otherwise happen also costs nothing. Mr. Speaker, it's not hard to identify PLP spending that never should have happened. Everyone is familiar with the money given away to Savvy, the vertical farming boondoggle, and the millions wasted on the gaming commission. And we've already mentioned the $2.5 million failed guarantee for BPMS and Inifund. A look through the contracts list will identify things like $300,000 on research for IDT, and the government is still paying through the nose for a Middle East consultant. Mr. Speaker, while we are discussing the Middle East, I challenge the PLP government to explain to Bermudians what concrete benefits have come from all these ministerial visits and conferences. How many new jobs will they create for Bermudians? How much new investment? Remember, money isn't the only resource that can be wasted. Our leaders are accountable to the people for how they spend the public purse and how they spend their time. If they don't produce tangible results for Bermuda, they are wasting both. Mr. Speaker, the Premier is passionate about fintech, but in reality, it is at best likely to be a niche business in Bermuda's portfolio. In fact, the crypto markets have recently taken a huge fall, and it's unclear if they will return to the previous hype-driven heights. Mr. Speaker, fintech and crypto won't fix education, they won't reduce healthcare costs, and they won't build more housing. So while the Premier makes numerous visits to the Middle East and crypto conferences to make connections, he is neglecting what's important for Bermuda and Bermudians and the everyday challenges they face. A similar argument could be made about CARICOM. The government has yet to identify concrete benefits to Bermudians commensurate with the time and energy being spent. Bermudians have real problems that need to be solved today, and overseas ministerial photo ops are not cutting it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we've given specific examples on how the OBA will differ from the current PLP government and how to provide much-needed relief to Bermudians. As another example, further percentage cuts for vehicle licenses make no sense. Why should well-off people with big cars get a larger benefit from families already struggling to afford a little car? The OBA would connect tax relief to things like the size of the car or the owner's payroll tax bands. Again, it's not about grabbing the headlines in another photo op. It's about giving more to those who actually need it most. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, this budget debate is not about spreadsheets or political talking points. It's about leadership, about choices, and the future of Bermuda. We have laid out the facts and have taken a detailed look at the poor performance of this PLP government and the risks in their fiscal approach. Performance that has, unfortunately for the people of Bermuda, fallen short by multiple measures and statistics. We've dug deep into the opportunities and risks of the corporate income tax. We've put forward practical steps to manage these funds responsibly, to secure Bermuda's future, while improving the lives of everyday Bermudians. Mr. Speaker, the difference is clear. The One Bermuda Alliance focuses on fixing the underlying issues facing Bermuda, not on temporary band-aids for short-term political wins. We would target support where it is most needed, protect our revenue base, create growth and opportunities, and build long-term stability instead of chasing short-term political applause. As we began our response to this budget with the stories of the Smith family and Miss Jones, let us remember what those stories represent. The quiet pressures facing working families, the anxiety of seniors living on the edge, and the very real questions about whether opportunities exist for our young people. Their experiences reflect the lived reality of Bermudians who work hard, play by the rules, and still wonder whether this country is working for them. Mr. Speaker, budgets are about more than numbers. They are about whether families can build a life here, whether seniors can age with dignity, whether young Bermudians see real opportunity or more empty promises. It's time for transparency. It's time for responsibility. And it's time for this PLP government to be accountable to all Bermudians. On this 21 square mile island, we need an economy that finally works for our people. One that is stable enough to inspire confidence, fair enough to protect the vulnerable, and strong enough to secure our future. This is the Bermuda that the One Bermuda Alliance is committed to creating, not just for today, but for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Shadow Minister. We'll just give him a moment to adjust the camera and to fix the recording. It's done? Okay. And the first speaker up on behalf of government is Minister Hayward. Minister Hayward, you have the floor and the clock will start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for providing me an opportunity to give intervention in today's economic debate. As we have transitioned from the budget reply, we now enter the economic debate. But there's one thing I done this morning before I got into this house and listened to the budget debate. I said I'm going to do a different approach. And so what I did is I adjusted my expectations. Oftentimes I have expectations that they're going to provide something that is meaningful, something exciting, something that we can grasp. And they fell short. So what I've done is I adjusted my expectations to not expect much. And they have still failed to provide a budget reply that is meaningful. They have provided a budget reply with everything that they were going to do and not discuss how much those items would actually cost and how they'd actually be funded. Mr. Speaker, there's one other thing that is important. How can you talk about the plight of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, of our seniors, of our young people, of workers in this country, and then consider when the government is providing funding to those groups, coin it handouts? See, there is a disconnect between the two. How can you tell persons who are in need of assistance and receiving assistance that actually receiving handouts? Why wouldn't the words be used? Support, social protections, investment, empowerment, opportunity. See, you can't come across empathetic and then use words like handouts for persons in our community who may need assistance. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go and dissect what was articulated from the Honorable Member DeCouto. It is clear he shares a different perspective from that of the Progressive Labor Party. You see, it is very difficult for him to view the world from the lens of the government because he has never been in government. See, it is hard for him to view from the lens of the labor movement because he's never been part of the labor movement. It is hard for him to view from the lens of marginalized, oppressed, or the working class people because he is not from
Let me,
that ilk.
Minister, let me just, let's remind folks not to go down a road that's going to start personal comments back and forth, please. Okay? Thank you. Okay?
Mr. Speaker, I'm simply painting a picture here that the words that were used which lack empathy are because one cannot relate to the world from the lens of those individuals. You see, even when we talked about giving tax cuts, members from his side of the house joked, what, you're going to give Doug a tax cut?
Yeah. Why?
And this is important because what it does, on one end, we are providing relief to people across the entire island. We're told that everybody is suffering from the high cost of living. But when you refer to a member on that side receiving a tax cut and one can laugh, it ultimately means that there are ones in our society that are not feeling the pain the same way others are. But those persons are never talked about in his reply. The persons that are doing well in our society, the businesses that are doing well in our society, it's fine for them to joke about, but it's not fine for them to speak about. You know what? It's almost like they speak with horse blinders on. Maybe it's because individuals are blinded by their own ambition. You see, when one wants to become government, the only thing they can do is bring down the people whom are in power. They can't give credit where credit is due. Mr. Speaker, when one desires to be the Minister of Finance, he is blinded by his ambition, so he can't give credit to the hard work and the excellent execution of fiscal policy in Bermuda.
In his mind, he is the minister.
You see, you heard coin words thrown out in what is actually being articulated. Structured and strategic relief rather than universal relief. But what is being missed is we are in position to provide relief to everyone. We are actually in position to provide relief to everyone. Everyone lives in Bermuda. Everyone is impacted by the cost of living. Everyone is impacted by the cost of housing. And so it's fair when the taxpayers of this country require relief and the government is providing it. It should not be criticized. They talk about the government as spending. How much times was the word investment used? Investment in education, investment in healthcare, investment in infrastructure, investment in housing. Why those words were never used? You see, everything's looked at as a balance sheet item. But you must invest in your economy. And then let us collectively reap the benefit of those investments. I heard a lot of numbers thrown out. and it paints an economic reality of doom and gloom. The words actually used were a stalled economy. By what measure, Mr. Speaker? A lackluster economy. By what measure? Mr. Speaker, one can have a perception, one can have an opinion, but it's important that we discuss the facts. And the facts actually are that in the third quarter of 2025, our economy expanded by 9.9%. That is the largest level of expansion since 2021. Our economy is expanding. Our economy is growing. We have greater levels of economic development. There is increased jobs in our economy. Mr. Speaker, those facts are not open for debate. You know, in high school, there was a basic equation. GDP equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M. And when we look at those components, C equals consumption, G equals government spending, I is investment, and X minus M is our net imports. Mr. Speaker, when I last checked, consumer spending was up. Government spending was up. Investment in construction was up. Investment in machinery and equipment was up. Exports are up, and we have a strong trade balance. Thus, our GDP is up. Those are the facts. The components and the factors of GDP are moving in the right direction, and our economy is progressing. Where does this notion of stalled economy come from? Our last annual GDP figures, which would have been in 2024, show that our economy increased by 1.9% in real terms. We had growth in 11 out of 19 of our industrial sectors. Not one. 11 out of 19 of our industrial sectors. Construction and inquiry increased, transport and storage increased, accommodations and food service increased, information and communication increased, real estate activities grew, professional, scientific, and technical activities increased, administrative and support services increased, human, health, and social work increased, arts, recreation, and entertainment grew, other service activities grew, international business activity grew, and activities of households as employers grew. Mr. Speaker, diversified growth. The Ministry of Finance is projecting that in 2025, our economy will expand between 2.5 and 3%. This will be outpacing the majority of our peers worldwide. Our total GDP now at a nominal level sits at $9.2 billion. This is substantially above the $6.9 billion recorded in 2020. I think it's important to know that the level of growth in our economy is actually real. And the numbers actually prove that it's real. It is real economic expansion, it's real economic growth, it's reflective of sound economic strategy, it's reflective of consumer confidence, it's reflective of business confidence. Mr. Speaker, someone, or the OBA in particular, they would want the public to believe that economic growth has nothing to do with the government. They want the public to believe that government does not make laws that support economic activity in Bermuda, that government does not implement a taxation system that supports economic growth, that there is no support given to our entrepreneurs, that we provide no investment in workforce development, that we don't provide scholarships to our young peoples. They want the public to believe that we do nothing to attract foreign direct investment. They want the public to believe that our business development agency doesn't work. They want the public to believe.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe the speaker is misleading the House. I'd appreciate it if he could refer or cite where the OBA has made those statements, because it certainly wasn't in our budget reply.
Noted.
Mr. Speaker, the statement was that the only sector in the economy that is growing is international business, and government has nothing to do with the international business sector. It would imply that the government does nothing to support economic activity in Bermuda. And I'm making it abundantly clear that notwithstanding what they want the public to believe, the facts are that we are actively involved in economic growth and development in Bermuda. The government plays a critical role. Without a functioning government, we do not have laws that support economic growth and development. Mr. Speaker, the government prides itself with having a strong relationship with industry, a strong relationship with our regulator. We have that relationship to ensure we have a thriving economy, that we have a business ecosystem that allows businesses to thrive. You cannot remove government from the equation of economic growth and development. And it needs to stop being said. We invest in local infrastructure. That local infrastructure supports local business. Those are facts. Somehow, individuals will want the world to believe that the progress in Bermuda is a matter of luck. That we've done nothing since 1998 to contribute to the positive economic performance in Bermuda. And this is what I'm saying, we have to have honest dialogue. We have to give credit where credit is actually due. The OBA often says that if IB wasn't successful, we wouldn't have a successful Bermuda, and that our economy would be stagnant. But when you look at the numbers from 2020 to 2024, we have had significant growth. But the growth of what we'll consider to be our domestic economy grew by 1.6 billion, while IB grew by 700 million. Where do you get this fallacy that IB is slowly growing the economy? The number simply does not support it. And we have to stop going down that road, because we have many Bermudian business that work extremely hard. We have local entrepreneurs that work extremely hard. We do have local businesses opening up on a monthly basis. We have an expansion of local businesses. I give an economic update every quarter. I speak to the progress that we're making. When we look at the GDP numbers, it's clear that other sectors are actually improving in our economy. And this strong economic numbers then support job growth. We've had year-over-year job growth for the last 4 years. So much so that our unemployment rate is now at 1.4%. After the pandemic, our unemployment rate was just under 10%. Now it's down to 1.4%. That is statistical full employment. Our youth unemployment rate was at 33%. That is down now under 4%. Why is that not coined progress? Even if the OBA were the government, one of the metrics they would like to see is a low unemployment rate. Why is that simply not celebrated? We put out the job numbers year after year. We know our demographic challenges. We know that we have an aging population. We put a report out. But it's false to say that nothing has been done since that report has been put out. We put out our entire second policy paper titled Retaining Our Local Workforce. And we have been working through those items in that policy paper. So much so, in this budget, you see tax relief for seniors over the age of 65. We were removing the employer's portion of payroll tax. Mr. Speaker, I asked you, where did that come from? It came from a policy paper that sought to address the problem that we identified. But yet, they will tell us we have done nothing. That we saw a problem, we've sat back, and we've done absolutely nothing. That's incorrect. Mr. Speaker, the preliminary data from the 2025 Employment Survey indicates that the total number of jobs increased by 279 jobs. Year over year, we have seen job growth. Our economy continues to expand. This marks the fourth consecutive year of strong job performance. Mr. Speaker, the public administration sector added 134 jobs. International jobs, business jobs grew by 72. Construction jobs grew by 50. Other sectors that experienced job growth include electricity, water supply and waste management, wholesale and retail trade, transportation and storage, accommodation and food services, professional, scientific, and technical activities, administrative and support services, education, human health and social work, and other activities. Each one of those areas experienced an expansion of jobs. The expansion of jobs translates into an expansion of workers. The expansion of workers then translates into more payers into our tax system. It also translates into more indirect and induced economic activity in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, we can all have our opinions on how well the economy is doing. But when we analyze the data, when we look at the numbers, when we look at the reports, they reflect that our economy is growing, that we are increasing opportunities, we are increasing jobs, we continuously revise our budget numbers because the economic performance provides for greater tax revenue. That's why we're able to come mid-year and provide greater levels of investment, support, and relief to the people of Bermuda. When we look at the realities of this budget, I thought that there would have been some level of acknowledgement regarding Bermuda's strong fiscal position. I thought there would have been some level of acknowledgement for a historic budget surplus of $472.7 million. I thought that there would have been some acknowledgement that for the first time in history, the government revenues will exceed $2 billion. I thought it would have been some public acknowledgement that this government was able to successfully implement a corporate income tax regime. None of that came today. The question must be asked, why? If you're doing an honest assessment of the budget, you must acknowledge record revenue. You must acknowledge a record budget surplus. You must acknowledge that this government has done extremely well with the execution of the administrative duties to collect corporate income tax. See, Mr. Speaker, they talk about corporate income tax like somehow we just tripped over a bag of money on the side of the road. Like it came from a stroke of luck. Like we didn't have to consult. As if we didn't have to create a legal framework to collect the taxes. We got criticized for taking trips, but this required us to go to Europe and have conversations as to what this means for Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, we had to establish our authority to administer the program, then fund the authority, then staff the authority. We had to consult more. We came back to this house and brought more legislation and made amendments to the legislation that we put on the floor of the house. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are set up where we are receiving the revenue. Kudos must be given to all those individuals who were part of this process. They said that we wasn't going to be ready to collect the funds. They said that they couldn't trust us with setting up the regime. But now the country is collectively reaping the benefit. Not the government. The country now sees a record surplus, record revenues, so that we can do what with it? Eradicate our debt, provide greater levels of social relief, and invest in our infrastructure. That's what the people of Bermuda expect. They see more money, they want us to be responsible with it, and they say, hey, we want to see debt reduction. We want to see more support to Mr. and Mrs. Smith that was mentioned in the opposition's budget reply. And the Joneses as well. Even though for most of our life we've been trying to keep up with them. And they want to see investment in our infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we're in a position where we will repay $605 million of debt in January 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are in a position where we will pay down $605 million of debt in 2025. In 2027. Mr. Speaker, for some reason, 25 was in my head, but that's the $25 million of savings we will save for our taxpayers on an annual basis, year after year. That's where that 25 comes from. But then people say, then what does that mean? It means we are reducing the debt burden on our seniors. It means we are reducing the debt burden on our workers. It means we are reducing the debt burden on our youth. We will reduce that burden by $25 million annually, but make a significant dent in our debt. And then you hear thoughts coming from the other side to say, why would you pay all $605 million, so much money at one point in time?
Yeah, that's the epitome of talking on both sides of the phone. That's like when they call the election.
But Mr. Speaker, while $605 million is deemed to be a lot of money, it pales in comparison to the $800 million that the OBA borrowed and increased our debt by in 2013. And so, we are being responsible on backs of individuals that took a gamble and lost. The former Minister of Finance took a gamble with the markets, and he lost.
Who is that? Which one? Looking in the crystal ball, it didn't work.
Mr. Speaker, the relief we're providing to the working class persons in Bermuda will be well received. Workers making $48,000 or less will now pay 95% less in payroll tax than they did under the previous administration. That's a fact. But don't let me just single out one income band. Because those making $36,000 have seen their taxes reduced by $9,900 over that same period. Those making $48,000 have seen their taxes reduced by $13,200 over that same period. Those making $60,000 have seen their taxes reduced by $10,470. Those making $72,000 have seen their taxes reduced by $7,748. And those making $84,000 have seen their taxes reduced by $2,280. This reflects commitment to the people of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, this is not a handout. This is relief. This is support. This is an increase in one's purchasing power. This is us saying that we care. This is us creating economic dignity. This is real and practical relief. You ask people what they want, they'll tell you more money in their pockets. And these tax cuts are doing just that. Placing more money in persons' pockets. And the relief doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We've eliminated the remaining 20% of customs duty on fuel and electricity. Every household, every business will feel that. We are also decreasing vehicle licensing fees. everyone on our roads with a vehicle will feel that. And we have targeted support for our seniors to encourage individuals continuing in the workplace after 65. We've made the bold and responsible decision to remove the employer's portion of payroll tax for Bermudian employees age 65 plus for the first $96,000 of their earnings. This goes hand in hand with a policy paper that the Ministry of Economy and Labor has put out to support seniors remaining in the workplace after 65. Mr. Speaker, this government simply does not support the notion that once one turns the age of 65, they simply expire from the workplace. We want to see more options for our more mature individuals within the workplace. They bring value to the workplace. They have institutional knowledge. Young employees can learn from more mature employees. They've deemed to be reliable within the workplace. And their skill sets simply do not expire at the age of 65. And so this, coupled with age discrimination work that the Human Rights Commission is doing, with the work that we see the Ministry of Economy and Labor doing, this will create a better environment for the continuation of work for our more mature workers. We are also increasing public sector pensions by 10% and expanding future care subsidies by $15 million. Mr. Speaker, this is us telling our seniors we care. The same Mr. and Mrs. Smith that was referred to will benefit from what we're doing today. So when they ask, what is the government doing for me? We can clearly highlight that we are providing more support and more relief. On top of the support and relief that we've been providing for years. Because every year since we've been in government, we've been able to say how we support our youth, how we support our workers, how we support our seniors. And time doesn't permit me to go down that long list. But oftentimes we have to remind persons of the work that has been done. Mr. Speaker, when we have relief for our seniors, this is us telling our seniors that we care. This is us telling our seniors, thank you for your hard work and contribution to our labor force. This is actually part of the social contract we signed with our seniors when we won the election. They have an expectation that we will provide additional benefits for them, and we will continue to do so. And our seniors want financial assistance. We've reformed financial assistance so they receive additional benefits. We continue to subsidize the public health insurance plans. We're providing more benefits. And the oldest amongst us in society would actually see cuts in the rates in which they pay. I wonder sometimes, Mr. Speaker, why are those efforts not applauded or acknowledged? Why do we see replies that simply act like the hard work, the relief does not exist? Telling us we need to do more without acknowledging what we've done. Telling us we need to do more without acknowledging what we've done. We are rebuilding the foundation of Bermuda through increased investment. We have $182 million set aside for capital investment, Mr. Speaker. That goes back into the infrastructure of Bermuda that supports the people of Bermuda. That's no handout. That's no hand up. That's an investment into our community. We all benefit from that capital investment. $26.9 million to the Bermuda Housing Corporation to build and renovate affordable units. Almost $27 million set aside in this budget to go to housing. And that is not even the total allocated funds towards housing. That's an increase. Mr. Speaker, we often hear that there is a housing shortage. It's accepted. We know that housing is not as accessible and affordable as we would like. We know it is causing hardship on families. But you cannot stand there and paint a picture as if we're doing nothing about it. The Premier made a deliberate action after the election. He appointed a minister responsible for housing. That's how much we've prioritized it. Now we've put capital in place to assist. On top of initiatives that we've already had in place to encourage private sector development in housing. We'll also put up a $90 million guarantee
90.
to support housing initiatives.
90.
We have programs in place to support young home earners.
That's right.
We want to assist persons with renovating their units and getting them back on the market. We have to all collectively work together, the public and private sector. We understand some of the conditions that prevent persons from renting out their houses, and through legislation, we will try to make it better. We understand the problem. We are actively working on the solution. But there is no acknowledgement of the work that is actually being done, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder why. There is not one line in the budget reply that says they have allocated $182 million in capital, and that's not enough. I don't know if they want to see more or less. It wasn't mentioned. Is the money we're spending and investing in our community too much or too little? Honorable Member DeCouto. $14 million for public schools upgrades and the Bermuda College. Seems like investment in education to me. Do we accept and acknowledge that much more needs to be done? Yes. Do we have a collective desire that we have the best outcomes for our kids? The answer is yes. But do the numbers reflect a mass exodus of kids leaving public school for private school?
Yes. Yeah. Nope. 33,600 is a lot.
No, because private school has a maximum capacity. And so I put out the digest of statistics, and I took interest. There is declining enrollment in public schools. It has more to do with our demographics, our low birth rates, than anything else. Persons currently chirp about people leaving with no numbers. As in no numbers as to how much have left. And so I'm interested in individuals saying, well, how will you collect it? Because May 20th, 2026 is Census Day. And on that day, we will collect the population and housing data that we require. And I hope every single one participates so we can get the accurate numbers and close the gaps. So we have to no longer listen to false assumptions made by those that sit on that side of the house. Mr. Speaker, at some point we have to accept, from a fiscal standpoint, the government has done a good job. The way in which we've been able to turn around the fiscal position of the Bermuda government is something that should actually be applauded. The way in which we've put ourselves on a trajectory to succeed should be acknowledged. The hard work of the Minister of Finance and his ministry team should actually be applauded. There was no acknowledgement regarding the capability, the competency, and the hard work that has put us in such a good position. But because I understand people are blinded by their own ambitions, when we look at independent verification, the Fiscal Responsibility Panel has stated Bermuda's finances are at their strongest point in decades. Let me repeat that. Independently, Mr. Speaker, somebody has looked at the work that the Bermuda government has done, and they have came to an independent conclusion that Bermuda's finances are at the strongest point in decades. This is a fiscal responsibility panel that was set up by the One Bermuda Alliance government. This is not our hand-picked group of individuals. And so I wonder how somebody can come from overseas and tell us that Bermuda's finances are at the strongest point in decades. But there's her who will benefit from the relief that we're providing. Simply can't say so. Mr. Speaker, the S&P ratings have affirmed our position. If you looked at any of the analysis done by the accounting firms, we got glowing remarks for our budget. Interesting. We went to the Chamber of Commerce budget breakfast, and there was a different mood and atmosphere. The president of the chamber spoke how much he actually appreciated this budget. We're not just providing relief to bad-off members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. We're also providing relief to businesses. We're providing relief to businesses to create a better business ecosystem, a better environment to help them to grow as well. This should be coined as broad-based relief. We're in a position where everybody benefits. There are people, everybody benefits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a responsibility in this government. That is being the Minister of Economy and Labor. My responsibility is to ensure there's economic growth, economic development, and the expansion of jobs. When I look into the numbers, we have been achieving economic growth, economic development, and the expansion of jobs. That is through the hard work of all in the business ecosystem to get us to a place where we need to be. But the budget in particular for the Ministry of Economy and Labor advances our mandate across 6 strategic pillars: investment attraction and economic diversification, local business growth and entrepreneurship, workforce development and labor market stability, data-driven policy and national statistics, regulatory modernization and institutional strengthening, and immigration services. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the work we're doing with our youth this morning. Notwithstanding that, a member can rise to the floor and state that we are doing nothing towards supporting youth employment. It's absolutely bizarre when one can speak to the initiatives, when one can see a decline in youth unemployment, but don't give acknowledgement to the work that is actually being done. So we will, in this budget, increase support for training, increase support for scholarships. We will target specific industries like health services, skills trades, as well as digital technology. We will do further promotion of our apprenticeship schemes. We will ensure that we focus on skills trades. Mr. Speaker, AI will have an impact on the world of work in the future. To what extent it would have an impact on the jobs in Bermuda, we don't know. But what we do know is that AI will not be able to displace workers in the skills trades. We will still need plumbers, electricians, carpenters, tilers. And that's where we'll focus our energy. You see, Mr. Speaker, when we transferred the National Training Board to the National Certification and Apprenticeship Board, it was with the vision that we expand the work that we're doing in those vocational areas. We will also be looking to implement a digital economy strategy. We want to have better private sector enablement. We want to ensure that we have a digital government, one that can provide services in a more efficient and effective manner. We need to make sure that we have the appropriate digital infrastructure, and then also we need to ensure that we invest in the human capital. That we have individuals that are able to cope in the current and future world of work, but also integrate with the technological advances that will take place within our society as well. And so the Department of Workforce Development will also be increasing digital literacy training. Mr. Speaker, the BEDC and the Ministry of Economy and Labor is working on a national entrepreneurship strategy. We will continue to focus on our small and medium-sized enterprises, those businesses that make Bermuda uniquely Bermudian. Those businesses where we see typical Bermudian ownership. We will ensure that we work to close funding gaps. We will increase incubator and accelerator programs because we understand that the more support you provide a business in the early years of its startup, the better outcomes we actually receive in the long run. And so the opposition spoke about what they think that we should be doing, but we would have a full, robust strategy in place and execute on that strategy. Mr. Speaker, in the Registry General Department, we will be bringing IP legislation to the floor of this House. We want to increase our intellectual property capabilities. We already have new systems that we're putting in place for trademarks and patents. We want to ensure that when we welcome businesses to innovate and start up in Bermuda, that we have a system that actually protects the intellectual capital. We also want to attract more luxury retail back to our shores. In order for us to do that, we need to ensure that we're protecting the island against counterfeit goods. All of these things we're doing to better support our business ecosystem in Bermuda. But it's one thing that I'm proud that we're moving forward with to support the people of Bermuda. And that is pay transparency legislation we'll be bringing to the floor of this House. First, we'll do public consultation. But for far too long, we've seen inequalities in pay between men and women, black and white, Bermudian and non-Bermudian. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a group of females in IB, and they acknowledged that their male counterparts made significantly more than them, working in the same positions. And I was asking the females, why do they believe that is the case? And they had indicated to me, and they had resigned to the fact that men are prepared to push the envelope in a job negotiation farther than they would actually push it. And as a result, they get better outcomes. Mr. Speaker, that's not fair. It should be equal value for equal work. Now, that is built within our Human Rights Act. But the challenge with it placed in our Human Rights Act is, now those women have to prove that they were discriminated against because they were black, because they were women, or because they were Bermudian. We want to change that. Oftentimes, one goes in a job interview, and the interviewer is asking, what was your previous salary? Mr. Speaker, you tell me what's the relevance of my previous salary. What do you value that job in your establishment that I'm actually coming for? What do you pay everybody else who works in the same job in your workplace? And so job ads would have to have bands, and one can request the data pertaining salaries within the workplace. Mr. Speaker, we seek to legislate that. We also seek to put enforcement mechanisms in place similar to the minimum wage legislation so that a labor inspector, once received a complaint, can go into the workplace and actually investigate it. When we talk about reducing inequalities, these are the things that matter. We can talk about providing relief as it pertains to payroll tax, but real relief will come when we have parity in the workplace. Real relief will come when men and women make the same in the workplace. Real relief will come when blacks and whites make the same in the workplace. Real relief will come when Bermudians and non-Bermudians make the same in the workplace, Mr. Speaker. That is the work that we're doing on behalf of the people of Bermuda. This budget funds a Department of Labor that we created in law, that then funds positions and has resources so that we can put such legislation in place, and not just put it in place, but actually enforce it. You see, this will not just impact the current generation of Bermudians. This would impact every generation of Bermudian thereafter. This would impact every woman that comes in the workplace thereafter. This will support every black person that comes in the workplace thereafter. And I named those three categories: Bermudians, women, and black. Because when we look at the numbers, those are the marginalized groups. We would have hoped by now, through diversity and inclusion campaigns, the culture within the workplace will shift on its own. But that is not the case. You see, when we make these serious matters, the only thing one can do is look and try to pat himself on the back rather than realizing that this is a serious situation and be proud that it's actually being addressed. You see who is talking? The most privileged in our society, based off of demographics, is now trying to empathize with the marginalized. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that will have real impact on the lives of the people of Bermuda. When the story is told, it needs to be told that the Progressive Labour Party government has worked extremely hard for the people of Bermuda. And when we look at this budget, let everybody know that it achieves three things: debt eradication, social relief, and infrastructure investment, all for the benefit of the people of Bermuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Before I recognize the next speaker, I note in the gallery you have Senator Simmons, Senator Smith, and I saw former Senator Hudson. She may have just stepped up. Just acknowledging your presence. Okay? And now the remaining speakers will have 30 minutes on the clocks.
Yes.
So we're just adjusting the clock for that. And MP Opposition Member Richardson, you have the floor now.
You almost got it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honorable previous speakers for their contributions this evening. Yes, indeed, this is a topic of seriousness, and as such, we should be treated. Now, the previous honorable member who spoke started his contribution with an opening salvo, and I probably I don't think I'll reply to it. I think what I'll do is try something a little different. I think that I'll remind the honorable speaker and the government that I went out for dinner the other night, Mr. Speaker, and I got a nice meal and I quite enjoyed it. And then the check came and I paid it. But you know what the waitress didn't do was pat me on the back for paying my bills. But I will also add that this government seems to be constantly pining for the approval of the opposition. So let me pass on my thanks for doing your job. And another reason why we might not always be running to pat the government on the back so much is because they're pretty good at doing it themselves, and that doesn't leave a lot of space for us. So I'll start with that. Now, I'll leave it, and I'm actually quite looking forward to the reply to that from the honorable member for what are you from? C19. C19. Yeah. No, but Mr. Speaker, I think that what we have to deal with in this budget debate or in this budget is this once in a lifetime opportunity to deal with the areas of reform that are needed in Bermuda. And because this is an opportunity that, like others, can be wasted, I would thank the government to take the opportunity to correct the structural issues in Bermuda rather than the surface level issues. In fact, attack the disease instead of the symptoms. I would also thank the government I have right here, Mr. Speaker, the opposition reply delivered by Dr. DeCouto, Honorable Member Dr. DeCouto, and in it has got some 38 pages of text. There is no need for the government to infer anything about Dr. DeCouto's contribution to this debate. It is more than enough words, and I would encourage the government to stop repeating their inferences and start repeating our words, because our words are accurate, timely, and informed. Speaking of accurate, timely, and informed, Mr. Speaker, this is a year of some fiscal strength, and there are a number of people who are excited about that. The government is visibly excited about this surge in cash. And why? Well, it's quite obvious, and I don't think we need to repeat it, but I'll do so for the purposes of this debate so that we at least get on the record that the opposition did say what is obvious to everybody. Revenue is high, CIT is large, the debt repayment is welcomed, and the surplus is projected. So yes, 2 and 2 do make 4. There, we said it. Now, I'm not here to talk about arithmetics with the government, though, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to measure outcomes. Because there is still the 2 Bermudas, and even though it has been put forward that for some reason I am not allowed to be empathetic to one or the other, or perhaps I don't belong to one or the other, or whatever variations of lowbrow commentary has taken place, the simple fact is there are 2 Bermudas. There are balance sheet Bermuda versus the bus stop Bermuda, the conference room Bermuda versus the hallway medicine Bermuda, the insurance profits Bermuda, and the lack of housing Bermuda. And there are those who read the budget statement, and then there are those who live with it. And right away, what we need to address isn't that the situation we find ourselves in, but what we can do with that. You see, Mr. Speaker, we now face a crucial test as this Parliament. Because even the government itself admits that macro progress does not always reach the kitchen table. And the kitchen table is where it matters. Mr. Speaker, I'm always quite interested to hear how we keep hearing more and more about the lack of reform, and there's always an explanation. In the police, we call it an excuse, but I'll call it an explanation here. And I had this wonderful supervisor when I was in the police who used to broke no explanations. He would make it quite intentional. I was assigned to a group of static positions, and there's no computers at those static positions. You can't interview witnesses, etc. You're really just standing there in the cold rain and just guarding whoever. I think I was guarding the premier at the time, Dame Jennifer. And I went back to the station, and my police supervisor said to me, "Where's the criminal investigation relating to blah, blah, and blah matters?" I said, "Well, Sarge, you assigned me to statics, and I can't interview witnesses while I'm guarding the premier. I can't, fill in the paperwork. I can't have access to a computer." And he looked at me so deadpan and calm, and he just said, "P.C. Richardson, that sounds personal." He did not care about the explanation. He did not care about the circumstances. He did not care that I had a good intention. He only cared about the outcome. And I carried that with me into the rest of my career. You see, Bermuda is reliant on outcomes. We are, in fact, entirely dependent on outcomes, not on intentions. We need good outcomes in our health reform. We need good outcomes in our education reform. We need good outcomes in our housing reform and our crime strategies. But perhaps most importantly to this honorable House and this particular moment, we need good outcomes to our parliamentary reform. Because this is actually the people's house, and it is in this house that the government comes and asks for the people's money. And it is in this house and this house alone who can grant them the permission to spend that money, and on what. And it would be good if we could return to our proper place in the Sessions House, a place where we have the space and resources to do our work. Now, Mr. Speaker, why is the reform a priority now? Because the current revenue, as the government has admitted, is not going to be consistent. It's brief, howsoever, it is going to be brief, howsoever significant, but like the tide, it will eventually go out. And when the tide goes out, you can see who's not wearing swim shorts. Mr. Speaker, before the tide goes out on this opportunity, it would be good if we got our house in order. Let me reiterate something that the Honorable Dr. DeCouto has made clear. The CIT is an OEC-driven reform that was brought to our shores. We did not go out and seek it, and we had to deal with the consequences of it. Now, I'm pretty sure I heard Dr. DeCouto mention the good work of the what's that group called? Tax reform, the ones who put in the CIT, yeah. That working group has obviously done a good job, and I think that during the CIT debate, we've mentioned how much we appreciate their work and the work of anyone who contributed, including members of this government. That was undoubtedly not easy, and it required a degree of professionalism, informed approach, and discernment that has allowed the circumstances that we live in today, the ones that we're debating today. Now, what also has been made clear is that insurance profitability will vary. The OECD may change the rules, as they are well known to do. And if it's not them, it's going to be the UK. Somebody somewhere is going to rock up to our shores and try to have a go at us. So, whilst the tide is in, let's get our house in order. Mr. Speaker, I would just add that we have further to go on the tax credit negotiations, and that will also impact our revenue. So it's important that we act with some degree of not only urgency, but permanence. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing right now in this budget statement and in these estimates is a broad increase of an expenditure across multiple ministries. We're seeing an increase in base operating expenditures, and we're seeing the beginnings of political temptations in unallocated funds in as yet unnamed projects, such as strategic interest projects and constituency-based projects. Now, my concern, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to optimize this opportunity before it leaves our shores. my note, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I actually bought a Royal Gazette, a rare occasion for me these days, because, yeah, maybe I'll wait for motion to adjourn to talk about the Royal Gazette. But on the bottom of the front page, Mr. Speaker, if I beg your indulgence, plans afoot to dislodge bed blockers in hospitals. And I thought I'd gone back in time because I'm pretty sure I read that story before. In fact, every year that I've been in Parliament, I've heard some version of a plan to stop all the beds from blocking the corridors in the hospital. I was recently in the hospital myself, and I made a point to actually walk around and look. I saw a good friend of mine sitting in a chair because he couldn't get a bed, and then he also couldn't go home, so he sat in that chair for 6 hours. I saw an older cousin, a cousin of my father, lying in a bed. I saw numerous elderly in vulnerable positions. It broke my heart, Mr. Speaker, because it's the same reason it would break anybody's heart. We hold ourselves out to be sophisticated, wealthy-ish as a country. We hold ourselves out to be organized. We hold ourselves out to prioritize one another. We hold ourselves out to be loving and considerate to one another. I did not see evidence of that. And so I see increased spending in health, an additional 23%, in fact. And I am extremely interested in hearing the health debate. Because if we spend another year on the merry-go-round that is hospital beds in the hallways and lack of beds in the rooms, we will definitely have lost this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Speaker, what I'm going to do now is speak to our housing situation. Because our housing situation is yet another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Speaker, our problem seems to be getting addressed with standalone projects that are not interconnected or related. We seem to be able to identify the core issues relating, but we don't seem to be able to address them structurally. Housing is a great example of multiple factors over time adding up into a crisis. Not just in terms of local workforce growth, not just from overseas. We have another law, again, that was impressed upon us from overseas, the economic substance law. And that means that certain aspects of businesses must be co-located in Bermuda. That means that we are typically bringing in key and core people who are competing for housing, blocking the housing ladder, as it were. We have more single-parent households. We have reduced intergenerational family housing. We have less shared rentals. We have more smaller households looking for more space. Really a hangover from COVID, because once you get locked inside your house for the better part of a couple months, you all of a sudden realize that maybe a garden would be a nice thing. And certainly for those of us who are lucky enough to be sent home to work from home, that maybe I need to sit somewhere where my kids can't get to me. Now, Mr. Speaker, I find the housing issue to be quite mystifying, because we are well aware that our population has decreased, and I know that the honorable member mentioned that we'll be having a census. Again, I feel like deja vu, because we've been talking about this for every year I've been in the House. So maybe this year we'll get around to it, and if we do, yay. So we know anecdotally that our population is going down, because the family barbecues are getting smaller, and one doesn't need to take attendance. So my question was, well, if the population's going down, and the housing crisis is increasing, are they taking the buildings with them? I couldn't quite figure that out. I mean, did they pack up the buildings? And what it comes down to is a number of issues that relate to the structure of Bermuda's housing environment. And I'm welcoming the work of the housing minister, because these core issues need to be resolved. Housing reform needs to be undertaken, not housing problem solving, not housing band-aids, but housing reform. Talking about zoning rigidity. We're talking about the planning delays. And we've heard again, year on year, oh, we're going to improve planning. Yet again, deja vu. I've heard that every year I've been in this house, that we're going to improve planning. So, yay, here we go again. Maybe it'll happen this time. Rent control disincentives. The simple fact of the matter is the price of construction is so much that a person doesn't want to put that kind of money back into the house if they can't get it back out. And that, by the way, also relates to conflict resolution, which in a housing context is both complicated, lengthy, expensive. A person's house and that rental property that they have is typically the only vehicle they have for wealth preservation. And we are asking for them, rightly so, to house our population. Well, then we should provide the mechanisms for them to protect their assets. The simple fact of the matter is, right now, a housing conflict goes through a lengthy, arduous, and expensive court process that disincentivizes the persons from putting their houses on the market at the very time we need them on the market. We have a structural problem and no more band-aids. Okay? This is not about, we keep talking about housing stock, housing stock, housing stock. What about housing permission? We need to give people the right and the ability and the permission to offer their houses to house our population. Dr. DeCouto our Honorable Dr. DeCouto has spoken to these with some solutions on fast-track planning, incentives, landlord-tenant reform tribunal, and there's other ideas such as changing laws around corporate investments into housing and things like that, and that's outlined in our plan. Mr. Speaker, I note that we have the exact same problem in terms of structural issues on our cost of living. The government has gone through some tremendous effort to pat itself on the back for the payroll tax changes and the electricity duty reduction, essential goods reductions and rebates. So much so that public messaging now is a self-congratulatory exercise. So again, thank you for doing your jobs if it is needed from us in the opposition. The household reality is different than that, though. You see, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dr. DeCouto has already pointed out that electricity remains amongst the highest in the region. Our food imports are still vulnerable to as much as a bad winter gale, mortgage pressure through banking fees, and rent escalation. And even though we are reporting on wage growth, that wage growth is entirely uneven, which means that the benefits aren't being shared across equally. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at structural weaknesses in our housing, our cost of living environment. The regulator, which we've spoken about before, the RA, needs new powers. The energy market structure remains unchanged. And this, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to because I didn't know this until I joined politics, and then having learned this, it's actually quite shocking and shows just how dangerously, how vulnerable our energy situation is. Mr. Speaker, we obviously have a base load that has legislated and has to be maintained on our grid. Mr. Speaker, every time that someone comes off the grid because of renewable energy, that increases the price for those who remain on the grid. And the only people who can come off the grid are those who can afford it. So now we're driving up the cost of those who remain on the grid. Well, if we keep doing this, at some point we're going to break that. This model is going to break. And we have got to figure this out. This is why the RA needs to be empowered to do some very hard and deep thinking about our energy markets. Because as we encourage more renewable energy, we are effectively encouraging our energy grid to become that much more vulnerable and that much more expensive. Mr. Speaker, I'll just take this opportunity or break to remind ourselves of the two Bermudas that we've been talking about. The Bermuda of capital is doing very well, but the Bermuda of households is under increasing pressure. The Bermuda of global confidence is stable, but the Bermuda of local confidence is fragile. The Bermuda of macro indicators is strong, but the Bermuda of lived experience is strained. And I object to anyone who says I don't have permission to empathize with my people, who I have served twice in uniform service. The budget sounds stronger than Bermuda feels. Mr. Speaker, we're going to move on to education. Again, a structural opportunity here. We have the funding increase coming in, and, again, deja vu, seen this before. We're talking about capital works expansion. I'm not sure which one we're talking about because I just heard the cost of living minister or home affairs minister speaking about a number that was astronomical. It sounded like she said $20 million per school needs to be put in. And she did, oh, geez, I can't imagine. 10 to 20 million per school. And I think we still have to figure out which school that is, because we've closed some and others are, yeah. Well, I'm not sure which one we're closing anymore. The simple fact of the matter is that we're having a crisis of confidence in our education system. Parents are uncertain. Teachers are getting frustrated, every teacher I speak to. Execution matters. Administration confusion matters. As it stands, Honorable Dr. DeCouto emphasized our position that an independent education authority, which the previous education minister did speak to in another debate I can't remember, so I look forward to hearing that again. Reinstating counseling services, but really what we're talking about is accountability. We're talking about accountability across multiple spectrums in our reform and the reform that's needed in Bermuda. And we're looking forward to seeing how that's navigated because, again, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The tide will go out. What will we have done with this money? Mr. Speaker, I want to talk to security in the courts, most especially security, because without it, there is simply no Bermuda. There is no version of Bermuda where anarchy reigns, where gangs can be allowed to openly assassinate civilians. There is no version of Bermuda that can tolerate such blatant disregard for human life, and I have no tolerance for it whatsoever. Our courts are backlogged. Traffic offenses are openly visible. We could walk downstairs right now and I can count. Witnesses are reluctant to come forward. We have repeat offenders in a cyclical nature coming in and out of corrections. We literally have antisocial conduct on the streets so frequent that you don't have to look for it. You just walk a block. The timeliness of justice is not an option. Our people will only have faith in the criminal justice system if we give it the resources to do its job. And its job must be the enforcement of our laws and bringing to justice those who breach them. Our recruitment challenges have to be dealt with not as a matter of social engineering, but of reality. We need police officers. So let's get on top of getting police officers. And I have to stop there because what I don't want to do is ignore the work that is being done in that space right now. We need police officers, and this opposition will support the ministry in getting more cops on our streets. We need to get to grips with the security of our country. This is no time. And so what I would definitely say is that what we need now is increased criminal intelligence, increased criminal interdiction. The internal mechanisms of policing themselves need to be reformed. We're spending so much time finding new ways of blaming police officers for every possible infraction that we can conceive of that we're running out of cops. Cops with experience, cops who know how this works. We need to make sure that our police officers are properly equipped. They are still issuing tickets by handwriting in triplicate and inputting it into the computer by hand. I mean, come on. Is it 2026 or 1985? It's time to equip our cops. My brothers and sisters, our brothers and sisters are out there protecting us, and they deserve our protection in return. We need to equip them with computerized technologies that are sufficient for the job. And that is not an easy thing. It will require some work. But let's get on with it, because the tide will go out. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about the accountability of this government. This government is accountable to this honorable House. Full stop. And this honorable House needs to return to our home in Sessions House. Not as a point of curiosity, not as a point of humming and hawing and planning, as a point of priority, and I mean now, Mr. Speaker. We need, I'm glad, I see right now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look at page number 29. With your permission, may I read? Of the budget statement. Capital projects over $1 million, financial year 2026-2027. There are 24 projects before the Parliament building. The home of accountability and transparency is 26th on the list, and has the same priority as parks improvement. Well, thank God it starts next month. Should have started 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, this government now is going to be in possession of $2 billion in revenue. This honorable House, this Parliament, this instrument of our Constitution, and our constitutional officers must be equipped to oversee $2 billion. That means we have to ensure that our Auditor General is properly equipped. We have to make sure that our oversight committees are properly equipped. We have to make sure that our secretariat in this building is properly equipped. We're going to need researchers. We're going to need people with legal expertise. This honorable House is not an appendage to the government. This honorable House stands on its own. It always has, it always will, and thank God for it. Thank God for Bermuda, and I pray that this government uses the opportunity and doesn't waste it while the tide is in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. MP Simmons, I see you on your feet. Are you looking to participate at this stage?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
MP Simmons, you have the clock.
I'd like to begin by thanking God for all the blessings that He's given me and my family. I want to thank my family for all the support, and I want to thank the people of Constituency 33 for giving me the honor to speak on their behalf in this chamber. Now, today is of some historical importance as the last Friday in Black History Month. And when we look around our history, a person like me was not supposed to be sitting in this chamber. A person like me was not supposed to be the finance minister. And so I want to take a moment to give thanks to all of the black finance ministers throughout our history, beginning with Dr. Clarence James for the United Bermuda Party, moving on to C. Eugene Cox, Paula Cox, then we go to E.T. Bob Richards, Curtis Dickinson, and the Honorable Premier. And I think it's important because they helped to break down the notion that black people cannot be trusted with money. They helped to break down the notion that black people are corrupt when it comes to money. And every time a black finance minister stands up and puts up a budget that does what this budget does, it gives lie to the liars who say that black people cannot manage money. Let's be clear.
What they did to Clarence.
Oh, well, you know, I know the story of what they did to Clarence. Am I being used? Now, Mr. Speaker, reviewing and listening to the opposition's reply, I was reminded of an experience I had a number of years ago working on a doomed election campaign. And everybody on the campaign knew the election was doomed. And the night before the election, the party leader said to me, of this party, you know, when we win, you've done a great job. I'm going to make sure that we put you in a nice position because you've done a good job. And I thought to myself, you might as well have promised you're going to make me the next lead singer of New Edition, because it ain't happening. And you are either deluded or you feel that, you know, I'll make a promise it won't matter because I will not get to keep it. And Mr. Speaker, as I listen to the opposition's reply, I have to ask, are they deluded or making promises that they know that they will never have to fulfill? There has been an odd approach, almost like this reply was jigsaw puzzled together by a bunch of different voices, and it created almost a sort of schizophrenic approach. And what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, you say that you want to spend all this money in housing, but we should put more money towards the debt. You say we should put more towards our seniors, but we should spend more money on the debt. You say we should build more schools and put more money in education, but we should put money on the debt. And we can run through all the lists of things that they think that that in this mystical fantasy world of an OBA government that they would do. And the question arises, how will you pay for this as you speed up the decrease of the debt? And the answers were fascinating. I mean, to me, as a layman, it sounded a lot like, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. No, seriously, because look, I get it, right? Opposition have to, particularly oppositions that are fiscally conservative, have to play the game of being socially conscious. Every budget they have to come and they have to pretend that their heart has grown 4 sizes bigger like the Grinch, and they've suddenly learned the meaning of Christmas, and that, oh no, the seniors, and oh no, the housing, and oh no, this and that. But listen to what else is said. Listen to what else is said. Okay? The most passionate response that we saw, one of the most passionate responses, was for us MPs to get back into our building. That was one of the most passionate responses. Oh, we felt the fire then. Getting them in a building, or getting us back in a building. Okay. Now, this budget, I believe, the budget, I'm sorry, Honorable Member. Dr. Doom wants to say something? Understood, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look, this budget delineates the clear difference between those who will make promises they do not believe they will ever have to keep and those who have to live with the consequences, I'm sorry, Dr. DeCouto, I can't hear you. Well, Dr. DeCouto, you say the Premier won't be here, but I have no confidence that you will be there the way you change leaders. I have zero confidence in that. It could be the Honorable Member, Honorable Member King, are you ready to be the Shadow Budget Finance Minister? Because you could be up. So please, I would encourage you, you guys understand, I got 30 minutes. The more you talk, the more I talk. No. Oh, no, I would rather bleed from every pore in my body than be the leader of any political party. Thank you. Others are better suited to that. But let us say this. This budget, returning to my point, this budget delineates some of the clear difference between us and them. We slashed the debt. They doubled it. They criticized us for foreign investment, but never mentioned the airport and their shenanigans with foreign investment. I will tell you, I will not be distracted, Mr. Speaker, because they're not my audience. It is the people that I represent that are my audience. Because I'm going to disagree with something the honorable member said who just took a seat. You don't hold us accountable. The people do. You don't hold us accountable. The people do. So understand, when you talk about, you criticize and you talk about we should spend more on education, but you cut it when you had the chance. You complain about youth unemployment with something that was factually inaccurate in your response, but you slashed the programs to benefit our youth. Run through the list. We built houses. How many did you build? Less than one by a bunch. So let's be clear here. There is a reason why there continues to be a lack of faith and lack of trust in the opposition, because you cannot have it both ways. You cannot be pro reducing the debt when you doubled it. You cannot be pro our youth.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid the honorable member, perhaps unintentionally, has twice stated, incorrectly and falsely, as he can see from the budget book, that the OBA doubled the debt. They did not. I believe he's probably picked that up from MP De Silva, who used to also say that false statement.
I'm sorry. I have no idea I don't understand that point of order. But let us continue, Mr. Speaker. You will note, Mr. Speaker, they did not correct me on the housing. They did not correct me on youth. They can't correct me on seniors, because while we increase pensions every year and invested in our seniors more this year, they said money don't grow on trees. So understand, there's a difference. And you cannot have it both ways. You cannot make these promises that you will not keep and at the same time claim that you want to reduce the debt. It is insane. It is utterly insane. Now, Mr. Speaker, the approach, we understand something very simple. When we go into our constituencies, the people do not ask us what you all doing about the debt. They ask us, what you going to do about our light bills? What you going to do about our finding an apartment? What are we going to do about that? And that is why we could not, because you coming here and telling stories about people's pain, they're not stories to us. They're not political points to score for us. We live it and deal with it every day. And we deal with it with family members. Some of us in this chamber have dealt with it personally. So we have a higher commitment to make sure that our seniors are taken care of, our youth are taken care of, that we get it right. And we haven't gotten everything right. Nobody can possibly stand here and say that every single member of this chamber has gotten everything right in life, and we have not gotten everything right. But I will tell you this, when we've made mistakes, we've adjusted. We don't attack anybody about mistakes that we've made. So I find it funny when you have an opposition who wants to talk about foreign investment and has never apologized, never acknowledged, or never dealt with the fallout of their investment shenanigans. That's the problem, and that's why people do not trust them. You cannot have it both ways. Mr. Speaker, this is when I look at the investments we're making, I say that, you know what, I'm very glad at this moment in time the Premier is Minister of Finance, because me, frankly, I'd have gave more money. Okay, the debt would have been paid a little slower. So we are lucky we have a responsible person who is actually balancing the needs of our people with the needs of our debt management. And it's important, because we've seen what happens when you don't balance the needs of our people with the balance sheet. Now, I'm going to differ from my colleague, the Honorable Minister Hayward, and I will say that I do not expect praise from the One Bermuda Alliance. I do not expect it. I would be shocked to hear it. And the day I hear it, I will assume we've done something terrible and we need to change course immediately. But what we have to look at as we talk in our budget book about nation building, and that really spurred my interest, because nation building may have a different context for me, someone who grew up believing in independence. But the point of trying to address the structural issues that allow us to say we can house our people, we can feed our people, we can educate our people, that is a fundamental underpinning. And it's a change of mindset that I think is long overdue. the capacity to begin thinking about how we can progress beyond problems of the moment and to address them permanently. That is big. That is big. And when the minister talks about the reforms in labor laws, I get excited because those are things that people like me have been fighting for 20 years. And to see that this is on the horizon, equality pay legislation is huge. And these are the type of things that happens when you have a government who is connected with the people, not to get a story for a talking point, but to actually transform and improve people's lives. That is something that will transform and improve people's lives. And I'm very grateful that we are looking at how we can even further transform and improve our people's lives. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Premier has indicated, and I believe him, that this will be his final budget and his final year as the Premier of Bermuda. The Premier and I have been through 4 elections together, more than anybody else. We have battled, we have debated, we have agreed, we have worked together, and I am glad to stand and say that I wish him well in his career outside of the Premier's office and the Finance Ministry's office. We have been served more well than badly by him, and I appreciate his sacrifice for the office. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the budget would not be complete without my appeal as a backbencher for my constituency. Over almost a decade or so ago, Somerset Bridge Recreation Club was demolished. We as a government at that time promised that we would restore it and rebuild it. And we have yet to fulfill that promise. And I recognize the reasons why. But we have to find a way to fulfill the promise that we made. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying this, that we have a budget of which I am very proud to take to my constituents. When they ask me, what are you doing for me? I am able to say to my seniors, we are investing in you and making life better for you. I'm able to say to our youth, you should begin to have some hope because we are investing in you and making sure that you have an opportunity in your own country. When we talk to our people in the professional sector, we're able to say that the concerns you've raised with us, we are addressing and looking to move forward. And we also can say that we know that as good as the economy is doing on paper, it must do better for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member? MP Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, as I normally do, try and find the positives when I stand up and speak about the work of the government. And I learned that from a former senator that I had the privilege of serving under. He was an independent senator. He would start from the position of, I don't support this, and find a reason to support it. But again, there are positives in this budget presented by the government, and I'll talk about some of those positives, as I have whenever I've gotten up and spoken about a piece of legislation that the government has presented. I live in Devonshire. Repayment in full of the $605 million senior notes maturing in January 2027. That's an extreme positive. I won't dwell on it too much because it's already been spoken about. And I really didn't hear anybody mention this one, but I believe it's a positive. The plan for the Ministry of Finance to re-empanel the Debt Management Committee this year to guide the next phase of debt reduction. I think that's very positive, and they will be advising the best way to ensure continued reduction of Bermuda's debt. That is a very crippling commitment that the government, any government would have, a debt of the size that we have. Positives that have been spoken about already, reductions in employer payroll tax rates. That will help. As someone who, I don't own a business, but I run a business, and those quarterly payroll tax bills are hefty. So that will be appreciated by all businesses in Bermuda, local and IB. You know, and as you know, it could always be a little more. No, given the fact that our workforce is aging, and having it just become a senior myself, so I'm going to declare my interest. I was pleased to see the employer portion of payroll tax is to be exempted on the first $96,000 of remuneration for Bermudian employees age 65 and over who want to remain in the workforce. Again, on the payroll tax reduction in the employee payroll tax rates for bands 1 and 2. Lower electricity rates or overall costs with the elimination of the fine of 4 cents per liter. Essential goods reduction designed to reduce the cost of grocery products. These are positives, Mr. Speaker. I can't stand to my feet and not say they are. %10 reduction in private car licensing fees. In Bermuda, you have, if you've traveled our roads, there are a lot of vehicles on our roads, so a lot of people will benefit from that. Well, you know, there's always a hook, right? There's a hook, and that hook's coming. Further customs duty changes to plug the gaps in some of the parts for motor vehicles, and also construction. And I'll declare my interest. The company I work for is in the construction supply industry. And yes, I was consulted. $14 million for health insurance department to fund the expansion of health services on the hip and future care. That's really great because that again benefits our seniors to a large extent and others. And that is the expansion will see free annual health examinations, expanded prescription drug coverage, and expanded preventative access. $15 million toward future care, premium subsidies. Again, one of the biggest costs facing seniors is that health insurance premium that they have to pay. And sometimes they're making decisions, do I use my health coverage and buy medicine, or do I buy food? If I pay for the medicine, I might be stuck having a peanut butter sandwich. No jam, can't afford the jam. And again, government employees, they deserve an improvement in their health plan as well. And that $12 million has been allocated to that to ensure its sustainability. Nothing like going to the doctor and you receive the service and then you're told you got to come up with the cash because it didn't go through your plan or your plan doesn't cover it. So. And this one, I am really pleased, and I hope there wasn't much detail, or I may have missed it. Reinstating and phased integration of counseling services, including youth counseling, and I hope that the plan is to insert that counseling right into the schools, because that's where I think it's most needed. And that touches, so that hits home for me. Mr. Speaker, I will reserve comments on any investment in progressing universal health care. Government's been at this for many years. We're still working towards bringing it to a reality, and I'm a little bit skeptical as to whether it will be affordable. But I'll be gladly proven wrong on that, Mr. Speaker. Now to my friend, the Deputy Premier. He has a very, very ambitious and aggressive plan for the development of new affordable housing. Time will tell if you're able to deliver. But because it's something for the people of Bermuda, if I can assist, whether it's through my knowledge gained as the general manager of the Bermuda Housing Corporation or in my current position as one of the premier suppliers to the industry of construction on the island, then I'm prepared to help. But as we know, execution, I think my colleague who spoke before me on this side, who spoke before me, talked about execution. Execution is critical.
You guys know about execution?
I know about execution. So the housing situation is not only affecting Bermudians, it's also affecting the ability of businesses to recruit from overseas as well. If you don't have anywhere for your overseas recruit to stay, they're going to go to another jurisdiction, accept a job somewhere else. So it's twofold, that housing. Now, I'm not a big fan of the plans for derelict housing, and I'm going to tell you why. This is where my experience as the GM of the Bermuda Housing Corporation comes into play. We had a similar program when I was there, and it just didn't prove to be cost effective. And the payback periods were extremely long, and most people in the family who owned the property would not see the return of that property to them before the payback period. So I'm a little skeptical. I don't really support that. And as someone said, government has so many of its own buildings that can be repurposed and money put into that for the very same reason. Now I want to talk about what I call superlatives. There are a few superlatives in the budget. And here's where the hook comes, Mr. Speaker. Still am. I'm just building the googly now. This budget delivers the largest reduction in national debt in Bermuda's history. In 1998, if I am correct, the budget deficit, or not the deficit, the debt, national debt was somewhere between $130 and $140 million. And there's no way that the PLP government can excuse itself from the role that it played in reaching the massive debt that we have today. Majority of the share went with the PLP. Now, Mr. Speaker, they want to claim credit for paying back the debt that they incurred. I want to call it the largest payment. Well, yeah, relative to what the payments had to be before, it is the largest. It's called drunken sailors and spending money like one. 2, unemployment is at historic rates. Unemployment is at historic rates. One of the clearest signs that our economic policies are working is what we see in the labor market with unemployment at record lows. Now, I'm not going to stand here and say jobs were not created. But I also am not going to stand here and not mention the fact that through immigration, large numbers of unemployed or underemployed people left this country and thereby helped the government reflect a much better unemployment rate because they didn't factor into the equation anymore. Record immigration under the PLP. In a way, I guess it was their economic policies that led to those people leaving and therefore lower unemployment rates. Another superlative. This budget therefore provides for the largest capital program since 2008, 2009. Hopefully we still are friends. It's not personal. It's not personal. How can you claim the largest capital program when you have not properly maintained your buildings, you have not properly maintained the roads, the bridges, the plants and equipment such as Tynes Bay, and you're now forced to replace those things because you didn't maintain them, and now you want to get a superlative in and pat yourself on the back for the largest capital program since 2008, 2009. It's a fact, yes, because of your delinquent maintenance programs. You failed to maintain anything to the extent that it was required, thereby shortening the lifespan of the asset. Now, if with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I will take a look at the theme of this budget: responsible choices, lasting benefits for Bermudians. I think the previous phrase that the PLP used was to make Bermuda fairer and better for Bermudians. And Mr. Speaker, on July 18th last year, during the motion to adjourn, I gave my reflection on the widening gap between the story that this government tells and the reality that Bermudians live every single day. And during my reflection, I made reference to the then recently tabled factors driving emigration in Bermuda. I believe that was a January 2025 document. That report lays bare, Mr. Speaker, the truth that Bermudians are leaving because they cannot afford to live here. They are leaving because they cannot afford to retire here. They are leaving because they do not see a future here for them. And we're talking about record numbers of people emigrating. The study interviewed 20 Bermudians who have emigrated. They were interviewed in depth. The reasons for emigrating: the high cost of living, lack of affordability, ability to live beyond retirement, how seniors are cared for, more employment opportunities where they were heading, and for educational reasons. The same 20 were more satisfied with their life overseas because of the lower cost of living, the better health care, better employment opportunities, better education opportunities, and better quality of life. In that same study, 105 Bermudians who have emigrated were surveyed. Their reasons for emigrating: cost of food and groceries, cost of housing and utilities, cost of health care and insurance, lack of career opportunities, difficulty of retiring in Bermuda, and management of the economy. That is their reality. The widening gap between the story that this government is telling and the realities that Bermudians are experiencing. They are our friends. They are our families. They were our neighbors. I have a question, Mr. Speaker. It's rhetorical. With the positives in the budget that I highlighted earlier, does this budget that we are debating here today do enough to cause those who have emigrated to return? Or at least think about returning. Another question. Does this budget do enough to change the lives and circumstances of Bermudians that remain here? And Mr. Speaker, although there are positives, I don't think they do enough to materially change the lives of Bermudians that are here, or to encourage those who have emigrated to want to return. ABEAR, after the budget was delivered last week, are quoted as saying more needs to be done to reduce the cost of doing business. Healthcare was specifically mentioned, and they indicated that it was critical to the retention and creation of Bermudian jobs. ABEAR may have mentioned it, but the same is true for small and medium-sized local businesses. Although it is a recommendation of the TRC when it comes to income tax, ABEAR, in spite of the fact that the Premier Minister of Finance has said no decision has been made, ABEAR are warning against this. Or ABEC are warning against this. And I trust and hope that this government will take heed. I do want to commend the Minister for Economy and Labor for swiftly addressing the concerns as it related to closed categories and restricted categories as it relates to the hospitality industry. No, you just had one of your guys stand up and say that we didn't talk about anything good in the budget. So we're talking about something that's good in the budget and complimenting the minister for doing his job in a swift manner. Something that you would need, Minister Hayward, to teach your colleagues about speed and response.
Make it difficult for us to commend you.
There was recent concerns, and this is a warning, that's all. This is something that we need to pay attention to as a country, everyone in this chamber. There was a recent downgrading of Bermuda's reinsurance industry outlook from positive to stable. And this hints towards the volatility, the potential volatility in corporate income tax receipts. I'm going to take a pause, if I can, Mr. Speaker, right now. And I pause, Mr. Speaker, because of the state of education in this country. We normally take a pause, a moment's silence, if you want, for something or someone that has passed. But today, that moment of silence was for the death of public education in this country. Failed education reform. I do give the current minister kudos for pulling the handbrake up and parking the reform bus while they decided what to do. $8.4 million spent on failed education reform. A moment of silence for the death of the dreams of a generation of kids and their parents, because the mass code education in Bermuda is failing them, is failing to prepare them for the job market. Untold damage to these individuals, and 2 of them are my kids. Not likely to be able to get that good paying job in a 21st century economy. The government doesn't know what to do with education. It's making it up as it goes. $8.4 million tells me you don't know what you're doing with education. The Minister for Education thought it would be a good thing to put it to international business or to the business community about adopting a school. Not too long ago, we asked the private sector to help us look after and fix up botanical gardens. Adopt a school. Maybe next will be adopt a ministry. And then perhaps adopt the government. Does this budget improve the lives and well-being of the people who are struggling to live day to day, the people who are struggling to enjoy a quality of life after years of working? They can't afford to retire. They can't afford to enjoy life. Can't afford the basics. Ratings don't buy groceries. They don't buy medicine. Statistics don't pay for rent. They don't pay the mortgage. Ratings do not improve the lives of Bermudians. Does this budget improve the lives of Bermudians to the extent required to change their trajectory from where it is now in a Bermuda that's not fairer, not better, in spite of what the government would tell you? In a Bermuda that is not creating lasting benefits for Bermudians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Does any other honourable member? Minister Wilson, I see you on your feet. Would you like your 30 minutes? Go right ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly won't take 30 minutes. Pardon me?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the clearest way to understand a national budget is to compare it to something that every Bermudian household also can relate to and understand, and that's managing their own family finances. So let's take, for example, a family of four, and I'll call them the Simmons family. We have two parents that are both gainfully employed. We have two children who are young adults who make no financial contributions to the household because they're both overseas in school. So with those incomes, our family must balance tuition fees, daily living expenses, long-term savings, and other goals that we may have for our retirement. We must carefully track what's earned versus what's spent, ensuring that there's enough for essentials such as food, housing, the occasional trip, transportation, whilst also planning ahead for the unexpected cost. Where's my fan? For the unexpected cost, such as medical emergencies or home repairs. Mr. Speaker, responsible financial planning means prioritizing needs, discussing wants, and making joint decisions to secure our family's future. And if you didn't know, the Simmons family is my family. So, Mr. Speaker, just as our family would set aside money for our children's education, Madam Deputy, home repairs, our retirement, and other savings for emergency matters that may come up, a nation, too, must also budget for growth, stability, and the well-being of its people. Madam Deputy, a responsible household looks at 5 key things. 1, how much money is coming in, and that could be through income streams, salary, rental income, bonuses, interest, etc. Second, they look at how much debt they carry, and that could be loans, credit card bills, mortgages, etc. Third, they look at what they must invest in to maintain their major asset, which could be a property, a house. And 4, they also look at how are they going to manage rising day-to-day cost of living expenses. And 5, how will they protect for their family's health and their elders and their future? Madam Deputy, the 2026-2027 national budget reflects the same disciplined approach. Number 1, how much money is coming in? Madam Speaker, as a household works to increase its salary as well as earn bonuses, the country also works to grow revenue, and it's as well as to foster economic expansion and fair taxation. Now, the honorable member, the Minister of Economy and Labor, has already highlighted a number of the initiatives that are contained in this budget, Madam Deputy, that speak specifically to the economic expansion, and they warrant repetition. We have seen local businesses have grown, which creates further job growth. We are at... Are you serious? Are you real serious?
Biggest fan.
My biggest fan. Thank you. Oh, goodness. Now I've completely lost my train. Okay. So, yes, okay. We've seen, Madam Deputy, the unemployment rate is 1.4%, which, as the honorable member indicated, statistically that represents full employment, and we have a GDP for 2025 between 2.5 and 3%. So I submit that those are perfect examples of the economic expansion that this government has created and the atmosphere that it has created to help with that item number 1 that I spoke about insofar as growing your revenue. Number 2, debt reduction. Again, when a family earns more, the first sign of maturity is paying down its debt. Reducing the high interest obligations strengthens long-term financial stability and frees up future income. And again, like I said, using my example, like many families who are blessed enough to own a home, the bank owns it because we have a mortgage. And what my husband regularly does is he looks at the mortgage, the information on the screen, and he looks at how it's amortized, and he knows that if we make a lump sum balloon payment here, then we're going to be able to have a reduction in the interest over there. So he spends a lot of time studying this, and And I'm glad he does, because I'm not actually the one that's doing that. But what I am seeing is that our principal is coming down and our interest is going down, which allows us to use that extra interest savings on other things like educating my children, paying for food and other expenses. But likewise, this budget also continues the responsible reduction of Bermuda's national debt. And we've heard about that, with the repayment of $605 million in the senior notes, which are due to mature in January of 2027. And that represents the single largest debt reduction in the history of Bermuda. And lower debt today means lowering interest payments tomorrow, similarly to what I spoke about insofar as the example of our mortgage. And it frees up resources for things like health care, education, social investments for social network processes and benefits, as well as servicing past borrowing. And number 3, as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, is infrastructure. Again, many persons that have the benefit of owning a home, that is probably their primary asset that needs to be maintained. My husband and I live in a property that's over 200 years old, so we know what it's like to have to put into the property, whether it's rewiring, repairs to the roof, painting it, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to continue to maintain it because, of course, of its age. If a leaking roof, if the roof starts to leak, then we have to fix it, or alternatively, it's going to cause bigger problems down the line. So as a family, we've maintaining our property, we are investing and improving our home because we know what neglect will happen. And if we do not deal with it now, it's going to be a higher expense later. And likewise, this budget also invests in infrastructure, strengthening public facilities. We see $9.4 million is going towards the swing bridge, $18.8 million towards Tynes Bay expansion, $26.9 million for the Bermuda Housing Corporation, and $14 million for public school upgrades in the Bermuda College. Monies will also be used for other infrastructure upgrades and needs and development that are seeking to be modernized, like health care spaces, which I'll speak about in a few moments, improving long-term care capacity, again, I'll come back to that, as well as maintaining roads, wall repairs, and purchases of buses. So infrastructure spending is not reckless spending. It is preventative maintenance for the country. Turn to number 4, Madam Deputy, managing the rising day-to-day living costs. Families carefully adjust their budgets when food prices rise and utilities increase, and they look for ways to reduce the pressures of our household expenses. We may not go out to eat as much. We may reduce shop for sales. We may buy in bulk, things like this to help to stretch the dollar, so to speak. And also, this budget also includes a lot of cost of living relief for Mr. and Mrs. Simmons. Tax adjustments, such as payroll tax, which are affecting all workers. Lower electricity cost. We're reducing the duty on essential goods. And a further 10% cut in vehicle licensing fee. All of these are designed to ease the burden and reduce the cost of living that each and every one of us faces. And these are targeted relief measures which provide cost of living support to Bermudians. Lowering the burden on working families and seniors protects the purchasing power and subsidizes households' finances across the country. And 5th, Madam Deputy, how do we protect for our families' health and our elders? In every responsible household budget, there's a priority placed on health, medical care, and caring for elderly parents and grandparents. And we all know about the sandwich generation, where we have individuals that are caring for young children as well as their older relatives. And families know that ignoring health care costs leads to greater hardships later. And this budget reflects that same principle, Madam Deputy. $87 million has been allocated to the BHB, to HID, and the expansion of UHC Phase 1, as well as the continuation of the UHC implementation. And I'm going to just break that down, if you can bear with me. An additional $15 million has been provided in healthcare support for low-income seniors, particularly through enhanced future care subsidies. And this will provide meaningful financial relief to those living on fixed incomes. That support is not only compassionate, it is economically responsible. Seniors who are not overwhelmed by healthcare premiums are better able to maintain financial independence and stability, reducing the downstream social and fiscal pressures. Madam Speaker, this budget also provides additional initiatives that are aimed at enhancing access and supporting our seniors. HIP expansion and phase 1 of UHC. We have removed the 12-month waiting period for personal home care benefits for persons that are on HIP and future care so that they can have their loved ones age in place. This reform will allow eligible individuals to access the personal home care services immediately when the need arises. This also supports aging in place, Madam Speaker, and it allows seniors to remain in their homes, surrounded by their community, their family, and things that are familiar to them, which also obviously will help with their recovery and recuperation. Aging in place is not only aligned with patient preference, it is economically sound. Home-based care reduces institutionalization, it lowers hospital utilization, which we know is a challenge, which I will speak about in a few moments, and it supports the family caregivers who might otherwise leave the workforce to provide full-time care at home. Madam Speaker, another initiative supporting aging in place that has been announced in the budget is the remote home monitoring. So we'll be utilizing technological systems to provide for remote home monitoring. That, of course, supports aging in place. We're going to be we've increased prescription drug benefits, Madam Speaker, for HIP patients from $1,000 to $3,000 per year, and for future care from $3,000 to $5,000 a year. And we've also introduced a preventative measure by the provision of an annual physical exam free for HIP and future care clients. We know that prevention is cheaper than a cure, and if diagnosed early because of a preventative medical examination, then that can save in the long term insofar as expenses, medical expenses, loss of any type of disability or the like, simply because they've been able to be diagnosed early. So we are providing free annual physicals for HIP and future care to tie in with this government's commitment of prevention. Madam Deputy, this budget also will provide additional financial support to the BHB as it relates to the challenge that we are all very familiar with, which is the medically fit for discharge patients. Madam Speaker, we know that all of us have been aware or have observed for ourselves the challenges that we see in the emergency department with respect to extended admissions. That has a knock-on effect because if persons cannot get admitted to the ACW, which is upstairs, then because those beds are being blocked, then the emergency room is what we've seen. We also recognize that sometimes persons have surgeries, elective surgeries that have had to been canceled because there is no place in the ACW for them to recover. Madam Speaker, this by no means is a simple fix. It is a very complicated, complex issue. It involves financial, social, and familiar factors. We know that there are, on average, persons that are in the ACW for 46 days. This is meant to be an acute care hospital. You get your treatment and you leave. But we understand there are other circumstances that are creating this bed blocking. And again, it's a very complex situation. I will not stand here and try to minimize it. We know that we require more long-term care facility beds in the community, which I'll speak about in a moment. We also have to recognize that family members need to also be responsible as well, insofar as taking their loved ones home when they are medically fit for discharge. They cannot continue to allow the hospital, particularly the ACW, to just be I have to watch my words, to just be a place because they're tired and they don't want, it's not a hospice. They don't want to deal with their families. They don't want to deal with the responsibility. So they say, well, I'll just leave them at the hospital. I mean, I've heard, we have episodes of individuals that when they're ready to be discharged, the family members are saying, well, you know what, I've got other things I have to do, I'm traveling, et cetera, and they leave the loved ones there. That person is occupying a bed that otherwise someone in the emergency department could be utilizing, or alternatively someone that's scheduled for elective surgery can be utilizing it so that they can have their surgery to eradicate that issue. Exactly. Thank you. So again, it is a complex. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that it's not. However, I do want to implore family members who are able to take their medically fit for discharge patients home, loved ones home, to please do so, because the knock-on effect of the bed blocking and what we've seen in the emergency department should not be occurring in 2026 in a country such as Bermuda. On that note, though, Madam, we have, through this budget, like I said, the Bermuda Hospitals Board will be receiving further monies, and one of the primary initiatives with respect to that money is the ability to renovate 2 of the floors in the MWI so that 30 beds will be renovated and available for persons that are currently in the acute care ward. They will be transferred over to the MWI, which will, of course, free up space so that those persons that are in emergency that need to go upstairs for admission can do so. So that's something that I'm extremely pleased about, that the budget will allow. The expansion of long-term care beds will help to relieve pressures in the hospital services, Madam Deputy, and this is a strategic system reform. By strengthening the long-term care capacity, patients who no longer require acute hospital treatment can move to the appropriate level of care. Again, those are the persons that are medically fit for discharge. And the acute care beds will be freed up for those persons who genuinely require hospitalization. It will remove the pressures on the emergency department. The clinical flow will improve, and the system cost will decline because long-term care beds are less resource intensive than acute care beds. Other examples, Madam Deputy, that on how the budget will strengthen the long-term care capacity are as follows. We will have investment in the Lefroy House. You recognize that we will be, we had a competition, so we've already got the drawings, the location, et cetera, and we will continue to invest and progress the redevelopment of a brand new Lefroy House. We are also looking, and this is something that you'd probably be pleased at with respect to your end of the island, the Sylvia Richardson Care Facility will also be strengthened with respect to residential care infrastructure, and we'll be adding more beds to that facility as well. And these investments in the redevelopment of Lefroy House and the expansion of the Sylvia Richardson Care Facility will reinforce our national long-term care infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, these facilities will ensure that seniors who require residential support will receive the care in a dignified, appropriate environment rather than occupying hospital beds that are designed for acute treatment. The budget will also provide for we will boost public health services in the community so that people can seek non-emergency treatment in the appropriate setting. And by that, I mean offering further services, and perhaps we're exploring an extension of time, opening times for the urgent care center, the Hamilton Clinic, and of course the Mangrove Bay Clinic, which will be due to be open in May. You heard it from the Public Works Minister. It's coming. It's coming. Soon come. So we will also continue our advancement towards universal health coverage, which will ensure access without financial hardship. And I'm very, very eager to be able in the coming months to provide further details to this honorable House insofar as the progress that we are making, and we are still on target for our Q3 26 implementation date. Madam Speaker, just as a household plans for parents to age with dignity, this budget plans for Bermudian seniors with foresight and compassion. Madam Speaker, a reckless household spends its bonuses, bless you, immediately and ignores its debt. But a prudent household reduces debt, invests in its home, protects its elders, manages daily expenses, and saves for the future. And Madam Speaker, this budget follows the prudent path. It reduces national debt, it invests in infrastructure, it provides cost of living relief, it strengthens health care, it protects seniors, it balances immediate needs with long-term sustainability, just as any responsible family would do. Economic policy does not have to feel abstract. It is, at its core, about managing the nation's household wisely. And this budget demonstrates careful planning, strategic allocation, and a clear understanding that national prosperity, like household stability, depends on discipline, compassion, and forward thinking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other persons who wish to speak in the economic debate? Oh, I recognize the member from constituency 20. Member, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Do you know, the Minister of Finance and Premier had a tough time, I would imagine, with such a bonanza of monies that were coming in, and the decisions that he would have had to make to allocate those monies with so many competing interests. Especially, he's going to want to make sure that it's very impressive, because the way that I understood it, that this is likely to be his last budget statement in addition to stepping down from being Premier. So it is his swan song budget. The theme, we already know, but I will repeat it. It's on the front. Responsible choices, lasting benefits for Bermudians. But is that actually accurate, Madam Deputy Speaker? There are lots of promises, some of which, of course, cannot be kept. Some will be kept, some of which we can support, and of course, we've already heard today, some of which we certainly cannot. The question that I had, given the changes on the other side, is, will these promises be kept by the next Minister of Finance? And it seems to me, certainly in my understanding and listening as a keen observer over many years without being in the House or the Senate, that I think this is one of the first times that we're aware that about halfway through the budget that the Premier and Minister of Finance has produced, he will not be the Premier or Minister of Finance. So he will not be overseeing the very budget that he has, in fact, put together. So, again, I'm sure that perhaps maybe the incoming Premier, we've heard from him already today, right? Maybe he will give us an undertaking that come November, there will not be any supplementals or any changes or reallocation of funds. But maybe we don't know who that Minister of Finance will be, because after all, if the recommendations are followed, they should be different people. Again, I'm sad because I don't see Mr. Ferbert here, but he was given great thanks. And again, I hope that he can be relied on, again, to give the support that the Premier gave, or certainly gave recognition for the amount of time that he has put in. Now, I made mention of competing interests. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems to me, and we've heard from some members of this side already about education. And before the Minister of Finance's breath was even cold, we heard that we needed $10 to $20 million per school to get things up to scratch. So I thought, well, it doesn't sound like the Minister of Education is very pleased, despite what we've heard about investment and all of these things. That investment has just not happened for so long. We're now so far behind the eight ball that it's very difficult to catch up. It was not lost on me either that, from what I understand at the budget breakfast, and I was not in attendance, but before attendees had even finished their breakfast, the Minister of Education was making mention of this Adopt a School program, almost going cap in hand to the very entities that are paying, as we've heard, up to $750 million in due course. Again, that doesn't seem like a very good idea, and in fact, it's actually a recycled program from years ago, which, from my recollection, was not particularly successful. As successful, one might say, as Bermuda's recycling program, and maybe Minister Adams can opine on that when he gives his further statements during the heads of debate. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am the Shadow Minister of Housing Municipalities, so I'm going to touch bit more on housing, and I am glad to see that.
And I'm going to take 2 seconds to recognize our current AG and Senator for the Ministry of Justice, I believe it is.
Thank you. So the Deputy Premier, and I suppose the incoming Deputy Premier, from what we've seen, his ministry has been a major beneficiary under this budget. So I commend him for his advocacy, because he's out-advocated others for quite a significant injection of funds for housing, which I don't think that anybody is going to be dissatisfied about in terms of what is necessary to make sure that we get people housed. Now, the minister has said publicly that he wants his feet held to the fire. I think that's what I heard in one of his press conferences. Now, he said that to the public and the media. He hasn't invited us to do that, but I'll take the opportunity anyway. Okay? All right. Excellent. Excellent. To the fire. To the fire. Not just hold the feet. To the fire. Okay? But let's have a discussion, though, today.
You guys need a moment?
About what's disappointing. What's disappointing about this housing. It seems to me that things are being done backwards. And why do I say that? What we have been promised on a number of occasions in both the press and this place is a national housing plan from 2025 to 2035. It is now the end of February 2026, and I've not seen the plan. It's not been tabled in this place. Now, we understand it's in draft and it's circulating around the country and it's circulating to different agencies within government, but let's think about this for a moment. What we have is a budget for tens of millions of dollars for housing based on drip-fed information that we're aware of simply because maybe we happen to catch the BBC News or we listen to a self-indulgent podcast about what's coming, right? That's all I know. Because the thing is, the plan itself, the plan has not been presented. Now, before Christmas, before we were here, before Christmas, I did say and ask the minister if he would table that report prior to Christmas. He said, I'll think, it may come. End of February, and we still haven't seen it. So we are waiting to see that report. And again, we're being asked to approve a budget essentially without understanding exactly how that money is to be spent. Now, this is a bonanza of money that's coming after years of neglect and underinvestment by this very government. So we're being asked to say, okay, this is fantastic, but if they'd actually spent the money and done the investment, it wouldn't be such a problem now. But who actually approves plans or approves a budget without a plan? If I was taking a plan to a board of directors, or if I was presenting something to the shareholders of a company and saying, I want to do this, they'd say, well, where's the plan? We don't have it. And the shareholders of the people of Bermuda do not know what the plan is. We've been left guessing, again, from various statements. So when we think about the housing, I'm going to guess what's in that plan. We figured at one point, we knew that there was going to be some precast homes because that was originally drip-fed to us by the chairman of the BHC in a ZBM interview. And I was asked about it by the reporter, Mr. Gary Foster Skelton, whether we would agree with modular homes. Again, we believe it's coming because that's what we've been told without the plan. So, again, we can give support to these things if they are done in an efficient, cost-effective manner. But again, we don't know. We're told, and I quote this from the budget book, that these homes are high quality, homes built to Bermuda standards and designed, quote, to stand the test of time. That's on page 17. Okay, so then you have the questions that come with that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Have planning applications been drafted before submission? Have they been put forward? Has planning given some indication that these homes will be approved prior to purchase? Have the contractors already been pre-selected? These are the things, again, that inquiring minds have the right to know, given the amount of money that we're being asked to approve as a parliament. Now, we don't have the numbers, but equally, this budget is being presented for approval for the people of Bermuda. Now, it may be that these are fantastic homes, and I welcome, again, the minister has sent invites before to press conferences. I'm happy to come if I get the mic at the end, but the point is that it may just be a simple matter of helping speed up processes for new builds and the like. But we cannot ignore the processes that are in place for these new builds. Now, no one likes process. I know the minister doesn't like to be held up by process, and for that matter, neither do I. But processes can be sped up for the sake of making sure that Bermudians are housed in a responsible manner. I do note, and this is what I've understood in talking to various members in different agencies, that the plan will not include a bonanza of container homes. Now, that was the original phraseology that was used by the minister. No, it was not. It was actually, I have it in a written response document.
Point of order?
I have it in a question, yes?
Point of order, I never said such a thing.
Your point of order?
The honorable members, I'm going to give him a break. Unintentionally misleading the House.
Thank you.
Because I never ever said that in this honorable place or anywhere else for that matter. Get it right, Mike.
Thank you.
I will happily produce again the very written responses that came from the minister's ministry when I asked questions about those container homes, and those answers were done, okay? You didn't say no to it. Either way, it does not appear that those, okay, we won't call them container homes. What can we call them? The capsule homes aren't going to form the whole point. But what I will say is this: I do think the minister is prepared to listen from time to time, and I say that because I look in this budget book, and it would appear, and again, I'm sure the minister will take every opportunity to explain exactly what this means later when he gets to his feet. That's not true. It says that they have begun structured exploration of options for the future of the Bermudiana Beach Resort and Grand Atlantic site with the clear objective of returning this public asset to productive use for Bermudians over time. Great. That's what we've been saying for the whole time. We said it many, many times. So maybe we'll see that appear again in terms of making sure that Bermudians are housed in that particular development. In terms of some of the other ideas that we put forward repeatedly, and again, I've mentioned it to the minister, and again, we had some debate across the floor about whether it would be appropriate, and that is using disused school buildings. Now, maybe this changes because we know that school kind of reform has been put on pause, so maybe there won't be as many schools empty as we thought. But it seems to me that if you have 1,100 plus people that are homeless or facing homelessness, I accept from numbers from last year that have never been disputed by the government, that people would be very pleased to have somewhere safe to rest their head, and I suspect that the amount of money that would have to be invested for programs like that would be equally as inexpensive as the minister seems to believe that his modular homes will be. The shadow minister of finance has already made mention, I believe, of the compulsory acquisition powers that are in the Act. Now, I have talked about this myself from time to time. Is it possible to find some way to bring in these derelict homes into the housing stock for the use for Bermudians? The difficulty here, of course, and it's been said, I have to repeat it, that I find it very difficult to accept that that's something that is going to end up being cost effective in any way. And it would take the time to bring in legislation compulsory acquire homes, one has to assume it would be done at a reasonable market rate. And perhaps when we hear the budget head debate, we'll get an understanding if money has been put aside for these compulsory acquisitions, which presumably would be Bermudian homes. So we're taking potential Bermudian homes to give to someone else. Let's get some more details. But it will have to be at a fair market value. We know the cost of land itself in Bermuda. Forget the building that may already be on it. We've heard my friend, Mr. Campbell, MP Campbell, already talk about his experience in whether these types of arrangements are cost effective. How will they be funded, etc., and how will the price be measured on these types of acquisitions? I personally don't see that it can be done, especially when we talk about probate, for example, and the length of time on probate matters, a few years in many instances, to get money out that is rightfully yours, never mind doing compulsory purchase or actions on private property. So again, before we go and run off and potentially acquire Bermudian land to give to another Bermudian, again, it seems sensible to concentrate on buildings that are already owned by government, that are derelict or falling into disrepair, to convert for housing. There are ways in which perhaps we could explore and incentivize in the private sector. It may be helpful to explore a tourism incentive style act in which we can give major discounts and opportunities for builders to build higher in Hamilton. When we had the debate on the Hamilton plan last year, there was great cross-party support for the removal of the floor limit on buildings in Hamilton, with the right parameters that would be put in place by planning. And we also talked about the use of derelict lots. Well, I seem to remember in last year's debate, I spoke about just at least doing something to beautify the city in terms of some of the empty lots, and I see that nothing has been done. In fact, in the last lot I looked at, there's now a washing machine that's been thrown into that lot in prime real estate in Bermuda. So I encourage the minister, especially since he'll have a lot more power, given the act that was tabled without trying to stifle that debate, that if that act passes, the government will have full authority over the Corporation of Hamilton. So he has the power to do it because he'll appoint, no doubt, the people that he wishes to have in the mayoral seats. So it's not so pie in the sky. There is opportunity. The Shadow Minister of Finance has also spoken about giving tax breaks by ending, well, not a tax break, but ending the foreign currency purchase tax, which I believe was recommended by the Fiscal Responsibility Panel. And that too would help reduce the importation of costs for building. So there are ways in which we can incentivize the private sector. It never works when it's government doing the building. It really comes down to incentivizing the private sector, which in turn creates Bermudian jobs, etc. It also means, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have to get on with the Landlord-Tenant Act, which is stalled. We've not heard anything more about it since it was really put out there for public discussion. It seems to have been lost somewhere out there. And I would hope that will be put back out for consultation, taking into account the many changes that have been proposed. Now, as part of the shadow portfolio of Home Affairs, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the issue of the cost of living. And I do not believe that the government has achieved its goal of reducing the cost of living for everyday Bermudians on a grand scale. It's all well and good, and we've heard the Minister for Labour and Economy say how wonderful it is that everybody's gotten a break. Yeah, it is. I'm happy for the break. Okay. But I will accept that there are people out there that need these breaks a lot more than I, and I don't see why that should be something that anyone would dispute and can be concerned about. You'd say, how can we use the funds that we have, instead of giving a break to everybody, give it to those who need it the most? And when my colleague, Mr. Pearman, makes mention of it, he's accused of false empathy or whatever phraseology was used, when these are actually tangible and good ideas. because you're then taking the monies that you've used to give it to the people who need it the most. How could anybody actually argue that legitimately? I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. These are good ideas, not to be dismissed. I don't think either that this basket of goods that the minister brought great fanfare about in concert with many of the grocery stores, and look, great, it's better than nothing. We did 10% on Wednesdays. That was better, right? And again, you go in these grocery stores, let's be fair, let's be absolutely real about it. It is actually sometimes very difficult to find all the goods that are actually in that basket of goods that week. Now, I accept people will have to do the work to lower their costs, but it just doesn't seem like we're doing enough. And I will remind this honorable House yet again that it was the OBA government that introduced progressive payroll tax, and the Shadow Minister of Finance has already indicated that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, page 19 of the budget statement says this, that the government has built conditions for local production, competition, and supply resilience. I don't buy that, because they just have not. We've seen a consolidation of the food industry, which inherently reduces competition. We've seen a practical monopoly now in the pharmaceutical world, in concert with the consolidation of insurance companies, and practical monopolies are coming as a result with doctors' offices and other healthcare providers. That is not in any way helping Bermuda's small business or medium-sized businesses be successful. Now, we heard a statement today, grateful for that, about competition law, but the member to my right has already pointed out that that was brought forward and discussed, or at least mentioned, I should say, by the Premier 2 years ago. And here we are talking about fairness and responsible choices. The choices have not been responsible. That is why we are struggling today, and that is why suddenly money is being poured into infrastructure and things, because the investment has not been made when it should have been made. So, when I look at the section on making food and shipping more affordable, it says this word that is just, it's a weasel word. It says we're going to explore additional shipping and logistical pathways. That tells me nothing. I can explore it. I can do that. I'll throw in the word CARICOM, and maybe that gives something about CARICOM to make it sound legitimate. It's nothing. It's an absolutely nothing statement. And when we get down to the heads, be challenging the minister and others on these statements that sound good but deliver nothing. And that is the problem with this. I was going to talk about municipal reform, but we've seen already a bill been laid, and it's not reform, it's a takeover. I'll leave that there. Okay? In terms of CARICOM, I don't see anything in the budget about money for green paper or white paper. I don't see anything in there about fees in terms of full membership. And again, we'll get into that debate. But I am not seeing the information that it should be forthcoming from the government in respect of that and the benefits to Bermudians in joining CARICOM. That is what we're looking for. And how is it going to benefit Bermudians in the long term? And again, I will make this statement as clearly as I can, because I don't want there to be any doubt. If the case can be made that CARICOM will benefit Bermudians in the long term and short term, and it is a true beneficial relationship, I don't think it can be disputed. But to date, that has not happened. We have had lots of little discussions. We've heard that, there's potential opportunities, and again, the word explore, it gets us nowhere. So what does this budget do? I'll tell you, before I tell you what it has done, I'll tell you what it hasn't done. There are still roads that are a mess. Seniors, as we've heard, are being left to their own devices at the hospital. Now we hear that we have to open up beds at Maui. Crime continues to plague us. Parks are in need of work. Let's rename the park from Botanical Gardens, by the way, to Paget Park, because it's not Botanical Gardens anymore, I can tell you that. There's broken ferries, and we've also heard today, ferries that have been purchased and unused, but they're in service. Crumbling prisons, underfunded pensions, and debt obligations that will continue, notwithstanding where we are. Now, you are more than welcome. You are absolutely more than welcome. Now, look, it is absolutely difficult to fix your own mistakes. It is not impossible. But what is saving this Minister of Finance is not the alleged brilliance of the minister. It is absolutely pure luck. Okay? It is happenstance. It is happenstance, as we well know, that CIT was imposed on us by the OECD. If we did nothing about it, we would not have this. Now, I'm not going to take away from the good work that has been done to try and implement it as effectively and as fairly as possible. But it is a luck and stroke of luck in timing, nothing more. Now, well, if we're relying on luck, then that is a problem in itself, okay? It is absolutely unacceptable that it is just pure luck, because that is exactly what it is. So, this does not mean that businesses will suddenly thrive. It does not mean that tourism is all of a sudden going to increase. It does not mean that there will be lots more jobs for Bermudians. In fact, we've seen it doubles consultancy spending. We know that to grow the economy, we need thousands more workers, and the Minister of Labor and Economy has to come to grips with that, and all of the attendant issues that arise from that, from housing, etc., given what we've already talked about. It still means an economy that is sluggish. It still means monopolies. It still means a sugar tax that doesn't work. It still means overgrown roads. It still means a Landlord-Tenant Act that is unworkable. And as I said, it continues to cover for poor decision-making and that continued celebration of mediocrity of which I've spoken before. So, in conclusion, what I will say is this. The Premier Minister of Finance, in my opinion, has been playing Russian roulette for far too long, and the only reason that he has come up trumps is by pure luck. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak in the economic debate?
Yes.
I recognize the member from constituency 2. Member, you have the floor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I listened with great interest to the final segment of that honorable member Fay's speech when he said pure luck. And in my trade, in my field, we all come to this place in trade and fields. The benchmark of my trade was a man named Ben Hogan. Many people copied his saying. Ben Hogan said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. Because it's what people perceive of you when you put in work, when nobody else is seeing you out there working. When the junior minister, who I'm going to single out, the Honorable Wayne Furbert, and the Premier and the team from Finance were working diligently over many years, right? You see the results, and persons will come here and be so disingenuous and disrespectful by calling the hard work of this government luck. But I'm going to just, and they had in their budget reply, what was the numbers what? What is it? The numbers don't, let me find it, Madam Speaker. The numbers tell the real story. Well, I'm going to go back to some numbers, and I'm going to declare my interest. This is my 21st budget over a 28-year period. And I declare my interest that in another life, I represented the United Bermuda Party. And I want to tell you that there were persons who were United Bermuda Party that always said when they left government, it was a balanced budget, yes? And no debt, yes? Well, let me just go back and give you the numbers. Here's my budget book from 2000, and the actual, everything is in the context. It's easy for people to get up and espouse things and be disingenuous and impugn improper motives on a government. But I want to put it in context. In 1998-99, the actual budget for 98-99 had a $165,000 deficit by the United Bermuda Party.
300, you said? You were part of it.
Oh, I declare, I accept that I was a part of the United Bermuda Party. And I can tell you why, but I'm not going to use up my time talking about how they broke every constitution to become the OBA, did the same thing that they did to my good man, Mr. King. They don't know how to follow rules. They didn't follow rules to form. Now, so this is the budget book, and I'll table this to say that in 1998-99, actually, it was a $355 million deficit. Why? Because it was an election, and they went into deficit spending. But, well, billion with a B. Well, I actually went to AI. I said, AI, tell me, what does 355 million in 1998 equate to in 2026? And the amount is so close to $1 billion, you would shake your stick. It's right there. Google it for yourself, okay?
Excuse me. I need to have better decorum in the house. Thank you.
The numbers aren't...
I'm not talking to you,
Thank
member.
you.
I'm talking to the entire house, not to you.
The numbers aren't lying.
I expect better decorum in this house.
The numbers aren't lying, and now they're squawking at the truth. The truth is in front of them. In the context, they would have everybody in Bermuda believing that the government that I represented in 1998-99 came to this house with a balanced budget, which they did. They had $15,000 surplus, right? But guess what? The government today has something similar. The government today has a bottom line in the top 8 categories of the budget book. The PLP government is operating where revenue is exceeding expenditure. Now, why did that happen? Because the PLP government set a course from when I ran for the PLP and was successful in 2017, the mindset, and the honorable member, Mr. Dixon, was the finance, had us on course for balanced budgets. And a member said earlier, I think was member interpolated, the budget, the OBA didn't increase the debt. They did. It's here. I'll table this too. I'm not going to waste my time refuting.
Point of order, Madam
There's no point of
Deputy
order.
Speaker.
Your point of order,
The
member.
honorable member is misleading the House in 2 respects. First of all, he says that AI translates $300 million in debt in 1998 to $1 billion today. I just tried it. It's actually just 500. There, nice try. Secondly, I didn't say that we didn't increase the debt. I denied the consistent assertion that comes from the honorable member across the way that we somehow doubled the debt. We did not. It's untrue.
Well, it's not untrue.
And if one would like to
But
look
it's
at
not
the debt
untrue.
since
Just a
2017,
minute. Right.
if one would like to see the debt that's been incurred by this government since 2017, it's $800 million. It's in the budget book.
Okay, member. You have the floor
Member,
again.
for transparency, I'll be happy to table every number I'm talking about, but I'm not going to waste my time trying to quibble over things, because in the context, they'll have you think that, there was no debt incurred prior to 2000. So the PLP government had to come in with a budget that was operating in deficit spending. But let me just go forward with these numbers, because in 2017, with a budget that had gone to over $2 billion, right, in debt, right, the PLP set a course. And it's been stated many times. I'll encourage anybody who wants to know to corroborate it, to go back and look, that we would be fiscally prudent and operate towards a balanced budget to do what? Reduce the debt. That was established. So you can't do it in one full swoop, right? You can't do it like that. You have to set a course. We could have gone and did what and spent all the money on a boat race for over $100 million, which benefited. We could have gone and built Cross Island like somebody else did, right? We could have invested in Morgan's Point and left the incoming government with $250 million, not $250 million in debt, but $250 million in debt. The same government that had to come to the rescue of the Bank of Butterfield for $250 million during the recession.
Don't forget about 2012.
And let me say this in the context, because I heard the shadow finance minister talk a lot today about, he mentioned conservative a lot, and I think there's physical prudence, which the PLP government has demonstrated, because when the debt was incurred, right, persons were humming and hawing about all this debt. But in the context, everything's in context. What caused the debt? Well, let's go there. Between 2003 and 2007, this is fact, Bermuda enjoyed the greatest economic boom period in its history. Now, Mr. C. Eugene Cox did have a fund in place. And if I was to be critical of them, is that fund should have been fully funded during that boom period, which it wasn't. It was started to be built up for what took place in 2008, the recession. Now, I've lived long enough. Times like this, I remember the late Mr. Robert True Sr. and our many talks by Paget stoplights up there when he was building in the early 90s during that recession. Mindset, context. What happened with the government, the United Bermuda Party government? And most people say, I ain't part of the United Bermuda Party, but you're happy to inherit what the United Bermuda Party did. There are many children and grandchildren of UBP right across the way. And so what I want to say is, the mindset during the 90 to 95 period when the recession came was to send who home and packing. The same group of people that looked towards the PLP in 1998, Portuguese workers were sent home in massive during that period.
Fancy that.
Massive. It was criminal. In fact, there was an organization that was founded out of that through the Portuguese community. I declare my interest there. I have lived and grown up in many Portuguese households in Southampton, where I come from. And I am very grateful for the first Portuguese man elected to this house, of Honorable Ralph Owen Marshall in 1963, along with Dame Lewis and Jack Sharp, who I also knew, all three of them well. Okay? No, but up in Southampton, we're all intertwined. We grew up in the homes of DeMorris and Marshalls and the like in Southampton. And I'm here to say, but when it came, and Scalacci up there, grew up with the boys. But what I'm here to say is that in the context, in the mindset, to be able to go there, they did it by sending people home. When the Progressive Labor Party became government, came PRC, some curing legislation that gave protections for persons that people are benefiting from today. When the boom period came and business people, and I'll never forget, Dame Pamela saying to me, we were in London with that petition of 8,500 people that I had taken over to London. She said to me, let me tell you this much. Businesses don't support parties, they support governments. Now forget that. Businesses support governments, right? So, you know, some of those folk there, they'll go and curry favor over there. But let's look what contributed to that debt that took place between 2008 and 2012, when the PLP invested in people. We had fast ferries purchased. The country had the controversial docks. And where would we be without those controversial docks today? Oh, fodder was made over the building of those docks. People were called names over those docks. Yes? Yeah. And then, but look where we are today as a consequence. And look what happened when the honorable member, who was our first in 2017 finance minister, was on course for balanced budgets. It's right here. I'll go and I'll just quote from the budget book of 2020, 2021. When you hang around long enough and you keep these books, you can go back and look at the actuals. But when you're doing a budget today, you're doing off estimates. I always go back and look at what the actuals actually are. And during that time period, we had gotten it down to projecting a $77 million deficit. That's a far cry. That's inching away. That was what was projected in 2018-19, right? With estimates for it to be down to 19 million by 2021. But what happened in 2020? We had COVID. And no one, like in the recession, when people blamed the recession of 2008 on the PLP and got away with it, no one could deny that there was COVID. That was global. And as a consequence, a responsible finance minister invested in our people once again, holding true to Progressive Labor Party origins. Look after your people. All of your people. Look after your people. And you know, our people are caring people in the context. During 2008 recession, there were many naysayers that a recession even existed when the PLP had to go into deficit spending during that time, and were caught with some significant capital projects that have proved beneficial to the country. And 10 years later, or 5 years later, no arguing that now. People are complaining, why don't you have enough more ferries, right? We invested in people once again. And yes, circumstances be what they were. We had, after that, we had the closure of Princess. And we had a new finance minister thereabouts. But guess what? The continuance of fiscal prudence continued. I heard persons get up today and say, you know, we don't think that the premier should be the finance minister. The premier is only going to be the finance minister if it's capable. And this finance premier has proven capable. Love him or not, he has proven capable. And let me share this. It was okay. Nobody's going back and says, listen, when Sir David Gibbons became premier, in somewhat similar fashion that my good cousin from Southampton became premier, similar. You know, they went there in a smoke-filled room and they came out premier. He continued into his finance minister during the 5-year tenure that he was premier. And what happened during that time? In context, in the early 80s, you saw Bermuda shift from a tourism economy to one that introduced, I was a young boy then when the Condominium Act came in 1981, right? The Condominium Act was introduced right around that time. And persons felt that, listen, we need to go more toward international company business. And the same people complaining why you don't have enough hotel beds now are living in properties that were hotels once. I listen to them and I smile and I says, yes, you know what? I remember where you are now. Right there, that was the Harbor Lounge. Oh yeah, up and down this country, we saw hotel beds shift. That's the context. Why? Because people with money moved to where they could make more money. But in all credit to international business has a very significant hospitality component. And I remember in the early 2000s, when the argument was, oh, those are not leisure visitors, the business visitors. But I remember when business was starting to grow. I often talk fondly about my good friend Jack Mosley, the chairman and CEO of USF&G, the largest insurance company in the world, the precursor of reinsurance. You can Google him too if you want. I ain't gonna waste my time telling you about Jack, but I remember the influence of people like Jack Mosley. They would turn to people in my profession to be service their persons. But in today's world, what do underwriters do? They go around doing work that persons in the hospitality industry do. They're showing their people hospitality in Bermuda. I had a CEO tell me, he says, listen, Swan, you want to start bringing 2022, you want to bring more people over here, make sure you take them on the water. Make sure you take them and let them see Bermuda. Why? Because that's how they close deals. So, you know, a lot of times we got up here and we make arguments to make sure we can walk in our constituencies and look good. And I've always said, there's not a person in this house that doesn't love Bermuda like I do. Everybody in this house comes up here loving Bermuda. But it comes a time when you have to be responsible. And I'm here to tell you, I'm here looking at the numbers. And for a member to get up here and call the corporate income tax windfall, I'll give it that name. Luck, no, and as one of my Christian friends would say, no to the no. H-E something something no. It ain't so. Because had this government just sat on its hands, if he didn't, we rolled up our sleeves, not too dissimilar to few former governments of this country, going back a long way. Where's the opportunity in the difficulty? Why do you think since 1998, the Bermuda Monetary Authority is looked at with great reverence around the world? It is not looked at any less of reverence during a PLP administration. It's been supported, respected, encouraged. I've often said that we have opportunities to promote Bermuda that we don't even capitalize on. I would, if I had the discretion, and I don't, but I do have the mic, so I'll say it. Stanley Lowe used to say, you're on the bully pulpit. I got 9 minutes and 10 seconds to continue on. I would make Bermuda education tourism and involve the youngest of Bermudians in it. In my constituency, I've said it more than once. The greatest example of educational tourism have been in our midst for over half a century. Byers was a golf resort back in the 1920s and 30s. During the war, it translated to a hospital. Now, it's educational tourism associated with Arizona State University is the largest employer in the parish. Bias. Great example. Not too dissimilar to what St. George's University represents to Grenada. Great opportunity. Great opportunity to create next generation scientists from overseas that have been coming here for years, to allow young budding scientists to be cultivated from a young age. From a young age. If you got trouble with children in your country, right? If you got problems with children, you don't wait until they're 14 to try to reach them. You get them in the 5 and make them into a doctor when they're young. You make them, and you know what? You tell them like Sam Mabry's mama used to tell me, man. She used to pick me up at Grand Bay Heights and drive me to Berkeley. She says, Kim, let me tell you something. If you decide you're going to be a garbage collector, you make up your mind to be the best one that ever stood in Bermuda. That's what we taught our children. So I'm here to say that if we're the tops in regulatory, if we're the tops in captive, if we're the tops in reinsurance, why isn't it that we're not? And the same people that were telling me 5 years ago, you need to bring more people in the island. And what does the Minister of Finance and Economy and Labor work with Princess? And guess what? The same people are saying, what are you going to do? And what I'm saying is, come with more solutions that are more than just things that resonate and wind people up. And just like for almost 30 plus years, people have been under the illusion that the PLP came in with a clean slate. The facts are right here. It's not so. We had a library, we'd be able to go there and find them like I used to find them back in '98. All those particular speeches that relate to that. You know, we had a situation that occurred during the 2008 recession that had far-reaching impact on Bermuda. And to put it in a single word, it's called predatory lending. It's called bad decisions in boardrooms. And it's called, what narrative are you going to paint the government with that'll cause people to look at them with the greatest amount of suspicion? Because when you hire consultants to advise you, they look at the situation and say, listen, if you can go here, you can cause these people to be looking at them with suspicion. And that's been a tactic that takes place globally. And in a small jurisdiction like Bermuda, it has a devastating effect because people can believe that. With photoshopping and all the like, you could cause people to believe whatever you want them to believe. And so, you know, when you can say all the bad things about government and not say that, but you know, the same government. And I'm going to mention this private business again because it's you know, he who feels it knows it. But when a business can rely on a government that it rarely supported, Butterfield Bank, and the opposition of the day supported what the government did to come to the rescue of, I think, $200 million to Butterfield Bank. But you know, I listened to Butterfield celebrating hundreds of millions in profits. But I know workers who work for Butterfield for over 25 years of their life, and the only thing that they're now in their 90s have pensions that don't even cover the health insurance. Somewhere and somehow, you should employ some of the compassion that this government holds on to. Because whether or not it's a PLP government of 2026 or a PLP government of 1998, it has to answer to some grassroots people, sensible grassroots people up and down this country who care for Bermuda just like you do. And when you come here and try to ridicule things in just simplistic ways, I can't accept it. I won't accept it. People should apologize for saying things like that that simply just aren't true. And I'm saying the numbers are here. And yes, the corporate income tax has come at a time. Hard work after a devastating period of COVID. Staying true to the principles that we followed. You know, there's a saying that I'm living by in later years. Incremental is monumental. Today is day 150 for me, walking 5 miles every day, and after walking that, I thought it was going to be the be-all. Now I got to incorporate some stretching and some turning to work on the mid-stack, but you have to do it incrementally. It's not going to happen, and that's what this government has done. That's what it has done, incrementally, because had you got the windfall without that type of discipline over the years, it would not have had the same beneficial effect. It would not have had the same beneficial impact. Now, my final thing, I don't have much time now. I've got 2 minutes and 3 seconds. I just want to say something with regards. I make no apologies. I grew up on the water before I went to golf. I love sailing. My family are fishermen and sailors. And I am concerned about the amount of deaths on the road. The answer is in the water. I heard people hollering for a pink ferry. I'll declare my interest. I'm connected with Newstead, Belmont. A pink ferry would not work unless you could convince the people of Ord Road, Khyber Pass, and more populated persons to go to buy into that concept. And maybe some minibuses ferrying people, maybe a dock at Spithead might encourage more people to use. But the answer is, and while I'm talking about the pink ferry, is more commuter service from St. George's right along through. Make it beneficial even tax-wise for people to get on the water and get off the roads. And finally, let me just use my final minute for this. Bermuda Air is doing what we need to do wholesale in this country. Believe in yourselves enough to just go out there and connect with the marketplace. And if you start a new business, it's not without challenges, but they've stepped out. And I think in their venture, I see something in them that I'd like to see wholesale in our country. Believing in our country enough to do it ourselves. And I'll save the rest of that for another speech. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak in the economic debate? I recognize the member from constituency 12. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I actually enjoyed the honourable member's facets of the previous member, the honourable member from constituency 2, and some of what he had to say, that progress isn't always as swift as we'd like it to be. But I will say this, that I will say that we were lucky to have CIT. Yeah. We were fortunate, lucky, whatever word you want to use. Okay? No one's talking about the work that PLP did, because the timing had nothing to do with them. But it happened. And we're happy that it happened, because it helps to benefit Bermudians. But if the government is going to get sidetracked because one of our members called it luck, well, one of the best finance ministers they've had said the same thing. The exact same thing. He should still be finance minister, in my opinion. He said it. But he was told, Deputy Speaker, he can't get the job done. Yeah, he was told that he can't get the job done. And the PLP can interpolate all they want. The fact is this, that while they have had this money, you can interpolate all you want. I can say a whole lot about a bunch of you, okay? That you'd be very upset for. But you go, nah, there's no need for me to attack you and your family. No need to do it whatsoever at all. We don't do that. But I can tell you, PLP does it, okay? I had to experience it myself. So we're not going to get sidetracked here. What we're going to do is talk about what's going on. And I have said it over and over and over from these budget moments that the PLP government, yes, they're doing some good work, but they're doing it at, I want to make sure that everybody hears this. I'm not going to give you any more accolades, but you're moving at a snail's pace while the rest of the world and the economy is flying past them. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. I'm going to try and stick to health. First time I've ever done this. I'm not going to go to a general debate, but I am going to say this here. If you want to understand what's happened over the last few years, all you got to do is look at the chart that they put out, page 28, and you will understand why Bermuda and the local economy is where it is today. They'll understand because in 2016-17, which of course was a budget time that they inherited from us, capital spending was $76,000. Okay, let's go forward for the next 6 years. 76 million. Yeah, I'm getting excited here. 76 million. I'm glad you corrected me. I want to make sure that they know. 76 million. Let's see, PLP government the next year, 56 million. PLP government the next, 58 million. They still haven't reached 16-17. Oh, they went up to 67 million.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member, your point of order?
If the member is going to quote from our book, he needs to start at the 2017-18 budget because that's the last budget of the OBA, not the 2016-17 budget. And he will note that the budget for capital has gone up every year since the last year of the OBA.
Thank you, member.
Obviously, he can't read because if you look at the chart under their government in 2020-21, 55 million. So I'm not sure what he's talking about, but if he wants to squabble over the year that we split in 2017-18, which they became government in 2017, okay? So if they want to quabble over that, that's fine. But they had responsibility for part of that budget as well. So I'm going back to when it was our budget in 2016-17, and it doesn't change to where until 2023-24, where they then start putting some more money back into capital spending. And if you want to know why our roads are the way they are, if you want to know why people are complaining about the conditions of infrastructure and the likes, it's because they starved the country through austerity measures for 6 years. 6 years. And that's why things are in the condition that they are. Now, we're fortunate. You want me to use fortunate? We got CIT now. We got CIT. Lucky. Yeah, I'm joining with the honorable member here, and I'm joining with your former finance minister who was told he can't get the job done, that we were lucky to get the CIT. Oh, yeah. And I wish we had more members like that, honorable member, so we can get some stuff done. We can get some stuff done, because when we start going back to what's going on just with health, and I'm going to go back to health, in the front, nah, boss, I'm gotten older and wiser, and that's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Responsible choices. Certainly, you're a little older than me, and you just stepped down from wanting to run for it. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but hopefully the new wannabe premier, he's just come out. He wants to be the premier. That's what I'm saying. Well, let's see what happens. But he said, quite frankly, another finance minister couldn't get the job done, and he told people and members, I don't need your vote. So I'm not sure where we're going with this here, but it'll be interesting. I'm going to leave them to what they're getting on with, because we got our own issues as well, right? So we'll move on. But the book says here, budget book says, responsible choices, lasting benefits for Bermudians. Now I'm going to speak specifically from now on to health. In my opinion, this budget concerning health, talking about the health ministry, is nothing but a smoke screen, because horrors are still going to come. And we can spend all the money that we want in health and adding more benefits and the likes, but horrors are still coming because we have not fixed the infrastructure of the health ministry and what it's attempting to do. And if you talk to any actuary, he's going to say to you, with the numbers in Bermuda that we do have, guess what? It's a big problem. Big problem here in Bermuda. One of the things that I have learned over these years is that our government is good at incrementally moving, slowly moving along with things, and then when things blow up, they go into high gear. Now we're talking about health ministry. I'm just talking about health ministry. When things blow up, they go into high gear. We are living at a time right now where the ground is literally shifting under the people who work in the health ministry, people who work in the health industry, and they don't know what to expect from one minute to the next. And I'm talking about middle-class Bermudians, and if you will, middle-class black Bermudians who have invested their time, invested their family, and invested their money to build something substantial. And when those families are screaming in the health industry that we're not able to make it, we have a serious problem, because these are the very people who are taking care of their friends who are at a low income and shopping with some of the monopolies that are on this island. They're keeping it afloat. And what I'm seeing in this industry is this, Deputy Speaker. We are putting them at jeopardy. We're putting them at jeopardy. The wealthy continue to receive tax breaks. The wealthy continue to become monopolies, something that we walked away from in 1998, where we were all excited. And I'm going to qualify that statement later on. Yet locals continue to suffer. They continue to lose their businesses, like the sugar tax did, killed off businesses in the East End, West End, and in the middle of the island. Not just black businesses, but white businesses too. Sugar tax did. Go talk to Kamala. Bakery gone. Bakery she bakes on the side. She bakes on the side. Unbelievable that ministers have the nerve to say she still bakes. She had to leave because of the sugar tax, missing the point completely. She's entrepreneurial. That's what Canadians do, they're entrepreneurial, and things get worse. She was wise enough to get out. I tell you, you better tell her. She does. You know, you think you're closer to her than family? Well, go ahead, you keep thinking that. What I am saying is this. The local businesses are dying off, and they're leaving Bermuda. They're leaving Bermuda.
Give me three.
Yeah, well, you did the study. You got the answers, and I'm sure the next report coming out is going to say more people are leaving Bermuda. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me declare my interest. Let me declare my interest. Let me declare my interest. They got a lot to say. They have the time to talk. Keep quiet and just listen up to facts. Listen up to facts. I've declared my interest before. General manager of People's Pharmacy for about 13 years. My wife is a pharmacist. And my daughter is a corporate counsel for the hospital. So, I understand the complexities of what's going on. This is the first time I've had health ministry. But let me just say this here. Under the current climate right now in the health industry, doctors continue to war with the government. We've seen it over and over and over. They were trying to lock them up. Pharmacies continue to war with the government over policies that have been implemented. Nurses continue to fight with the government. When are we going to get paid? Look at the conditions that we are working in. All while the Health Council attacks prescription fees, while the big insurance companies are making 70% profits and the likes. And I gave those quotes 3 years ago in 2024, and I spoke about where we are going with the insurance companies. And for the life of me, in 2024, I pleaded with this government, you've got to talk to these insurance companies because look at where they are going. Read the tea leaves. And even after CG opened up a pharmacy, which is unethical in my opinion, because if a doctor office can't earn a pharmacy, why in the world can an insurance company earn a pharmacy? And everybody agreed with that. Now, insurance companies can my goodness, they can have a whole host. Clinics, labs, and let me give you a statistic. Interesting. There are 56 GPs on the island. 56. How many of those do you think fall under an insurance company? One particular insurance company. 22. That's almost half. So you're telling me that these big insurance companies can earn a pharmacy, earn a lab, earn diagnostic testing, earn doctors' offices, earn the insurance company, feeding themselves, and it's okay. Because in 2024, I warned that this was happening and more was going to come, and I even pleaded with the insurance companies to have a heart. When you can tout 70% profit and you're not turning some of that back into helping out Bermudians, and I even gave the government accolades for the DEHI program. They're making a sacrifice. We're getting benefits for $500 when the cost of it is probably $800. Because it's an investment in the people. But we are not putting legislation in place to deal with what we see now, and that is we are going back to monopolies now. That's where we are going. Look at the food. Marketplace is buying up everything. Going back to monopolies. In 1998, I'm going to tell you this story. In 1998, People's Pharmacy, we were trying to figure out what was going on. In 1998, every pharmacy on the island had to purchase their pharmaceuticals from where? The Phoenix. Yeah. And so we realized and I will say the owner of the pharmacy, People's Pharmacy, went and sat down with government at that time. It was a new day and things were going to change. And so we embarked on a journey that led to many of the independent pharmacies at that time, and even now, buying their own pharmaceuticals. Why? For independence from a monopoly. We have gone full circle. Allshore now not only owns doctors' offices, labs, and you name it, but now they're partnering with the same monopoly that we walked away from. And I pleaded with the government to step in to watch this. Our government, and I'm putting this solely on the Premier right now because of some of the quotes that he made, and I'm going to go to those quotes. The Premier said this. Sorry, I'm going to go back. Before that, I begged, do something. CG goes and opens up his own pharmacies. Guys, you got to do something here. You got to do something. These independent pharmacies are at risk. Then we put regulation on the same industry that we say we want to help, entrepreneurs in Bermuda. They're being burdened with so much regulation and tape work. And guess what? BF&M in August decide, you know what? We're going to join forces. They own about approximately 70% of the market. They got 22 GPs under their belt out of the 52. Pharmacists and pharmacies are trying to get pharmacists in the island. We would like to have more locals. We need to promote that. It's taken them more than 6 months to get pharmacists here. and doctors. 52 hardly seems like enough GPs on the island. Hardly seems enough. And there's maybe approximately 52, 53, give or take one or two. But to have one single industry player, 22 of the doctor's offices, that's incredible. Sorry, not doctor's offices, doctors, GPs. That's incredible. Well, where else can you go and one entity owns that much of the market? They are feeding themselves. And now the earth is shaking between underneath the health industry and those independent people who came into play is moving beneath them because I said and I warned and I begged, please intervene. What did we get today? We wait until things blow up and now Allshore is telling you where you're going to get your drugs now. You can't go over here to whatever independent pharmacy. You have to come to us for the GLP-1 drugs. You got to come to us. We're going back to monopolies. Now, let me just say this here. I recognize that consolidation has to happen because we ain't got enough people on the island. And so they're consolidating. They are reading the tea leaves like nobody else's business. And I said they're moving quickly. So we have to move quickly. We're not moving quickly. We've got our pants caught down again. Allshore comes along and tells us what to do. This is how it's going to happen. And then, you know, the poor minister has to rush to put a letter out to say, well, can you stay it for like a couple of days? Or you know, I know you gave the industry, the pharmacies, 1 month. And this Allshore has the nerve to not even notify the health ministry that they're doing this until they already told all the pharmacies and whatnot a week ago before the minister. So I credit the minister for responding, and she responded swiftly. But it's already blown up. In 2024, December 6th of 2024, this was the second plea I made to the government to do something about this because it's going to happen. We're 3 years later now. Almost 3 years later. Not quite 3 years. And things blow up. The doctors blow up. The pharmacies blow up. Citizens are blowing up. Because now we're telling the very same people who had the liberty in 1998 to go where they wanted to go and to own the businesses that they wanted to own, and it's all at jeopardy. There ain't a pharmacy on this island that's making 70% profits. Not one. Not even close to that. But we have allowed this to happen. May I read from the Hansard from December 6, 2024. I'll go straight to what the Premier had to say after I made all these pleas. I've already said what I said, and I'll table it and give it to the House of Assembly. After I said what I said, the Premier says this. And I did say that during this legislative session, 2024, the government will commence consultations and amendments to the legislation and to address the local mergers and acquisitions that continue to concentrate significant power. No legislation in 2024, no legislation in 2025, and we're now in 2026 when we were warned. You don't have to take what I have to say to heart, but at least listen. And now, our ministry, they didn't even know that the Premier said that. I asked a question today. Well, when did you know that the Premier made this announcement in 2024, right after his throne speech, December the 6th? He said, yeah, yes, and then he continues on. Yes, the honorable member is right. I accept that we must move faster in the health insurance sector. 2.5 years later, we get the announcement by Allshore that they're going to continue to be a bully And I'm calling them a bully for two reasons. Number one, they had the nerve not to let the health minister know what was going on and what was coming. Despite the fact that I did say to the health ministry, you need to sit down with these guys and talk to them. It's coming. Number two, and I'm going to say his name, Peter Lozia. Oh, yeah. Back in 24, I called this man. Called his office. Spoke to the secretary. She was guarded. Who are you? I'm just an MP. I just want to get some clarity on some of the things that, you're doing. Because the government hadn't come back to say that they had talked to him. I'm taking it upon myself. I'm going to call him. Sent messages to him. I ain't heard from him since. And he has the disrespect to not let the minister know what's going on? That kind of contempt for any government should not be accepted. And I hope that this government doesn't accept it and does something about it. But it's already blown up. The minister told us, what can we do? Well, yeah, it's blown up. And you can ask them to give you a stay of 60 days because this is how unfair they're being. They're telling the pharmacies and some doctors' offices, I'm giving you a month. Well, you know how much supplies you have to have in order to take care as a pharmacy, to have in stock? And then some of these doctors from pharmaceuticals, $2,000, $3,000 more. And if that member, citizen, unfortunately passes away, guess who has to eat up the money? And that's why I've been saying, you guys, you gotta move. You gotta move. So I'm saying, yeah, it was lucky that we got the CIT. Now let's really do something. Let's really do something. But the reality of today is these businesses are about to close. And I can guarantee you this, one or two are gonna close real soon. They will not survive this at all. They won't survive it. But yet the premier had the nerve in this honorable house, after I spoke, get up and say, yeah, we got this covered. I got it in the throne speech. I'm going to do something about it. Yeah, we're going to get this done. Nothing. Nothing. How dare he put local businesses that support him in jeopardy? How do you think they feel right now? The amount of money that they've invested in this economy, the amount of time that they've put in, sweat and tears, making sure they hire Bermudians. To come to this, I'm just looking at my notes here. Universal health care is going to cure everything. But I'll tell you this here, consultation ain't happened. But yet we're going to get this done by October, or some parts of it by October. Members who are on the consultative team are still waiting to hear from this government. Unintended consequences are, out of all of the money that we have, businesses are closing their doors with an unemployment rate that we haven't seen before. People are leaving Bermuda. So you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't deal with the critical issues in this country, and let me say this here, health premiums are the new mortgage. They are the new mortgage because our seniors, who the government is helping in different ways, our seniors are suffering. And you can give them a little bit more here and a little bit more here. We can't keep up. There needs to be a massive systemic change in how we do things. Because if we say we care, then make the systemic change that is necessary to get people above water now. So we're creeping. But guess what, Deputy Speaker? We're still trying to fight to get to pre-pandemic numbers in tourism. We got some hard decisions to make, and we need to make them swiftly. And with everybody using this chat GPT, I still ain't learned how to use the daggone thing. We can get you. Hey, my honorable member is older than me from constituency 2. He was chat GPing it. He's got it done. He might have got some of the numbers. AI, well, AI, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. The fact is,
point of order, Madam Speaker. I think I definitely believe the honorable member is misleading the House in that I was quoting from the budget books, and I had about 5 of them here. I only referred to ChatGPT because I Google just to equate 355 million to 800 million in today. But I was using the budget book for my facts.
Thank you.
I didn't say that. This is the kind of thing that vexes me, right? What an unnecessary point of order. Completely unnecessary. And this is what's going on in this House. Completely unnecessary. So let me remind Bermuda, since 2024, they were warned, this government. No legislation. 25, no legislation. And here we are in 2026, no legislation until things blow up. It's a harsh reality. We learned some hard lessons when we were government, that in 4 years, you can't fix everything. We were trying to, and when this government who was opposition at that time, oh, the LBA is going to fix everything. I got to fix it. You got to fix it. The scrutiny was there. All kinds of scrutiny. From everything to name calling, you name it. Yeah. I'm going to fix everything. But guess what? Here we are in 2026, and the monopolies are coming back during Black History Month, when we should have fixed this a long time ago. Now, that's no pun on the government per se or the opposition or any which way you want to look at it. The facts are, we walked away from those monopolies. We were smart enough to say, look, we're going to be enterprising and allow Bermudans to get there. And here we are now, back to monopolies. There's only 2 insurance companies now. 2. CG got the pharmacies, and Old Shores feeding itself now. Got a perfect circle, just recycling, feeding into themselves. And we are doing nothing about it. And the goal of the minister, after everything blows up, to come into this House to talk about, well, we're going to deal with this consolidation, when they were warned about it years ago. So what are we going to do about it? We got a budget that does some things for Bermudians and gets along. But even to their own admittance, with the TRC, they said, nah, you got to give 30 million to get the seniors where they needed to be. That's right there in the book. They recommended 30 million. What do? Rather than restructure and give them the 30 million, we give them 15 million. And that's why the suffering continues. Because in order to get out of debt, we're going the slow route when we need to restructure and put money where our mouth is and seriously make the change that is needed. For me, to say responsible choices, lasting benefits, the only lasting benefits that are coming right now is a horror story, because these middle-class people who own these businesses are dying off, and there's nothing to stop it.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak in the economic debate? I recognize the Minister for Cabinet Office and Digital Innovation. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, we started quite a while ago, and when you look at page 3, the shadow minister started off by talking about fictional characters, the Smith family and Mr. Jones, and tried to paint a picture of despair. He asks, how is this PLP budget helping them? Well, Deputy Speaker, I'll be happy to answer that. Under this PLP government, Mrs. Jones will pay less in payroll taxes. Mrs. Jones will get free annual health exams to catch medical issues early. The Smith family will save on licensing their car and land tax for their home. They also will save up to $375 a year because we eliminated the fuel customs duty. That $375 will go even further at the grocery store due to further reductions on essential items duties. And then when it comes to Grandpa Smith, he needs care. His family does not have to now wait 12 months for the personal home care benefit under HIP or Future Care. Because we have now removed that waiting period. And we've also increased the medical allowance under HIP and Future Care. Mrs. Deputy Speaker, Grandpa Smith might also be a retired public servant. So what does that mean? He'll benefit from the 10% increase that the superannuation pension will get for the first time since they were frozen in 2014 by the One Bermuda Alliance. So, Madam Speaker, the opposition invents characters to complain about. We pass policies for people who actually exist. And that is not something that is done by luck or creation of fantasy families. Madam Speaker, as a politician, there is one trait that most of us in these chambers can readily recognize, and that's the ability to read the crowd and adjust your prepared remarks to suit. I say most of us because what I heard today reminds me of listening to pre-written remarks and a failure to read the room. Listening to this budget reply feels like it was typed up last year. And at a minimum, fails to take into account what our honorable premier spoke to last week. I lost count of the amount of times I heard the honorable member speak about things the OBA will do that are already being done or already in train. For this, I thank the honorable member for co-signing on all of the wonderful things that this government is actually doing for the people of Bermuda. However, Deputy Speaker, we've been subjected to this honorable member's speeches before, so nothing was said that is a surprise to anyone that's listening. The shadow minister cannot bring himself to admit a simple truth, and I thank the honorable member from 33 for pointing this out. He cannot admit to himself that people who look like me can run a country, and they can run it well.
Oh, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must insist.
You have a point of order?
That
Okay,
he is
your point of
impugning,
order?
the honorable member is impugning improper motive, and I would ask him to withdraw that comment. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Member.
I will not withdraw that.
Okay.
It's my opinion.
Okay, once it is established that it's an opinion, I cannot. In his opinion, perhaps he should have said that, and then it would have been clear to you.
Thank you. In my opinion,
Yes.
that honorable member cannot admit that people who look like me can run a country and run it well. The budget reply, Madam Speaker, says Bermuda needs a change in government 1 year after the One Bermuda Alliance lost an election for the third time in a row. Again, another example, my opinion, of a tone-deaf politician who can't read the room. The people of Bermuda were asked in 2017, they were asked in 2020, and they were asked in 2025.
Madam Deputy Speaker, point of order.
Your point of order?
To Standing Order 11D, no member shall be insulting other members. Now, he may speak with all his opinions, but he is making allusions and allegations having to do that my thinking, my thought process, and my views have something to do with the color of people's skins or how they look. Yeah. And I asked him to withdraw because everything in that budget reply is based on facts, and it is based on the experiences, and it's based on this government's continued failures to deliver for the people, and it doesn't matter what color the book is, what color the people's skin is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has not delivered. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member.
Madam Speaker.
I know that you definitely have great command of the English language.
Thank you.
And so I would like for you, in your phraseology.
I will move forward, but
Thank you.
To quote the famous saying, the member doth protest too much.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Acting Speaker.
Okay.
I'm surprised that I need to refer. Point of order
Yes.
is that the honorable minister is in breach of Standing Orders Rule 1911 sub F, which says this, and he knows or should know: no member shall impute improper motives to any member of the House or indulge in personalities except on a substantive motion moved for that purpose.
Thank
and
you.
therefore, comments as to the motivation of Dr. DeCouto, the honorable member, should be withdrawn.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We will abide standing orders.
Seems like I've struck a nerve.
Yes.
But as I carry on, Madam Speaker, the people of Bermuda have been asked in 2017, in 2020, and 2026, and the One Bermuda Alliance have been weighed, they have been measured, and they have been found wanting. Yet the solution to everything that's wrong with Bermuda is they should be elected to the government. What a lack of respect for the electorate of this people and the last 3 times that they have been called to cast their ballots. But we can't expect much more. Madam Speaker, a debate over billions of dollars can easily lose the attention of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The everyday man does not live by financial spreadsheets. Think about the man driving a taxi, pulling into the service station at the end of a long night. Think about the mother standing at the checkout, checking her phone to see if her check has been deposited so she can buy groceries. These are the people we answer to, not fictional characters. They do not care about fancy political talk. They care about whether their lights are on. They care about whether they can afford groceries, whether their children have a fair shot. In fact, an 83-year-old Bermudian has recently stated that this budget is going in the right direction. It stressed the urgent need to fight debt reduction, and we've heard him. We are delivering exactly that. Not making statements that fail to read the room and sound like out-of-touch elitists. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when the OBA was voted out in 2017, they left this country in a deep hole. They took our national debt from $1.55 billion to $2.68 billion. Notice I didn't say double it. They left a budget with a projected deficit of $135 million. They saddled the taxpayers with a $200 million guarantee for Morgan's Point, a project that had been in default a year before they were voted out. A $40 million loan for Cross Island, and in excess of $40 million having to be paid to Aecon for guaranteed profits for an airport deal.
Award-winning.
That is their record. That is their record, Madam Speaker. I recall them hearing about all the perceived missteps of the Progressive Labor Party in their budget reply, but nary a word of the fiscal burdens that they left us to navigate from 2017. Now, let's take a look at 2026. Under the Progressive Labor Party, despite a once-in-a-century pandemic and the aforementioned fiscal burdens left by the OBA, we are standing in the strongest financial footing in a generation. Let's look at some of the facts. We project a budget surplus of $472 million. For the first time in history, government revenues will exceed $1 billion. We're making the largest single $2 billion. We're making the largest single debt repayment in our country's history. We'll be paying off $605 million in January 2027, which will end up being an additional $25 million in interest savings every single year. We're delivering the largest tax cut for workers in this country. We've eliminated the 20% customs duty for fuel generation, and we are cutting private licensing fees another 10%. Madam Speaker, the Shadow Finance Minister stands here and says this budget is short on vision. He looks at our historic revenues and calls it a windfall. He claims we're only balancing the budgets because of corporate income tax. But, Madam Speaker, that is pure foolishness. The CIT did not happen by accident or by luck. It took years of hard work, strict fiscal discipline, and tough choices. The opposition claims we're using this windfall money carelessly. But, Madam Speaker, this is also completely false. We've made it clear that the fiscal rules that we put in place will prevent us from using these receipts to fund everyday costs of running government. The shadow minister also claims that the gross domestic product has barely grown and only international business is succeeding. He tries to separate the success of international business from the success of Bermuda. But who works in those offices? Bermudians. Who benefits when we freeze fuel duties and cut payroll taxes for local businesses? Bermudians. The One Bermuda Alliance complains about empty storefronts, but yet criticizes $182 million in capital investment. This plan funds roadworks, builds affordable housing, upgrades our schools, and fixes the Swing Bridge and Tynes Bay. That's real money going into the local economy and creating local jobs. Madam Speaker, the narrative on this budget is unified across the island. The Bermuda Chamber of Commerce commends this budget and welcomes the full repayment in 2027 of the debt. International business, such as organizations like ABIC and Built Here, support our efforts to reduce the cost of living and the cost of doing business in Bermuda. When the corporate boardroom and the man on the street agree, we know our policies are resonating. Madam Speaker, as I spoke about paying off the $605 million in January 2027, will reduce Bermuda's gross debt by 18%, permanently saving the taxpayers $25 million a year. We're taking those savings and we're putting them directly into the pockets of our people. We're eliminating the remaining 20% on fuel duty. This specific action will save our people an average of $375 per year in energy costs. And when you combine the base rate reduction from Belco, households will see a significant savings per month. The shadow minister called the Belco tax regressive. He claims it gives the biggest benefit to people with large houses. Madam Speaker, this shows exactly who the OBA actually does talk to. A $375 savings might be pocket change to a millionaire, but to a mother checking her bank account to ensure that she can buy groceries, that money can feed her children. It is not regressive to keep the lights on for the working people. The shadow minister also claims the economy is stagnant, and we are leaning entirely on international business. We don't apologize for the success of our international business. No, we don't. We're using that success to fund the working class. While the OBA talks down the local economy, the hard data shows that employment is down to 1.4%, the lowest level since 1970. The real GDP growth is averaging between 2.5 and 3%. Employment income has climbed to $3.75 billion. The everyday man is working. The shadow minister also claims the OBA created the progressive payroll tax. But we must remind the taxpayers and the people of this country the facts. In 2016, under the leadership of the One Bermuda Alliance, the working Bermudian paid the highest payroll tax they've ever paid in the history of this country. They shifted the burden of tax from the employers to the employees. They believe wealthy owners should profit without paying taxes, while everyday employees carry that weight. Over the past 7 years, the Progressive Labor Party has reduced payroll tax to the absolute lowest levels in the history of this country. Today, a worker earning $48,000 a year pays 95% less than they paid under the OBA. We execute real reductions. The OBA favors the elite. We favor the everyday worker. Mr. Speaker, the deputy the shadow minister talks about red tape. He says the One Bermuda Alliance will build a one-stop shop. I actually love that idea. Because the funny thing is, it's amazing how he's all speaking about things that are already happening. We're rolling out the one-stop shop portal as we speak. Bermudians and small businesses will be able to apply for their licenses, renew permits, and access public records in one place. We're not just talking about red tape, we're actually doing it. Madam Speaker, I've sat in the chair of the Minister of Education, and I know the heavy weight that office bears. Reforming a system that has been entrenched in decades requires hard work. It is personal to every parent, it's personal to every teacher. We may debate the specifics along the specific steps for that journey, but we are united in the destination. Our children deserve the best. The Shadow Finance Minister stood here today, said the One Bermuda Alliance would fix public education by creating an education authority. Now, I have to shake my head again because I work to lay the groundwork for the Education Authority, and the current minister is advancing that work as we speak. And again, as I've said on numerous times in the past, when that legislation comes to here, I fully expect every single one of them on that side to stand up and applaud and talk about how wonderful we are when moving forward with the Education Authority. I don't expect any complaints when we get to that part. The OBA also complains about how much money we spend per student. They tell us that money will not solve the problem. Madam Speaker, I will never apologize for investing in Bermuda's children. Our students are not just numbers on a corporate spreadsheet. The budget provides and proves that we are committed to ensuring that our children have a quality education. We are funding upgrades to school buildings. We are funding scholarships. We are giving our young people the modern environments they need to survive and thrive. The opposition just complains, but we will continue to do the work. When it comes to housing, the opposition claims a lack of vision, suggests we should subsidize private developers instead. Sorry, Shadow Minister. We are not handing taxpayer money over to wealthy developers. We are building real, permanent homes for Bermudians. The Ministry of Housing is looking to advance more than 200 homes in the next 18 months. It's 18 months, right?
Yes, sir.
We have active construction right now that will deliver 37 new affordable housing units by mid-2026. And we're also responding to emergency needs by the 9 modular units up at Buzz Island for rapid transitional housing, whose planning permit is being considered by the Department of Planning as we speak. Madam Speaker, in healthcare, we're taking massive steps towards universal health coverage. We've completely removed the 12-month waiting period for the personal home care under HIP and under Future Care. Policy owners now have immediate access to this critical support. Furthermore, we've introduced 1 free annual health exam for all HIP and Future Care policy owners. Catching conditions early, Madam Speaker, we can prevent severe complications and lower system costs. Madam Speaker, the Shadow Minister is stuck in the past. And it just stops him from admitting the simple truth that we are good stewards of this country's finances. Governing a country requires hard decisions. The One Bermuda Alliance chose to gamble on the taxpayers' money with a luxury hotel that just did not work. They chose to place the heaviest burdens on the backs of the working class. And contrary to the Fiscal Responsibility Panel's recommendations that are very explicit, protect CIT through discipline, rules, and carefully prioritize capital. The OBA is treating the CIT as if it's just a pot for subsidies and incentives and other supports. The Progressive Labor Party has chosen a totally different path, Madam Speaker. We choose to navigate the global corporate tax and use these funds to secure the future of our island. We choose to wipe out $605 million of debt. We choose to keep $25 million in Bermuda every single year. The choices made today are responsible. The benefits delivered tomorrow will be lasting. This budget is for the ultimate benefit of the people we serve. Madam Speaker, the Shadow Minister, as I said before, says Bermuda needs a change in government. And as I said before, they have been weighed, they have been measured, and found wanting in 2017, in 2020, and 2025. That's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the voters of Bermuda. But when you're tone deaf and fail to recognize the room, you'll continue to be subject to what we've heard from the Shadow Minister today, and it will continue to fail the One Bermuda Alliance aspirations to become the government. Madam Speaker, the difference between 2017 and 2026 is clear. The opposition managed for a few. The Progressive Labor Party is building for the many. We are clearing the massive debt our children would have had to pay. We are putting real money in the hands of everyday citizens to keep this island running. We are upgrading how government serves the people. This budget is not about empty promises with vague price tags attached to it. It is about sustainable growth. It is about safer, smarter, fairer Bermuda. This budget is for the benefit of every Bermudian, and from the back of the taxi to the front of the classroom, we have stayed the course, and we will continue to put people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak in the economic debate? I recognize the opposition leader from constituency 8, I believe it is.
Yes, thank you,
Yes,
Madam
you have
Acting
the
Speaker.
floor.
Madam Acting Speaker, I think that one of the issues that we have in Bermuda is that the change in our economy has created this separation in Bermuda. And the separation is based off of, as we have moved more towards international business being the engine that drives this country. And each step we take towards that being the only engine that seems to be driving this country. There are many within international business that make such a significant amount of wealth that it
Continue.
that it creates this real difference between what the everyday Bermudian is living and what the international business people and part of that community, their space is completely different. And that's not to be negative to them, but it's just a reality that we live in. A lot of the benefits of having international business here and creating jobs and creating opportunity has also created some of the issues that we're having. Because as those people from that industry have the ability to pay higher rents, to buy houses the second that they get a PRC, it means that you're finding more locals that are not able to be at that level. And as that market continues to squeeze, we're seeing the result of that. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that I think that we as the opposition have been pointing out is that it seems that the cabinet of the government, not all, but many, seem to be wearing a set of glasses that lets them see Bermuda differently from the everyday man. And I didn't see anywhere in the budget where they were going to give those same glasses to everybody else so that they could see that same reality. Because the minister that just took his seat wanted to argue that the Honorable Shadow Finance wasn't allowed to talk about the Smiths and the Joneses But then he gave examples of a taxi driver and examples of other people. He was literally doing the exact same thing. There was no detail to it. It wasn't a specific person, because we're here to talk about all the different parts of our community that we interact with. That budget reply had information that came from all parts of our community. Because we walk in the same community as everybody else in this chamber. So the question is, are those members continuing to wear those cabinet glasses when they're walking around this community? So they don't see the boarded up shops? So they don't see the going out of business advertisements? Please come and get what
80%, they're not seeing those same things? Because people are struggling in the country. They know it. That's why they keep talking about all of these supports that they're giving to the people in this country. But as fast as we can give the supports, people are falling further behind. Rental units, $3,000 for a studio. Nobody can afford these unless you are making that kind of money. I've said it before that the amount of people that are deciding to put their children in private school means that, once again, you're creating this us and them. Some people can make it and thrive and others can't. So many parents are sacrificing. The phone calls I'm getting is, you have an education reform that's closed certain schools and people are panicked and saying, well, I'm going to have to go and pay that $25,000 to send my child to private school because I do not know if this system is going to work, and I cannot have this be an experiment on my child. And I say experiment because we've seen all the changes that have been happening, but we haven't seen any data that tells us the results. Just over a year ago, I said that if I was in that position, I would pause the reform and I would audit it to find out what progress has been made up until this point, what is working, what's not working, why we are making the decisions that we're making. And I've said it here because mistakes that were made in the 90s, we're still paying for today in education. And when I say political interference, it's not because I'm picking out one particular person. I'm saying over and over again, that mistake continues to happen. But almost 9 years of working towards a reform that was supposed to be how we were going to change public education. Mr. Speaker, the reforms paused. We've had very little information whether an audit happened. If it did happen, what was learned? What's changed? Instead, messages to parents and teachers and administrators that cause confusion. And then this week, after almost $1 billion has been spent on public education over the 9-year period.
We're pausing the reform. Are we having 3-tier? Are we having 2-tier? Are we having signature schools? What is the plan? But not only do we not know what the plan is, do we not know what the progress has been and whether it's working, whether it's not working. The minister then says, Well, maybe we're going to need the private sector to adopt schools to pay for it. The question would be, to pay for what? Because no one's going to invest in something that they have no idea what it is supposed to be. You have to first identify what is the problem that we're trying to fix. And then you got to put the experts in place. Because the teachers are frustrated, the parents are frustrated. And what I don't want us to do is stand here and be negative to our students. That's not what this is. This is, everybody here wants the end result to be what is best for our young people. Because the future of this country depends on it. A more complicated future that we have. Everywhere we look, we're having to bring in people from overseas for expertise. And now we're bringing them in for things that Bermudians were really good at. We built this country. But now most job sites, we're the minority. And it's not as simple as saying we're just going to build a technical institute. We have to actually start to build the enthusiasm for our young people to know that those jobs are going to be worthy. We can't keep making this mistake over and over again. 8 years plus reform. Messaging that says we have to get rid of middle schools. First question, why? Because we actually have some of the private schools that our parents are spending $27,000 to go to that are actually running a 3-tier system. So they're paying taxes for a public education system that's telling them that the system that they are paying extra money for is broken. You see why you actually have to identify what the real problem is? And then you have to put a plan in place, and then you have to be transparent with what the plan is, and step by step, take the country along to know why you are making the changes and what the end result should be. But that hasn't happened. Closed schools, that caused chaos. Now we stopped closing schools. Can we have an explanation of whether the schools we closed for the right reason, why we're not going to close the new schools? What is that process? There needs to be information that is given to the country so they can start to rebuild trust in the public education. Because before you ask the private sector to invest in that, you better have trust in the community. Because I'm pretty sure at this point, Mr. Speaker, the statistics will tell you that there's probably more students in private school than in public school. And we must be one of the only countries in the world that is the situation. We had a world-class free education that was being given to our students, and almost everybody that is in this chamber was a result of that. 30-plus years of making promises, coming up with new ideas, spending millions of dollars on consultants to actually make the political statement turn into a reality, and we stand here today after getting more consultants from way over the other side of the world, while we had people traveling to talk about our great reform, went to the other side of the world to tell other people how great our reform was going, and the new minister comes in and pauses it, and then says, probably going to need the private sector to adopt our schools. Yes, we continue to put more of our faith in the one engine that's running this country: international business. I'm not going to call it luck, because there was a lot of work that would have to go into making this CIT happen. But let's remember something. Let's remember something here. One more time, I'm going to say, for all of the positives, we have to acknowledge what this means for us. The more that we rely on one engine, in this country, we all know, because in Belco, if one of the engines goes, everybody here is going, wait a minute, I want my lights on. And they have a backup. So maybe the backup's supposed to be tourism. But the rest of the world has been booming since COVID. Remember, that's the message that we were going to hear today. It's been 9 years, but within that period we had COVID. So did the rest of the islands to the south. And they're booming and building hotels and more airlift. We haven't even reached pre-pandemic. And we were not very good pre-pandemic. That's the numbers we're actually comparing to. That's the actual problem. Think about it. We're comparing ourselves to a time that wasn't actually spectacular. And yes, we have a lot more cruise boat visitors. But without air arrivals, the real number's not growing the way it needs to grow.
Next month, buddy. Every time you say that, I'm like, next month, buddy.
But as our shadow finance minister said, if you remove the IB portion from our budget, from our economy, what it is the rest of the economy actually doing very much? And that's the part that where Bermudians are entrepreneurs. That's that group that has built houses off of that entrepreneur spirit. And the question becomes, is that group really performing? Or are they surviving? Because that's the real answer. Even in our local insurance companies, they're consolidating and merging, as you've heard my honorable colleague talking about today. These are not good things for the country. And he spent a lot of time talking about the health insurance, but there's another monopoly that's been growing, and that's in the grocery industry. Because if we stay on this trajectory and we don't have any interventions, within the next 5 years, we got one company running how we get food and one company deciding how we get health. There used to be a lot of arguments about the 40 thieves in Bermuda and how there was a small group of people that was controlling the country. But Mr. Speaker, the question is, have we just returned to the same thing? We've just moved those chairs around and the same people are still running it? Is that the situation that we're in right now?
Are you serious?
Because as they consolidate, who is going to be able to run the food and health care in our country?
How about the airport?
Where does it come from?
The airport work? What about it?
Award-winning. Once again, if you don't have any money, just remember that's the cupboard you guys left bare. That's what happened.
Well, I can talk about the airport if you...
And the truth is, I don't actually like to spend that much time talking about all those things because they've been in power for almost 9 years. Why don't you talk about your record, what you've been doing? Because guess what? The issue is this.
Well, I'm proud of that record.
It's not just the money, it's the accountability, it's the transparency, it's actually getting the things done. Because guess what, Mr. Speaker?
What are you saying?
If you buy a house,
You're not following
you actually have to make sure that you're painting your house and painting your roof and doing the maintenance on an ongoing basis. It's not just the purchase of the house.
All the time.
Bermudians have always known that. You have to take care of what it is you put there. It's the maintenance that's important. But if you go year after year and you do not put that maintenance in, now when you need to fix it, it's big. It's a bigger issue to deal with. And that's what we're sitting on. Crumbling roads, crumbling bridges, House of Assembly, Government House. The list goes on.
They were there when you were.
Look how many things that now need to be fixed because they were not being addressed. It has been 30 plus years, but we're only going to talk about the 9. Because it's very interesting that the cabinet likes to point out the 4 plus years, but I'm pretty sure an airport was built, multiple hotels were built in a very short amount of time. The question becomes, in the 9 years, what are the things that they can hang their hat on that they actually did?
Look at the budget book. It's full of it.
Because trust me, in that budget book, it talks about a bunch of things, and we've heard announcements, and we've seen hard hats with photo ops over and over again. But the truth is in what actually happens. Is it an arbitration center? Nope. Or is it a fenced-in junkyard?
You're losing credibility now, Ben.
Because that's what is actually over
You're
there.
actually on a good footing for a while. Now you fell right back into it.
Because the truth of the matter is, this isn't about the money part. It's what are you going to do to make sure that that money is being spent the right way. Yeah. This isn't saying that certain people can't do the job. I reject that.
Talk to your shadow.
I reject that idea. What I'm saying is, make sure that you are holding the people accountable for the job that is supposed to be done. If you put the money in the budget and the thing doesn't happen, then that was a waste. You know how many years it was in the budget that we were going to give psychological and social services to the prisoners, and those roles were actually never filled in the budget year after year? See, that's the problem. The numbers tell you one thing, but the reality, that's the part that we actually have to deal with. And that's the problem that we have in Bermuda right now. Because the everyday person isn't feeling these numbers. You can have over $2 billion in revenue. But if the money that you are making doesn't allow you to pay for the $3,000 studio, the $300 Belco bill, the $25,000 for you to send your kid to private school because you don't want them to be in the experiment, that's the life that they're actually living. And we all know it because we knock on doors. So don't put on the glasses that you must get when you walk into cabinet that shows you a completely different reality to what people in Bermuda are going through. Because the middle class in this country is eroding.
There you go.
Families stretched past their limit.
Yep.
It's interesting because several from my side have talked about the housing. And yes, we agree. There's an emergency part of the housing, and that seems to be what we've heard about. But we had a recommendation that potentially the same way that we've given all these tax concessions and incentives to overseas billionaires so that they can build what I'm going to say is housing for more rich people, why wouldn't we try to do that exact same thing to incentivize construction companies in Bermuda to build for Bermudians? That seems like trying to actually help the same people that both sides continue to talk about. Because the more those houses go off the market, understand the rental units attached to those houses are now no longer being rented out. So it is not something that can be easily solved, which means you're going to have to build more. That is why our suggestion is to try to incentivize having that industry get involved to try to build housing at the different levels that are needed in this country. And we talked about it. It can't be that the government is going to be the only one spending this money, because the government doesn't have the money. We can't put ourselves further in debt. We agree. But as you look at balancing a budget and talking about surplus, I remember in my first years in the House of Assembly, I heard about all the things that the OBA government hadn't put money in, hadn't invested in. That was according to the new government. But here we are, nearly 9 years later. The police were underfunded. The prisons were falling apart. The roads, the bridges, the House of Assembly, it might be almost the majority of the people now who are in this chamber have never actually even been in the real House of Assembly. So when you look at the investment, you can celebrate what you've done over that period of time, but understand every one of those choices is going to have an impact somewhere. So, the accountability bit. This is the part that I think is really important for us to understand, that it's not the numbers, it's the accountability of how it is. We heard today about in transport, you are going to new legislation. But you actually haven't been enforcing the rules and policies that are in place already. So you don't know how much you're going to need to enforce the rules and policies for the new legislation. Take that across multiple ministries. If you are not going to give the services and then make sure those services are actually happening and getting the data, which is important for you to make the decisions. We talk about it because the Honorable Minister of Labor is a statistician. So he knows that data is really how you're going to make the right decisions. And I've asked for it before. You close categories, you restrict categories. I have no issue with that, but give us the data that says there were 100 people that applied for those jobs that now have jobs because I had those categories restricted and closed. And now nobody has an issue. Give the data, give the information.
How would you collect it?
That's for the minister to figure out how to collect it, because he's the statistician. He's the one. See, the problem that we have, no, but the problem that we have is that seems to be the answer to everything. We have to give the solution. We have to give the details of the solution. We have to tell them how to do it. We're the ones that told them that they needed to put the money aside for the CIT. Thank goodness they listened to us. That's the issue. They never, because we've heard it multiple times, you have to give us credit, you have to give us credit, but they don't want to give anybody else credit. No. That's how that works.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
One thing, the cabinet, their arms must be tired from patting themselves on the back all day.
Yeah.
Multiple videos and propaganda, they are really good at it.
Oh, yeah. Some more coming too.
But the more they put that out, they have to remember something. The people they're supposed to serve. Just remember, every time you say, well, we're going to lower this tax and we're going to lower this because this is how it's going to help you, understand the money these people in our country, and it's a lot of them, the money that people in this country make does not meet the demand of living in this country. How do we know that? Because people are making the decision to leave. This government likes to say, it's quiet progress. Guess what else has happened quietly? People are booking those tickets to get on the plane and never come back. and parents spending their hard-earned money to send their children to school and then send them to university for them to tell them, I'm not coming back and I won't be the one that's going to help you to survive in your later years. And they're also the ones that will not be paying into this tax that allows this machine to continue to work. And that's what we have to remember, because the more that these businesses in our small city continue to close, that's more taxes that are not coming in. And that money is actually how we keep our country moving. Retail, that hasn't been thriving under this PLP government. No, because guess what? They like to give more money to people to fly in through the airport instead of thinking of ways to incentivize the retailer to actually be able to compete with the international business like Amazon, because all of the money that you spend on Amazon leaves the country. It doesn't come here and get paid to the retailer and to the insurance company and the electrolyte bill and all the things that happen in this country, because that's what that retail owner is having to pay. And the payroll tax. Remember, all of that happens in our country. And most importantly, they can only hire Bermudians. So as long as you continue to look at them as the enemy, instead of figuring out a way to boost retail, to support retail, if you started to do that, you'd realize how connected that is to our country and the jobs that it creates. But Mr. Speaker, as long as the cabinet continues to wear the glasses that they don't see the reality of this country, Bermuda will continue to suffer. So make the decision to either put it in your budget so everybody can have those same glasses as you, or take them off.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? Minister Adams, would you like your... Minister Speaker. Okay. Minister Adams, you have the floor.
That was about as doom and gloom as I can imagine.
That's because you got your glasses on, man. Come on now.
For a moment there, I even felt I saw the gray cloud that was coming in this room. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, to say that I am disappointed in the opposition's reply today would be an understatement. It's as if the One Bermuda Alliance still doesn't understand why they've lost 3 elections in a row. It's as if they still haven't realized that these rehearsed and well-prepared talking points just aren't working.
From their consultants.
It's actually as if they believe that the people of this country have forgotten who they are. That they've forgotten about Morgan's Point, forgotten about the bad airport deal, forgot about the pathways to status. Mr. Speaker, I came here today energized.
Yes.
I came here expecting a new direction, a new angle. I was hoping that after all of the shenanigans they pulled to get their new leader, we would at least have some elevated standards. But once again, the OBA has failed to meet the mark. But you know what? That is enough about them. Because, you see, the reality is, we're not even worried about them. Because the reality is, we are here today to have a general economic debate. And so with that, again, I believe it is imperative that at the very least we begin with the facts. And so let's start with GDP, short for gross domestic product. It is the total value of the goods and services produced in any country, and it is widely accepted as the measure of economic growth. So typically, when GDP is declining, we say the economy is shrinking. And when GDP is increasing, we say the economy is growing. And so the natural question is, what is Bermuda's GDP doing? Well, in 2021, in real terms, our GDP was $6.3 billion. And as of 2024, which is the most recent annual result that we have, our GDP increased by 12.7% to $7.1 billion. The point I'm making is simple.
He wants to be the next minister.
Our economy is absolutely growing and has been steadily doing so since the pandemic. Now, we heard that the OBA will likely play politics with this. And I heard. You see, they will infer that this is all because of IB. The narrative that I believe they wish to push is that this would all be a downward spiral if it wasn't for IB. But the facts will show that local business activity contributed to 2/3 of that growth. International business contributed to 1/3 of that growth. Okay? Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not in any way trying to diminish the value of IB to our economy. I fully recognize the value that they bring. In fact, for any one sector to be responsible for 1/3 of the economic growth is significant. But I'm simply highlighting that our local sector is growing as well. And it would be wrong for the opposition to simply cast that aside.
Slow like the House.
So, next month. So now, Mr. Speaker, let us now shift gears slightly. No, I'm here. And let's focus on our fiscal position. In other words, how are we performing when we measure income versus expenditure, when we're talking deficits and surplus? You see, in the fiscal year ending in 2021, during the peak of the pandemic, our deficit was $184 million. Just 4 years later, we delivered the first surplus in over 21 years. So that the people understand context, Mr. Speaker, so that the people understand the difference, so that they understand why their vote matters, I will remind the public that the two worst fiscal performances in Bermuda's history happened under the OBA. The two worst fiscal performances in Bermuda's history happened under the OBA. Now, one of the things that I often hear on the doorsteps and when I'm out and about, one of the things that I often hear is, how can the government talk about balanced budgets and surpluses when they owe so much debt? I get that question. And so, my response is to imagine we are on a boat. And the boat has a hole in it, and as a result of that hole, the boat is taking on water. Now, in this scenario, the hole represents our deficit, and the water represents our debt. Now, what we are saying to the country is that after 21 years of travel, we can proudly say that the hole is now officially closed. The days of deficits are over. Yes, there is still water in the boat.
Lots of it.
But I believe most will agree that before you can start to address the water, you must first address the hole. Now, Mr. Speaker, something tells me that the word legacy will be thrown around quite often over the next few months. And so I will say that to lead this country from a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic and in just 4 years later get us to a surplus is incredibly high on my list. You see, there are a lot of people from now until then who run, talk, and say a lot of things, but there is one leader that actually executed. There is one leader that guided us to a surplus. Follow me now. Mr. Speaker, we are also seeing sustained job growth. Yet another clear sign of a strengthening economy.
Getting a promotion.
In 2021, we had 31,300 jobs. And I want everybody to listen to this now. In 2021, we had 31,300 jobs. And in the latest National Economic Report in 2025, we had over 33,700 jobs. This is an increase of over 2,000 jobs. 2,000 jobs. 2,000 jobs.
How many work permits came with that?
Now, isn't it ironic that it was the OBA that promised this country 2,000 jobs? And long before there was any pandemic, they actually managed to successfully lose 2,000 jobs. Follow me now. But again, I digress. And so I just spoke about economic growth. I just spoke about a confirmed surplus. The data reflects escalating and continued job growth, Mr. Speaker. This is not my opinion. This is not what I believe. This is not how I feel. These are the facts that the opposition cannot deny. But, Mr. Speaker, to help validate these facts, I think it is important that we look to independent, internationally recognized bodies and ask ourselves, what do they have to say about the performance of this government? You see, in their most recent assessment, the ratings agency Moody's noted Bermuda's strengthening fiscal position.
Because of luck.
And said that as a result, it enhances our capacity to absorb future shocks and support long-term growth. S&P said that they expect the local economy will remain healthy. Understand the emphasis. It will remain healthy and support solid government finances. The Fiscal Responsibility Panel said Bermuda's fiscal position looks better now than at any point in the past 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, none of this was mentioned in today's reply.
No, tell me.
And so it feels as though if it doesn't agree with the OBA's narrative, somehow it is conveniently left out.
Yes.
You want friends, get dogs.
And when facts are selectively acknowledged or ignored, it inevitably distorts the public's conversation. You see, Mr. Speaker, when I think of it further, it reminds me of a story. And it seems fitting, it seems apropos for today's debate. You see, I'll spare you the lengthy details, but ultimately it was a story about a scale. Where on one side was weighed down by criticism, by censure, by negativity. And the other side by acknowledgement, by praise and optimism. All in the pursuit of trying to find the appropriate balance.
Even the keel with each. Right on that.
You see, the story seems fitting because unfortunately, too often in politics, too often in this honorable house, we see scales tip too far in one direction. They are heavy on the criticism, heavy on the negativity, and rather light on the recognition, rather light on the optimism. And I believe it is this imbalance that distorts some's perspective. Mr. Speaker, allow me to now give an example. I have a constituent of mine who I have come to adore. And she loves to debate politics. Now, in particular, she frequently criticizes the government. In fact, the extent of our relationship is her criticizing the government and me defending it. She say, what about this? And what about that? Why would he do this? Why would she say that? Mr. Speaker, she would bring up every possible negative thing you could imagine about the government until one day I asked her a very simple question. I said, since the pandemic, can you give me one positive thing that the government has done? I said, I'm not asking for much. I just want to know if you can say anything positive about the government.
Fix that hole in that small boat.
Now, we did. And to my surprise, she couldn't.
Oh, man.
Not because there weren't any positives, but because she was so fixated on the shortcomings, she was so focused on poking holes, she was so determined to find faults that she couldn't see the progress, she couldn't see the opportunities. Her perspective was skewed, her scale, Mr. Speaker, was imbalanced. And so, Mr. Speaker, I asked the listening public, I asked them, how many people do you know are similar to my constituent? She did. Mr. Speaker, it is also apparent to me, that if you really look at it, the issue isn't about the message at all.
Don't make an assumption now.
They just don't like the messenger.
Oh, don't make that assumption.
You see, because if Bob Richards or Jack Sharp or David Gibbons stood in this house today and spoke about a growing GDP, spoke about lowering unemployment, spoke about reducing taxes, spoke about achieving a surplus, many of our now naysayers would have been showering them with praise. Come on, cousin. Are we seeing how this is repeating itself? Now, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to discuss balance, and I think it is only right that we practice what we preach. So over the last few years, the Progressive Labor Party has recognized two key points. Number one, that despite our economic recovery, we recognize it is still not being felt by everyone. And number two, that without question, we recognize there is still more to be done. The cost of living and the impact it is having on our people still needs to be further addressed. Our people have had to endure the poor conditions of our roads for too long.
Correct.
We understand the frustrations that the people have regarding the Savvy Loon and the Bermuda Beach Resort, and I'm sure MP King is going to mention the Gaming Commission because that's his little pet peeve. Yes. Our underfunded pension liability, in my opinion, is something that we still do not talk enough about.
Correct.
Again, Mr. Speaker, when you look around our socioeconomic climate, it is clear that there are areas that we could have done better. And it is clear that more must be done.
All right. All right.
But, Mr. Speaker, balance requires that we tell the full story. And the full story includes the significant progress we've made.
Next Minister of Finance, right here.
Since the pandemic, we have one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Tourism spending is steadily increasing. The Fairmont Southampton is on its way. Our international business sector is thriving so much so that they are employing more Bermudians now than ever before. Dozens and dozens and dozens of Bermudians now earn their first home as a result of the government's mortgage guarantee program. We, the Progressive Labor Party, have done the work. We have engaged with stakeholders. We've met the criteria. And now have a tax structure that positions us to see additional revenue and begin repaying down significant levels of debt. So when we discuss balance, these successes and so many others deserve to be acknowledged as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I extend an invitation for the opposition leader from the next time he speaks. I give him an invitation because he did a fantastic job of highlighting all of the challenges we face as a country, but can he demonstrate better balance? Can he rise above the fray and actually acknowledge some of the positive things that are going on as well? Now, Mr. Speaker, let's now talk about the upcoming budget. I want to first congratulate the Premier, the Junior Minister, and the entire team in the Ministry of Finance for their hard work. You see, having worked in the ministry for years, I am quite familiar with how challenging this time of year can be, and once again, they have answered the call. Now, as Minister of Public Works and Environment, I want to highlight and focus particularly on capital spending. So first of all, what is capital spending? It's the money that the government invests or plans to invest in assets the country expects to use in the years to come. Now, this includes money for repairing buildings and schools and roads and our water and sewage systems, purchasing major equipment and machinery and so forth. Now, see, what often happens during difficult periods and difficult financial periods, I'll remove the partisan in this. What often happens is that the government of the day typically invests less in buildings and roads to ensure that they can pay salaries, and electricity, and insurance, and so forth. Again, I'm taking the partisan out of it, yes? Now, you can get away with it for some time, but eventually, if you are not properly investing in the critical infrastructure, we then face fundamental issues that become harder, more expensive, and take longer to fix. So I say all of this, Mr. Speaker, because that is precisely why this government has prioritized strengthening our fiscal position. With years of declining deficits and now surpluses, the Minister of Finance is in a position to allocate more funding for capital spending. $182 million. This is a significant amount of money allocated for capital.
Spend it well. Spend it wisely.
So to put it into perspective, this is more than double the average amount we've been spending over the last 9 years. A significant amount is budgeted for capital spending. So as Minister, I will say that this year's capital budget reflects our government's serious commitment to investing in Bermuda's future. So I will say we will have a new asphalt plant on island this year. We will be making continued investments in Tynes Bay to prolong its shelf life. Significant investments. In fact, a full refurbishment we will be starting this year. We will be making continued investments in water tanks and our agricultural services center because sustainability is one of the buzzwords of the day, and it is critical and important. We will be purchasing new and modern equipment and machinery. We will be progressing forward with the transformation of the former Gilbert Institute site to a seniors daycare facility. The Deputy Premier will have more capacity to produce and provide more affordable housing. This is the kind of bold and tangible investments that the public deserves, one that our infrastructure supports and proves that we support our working families.
Thank you, Minister.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ever so briefly touch on CIT, but perhaps from a different angle, because I often hear comments referring to the government is banking on or depending on CIT. And it frustrates me because it is simply not true.
Did you get that over here?
To some degree, this regime was forced upon us by the OECD, and I think the opposition recognized it, and they've said that earlier. And as a country, we had a decision to make. You see, there are other countries that chose to go and respond differently. But we did the work. We built the regime from scratch. We worked with industry. In fact, industry has been on record publicly commending the government for its collaborative approach. On record. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not dependent upon CIT. You see, I will remind the public that we successfully achieved a surplus before a single dollar of CIT was received. But now that the regime is here and we are beginning to receive this additional revenue, it is then prudent upon the government to be transparent with the public and speak to how we plan to move forward. Paying down debt, establishing a sovereign wealth fund, investing in infrastructure, healthcare reform, reducing the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we even established a bipartisan tax reform commission to advise and put forth suggestions as to how to proceed forward with CIT. This is not a government overly dependent on anything. This is just simply good governance.
Let's see when you add your supplementaries in November, Minister.
There are days, Mr. Speaker, where I wish I had more than 30 minutes. I only got 5 left. I got my whole career. God willing, God willing, God willing, God willing, God willing. Thank you. And so with my final 4 minutes, I'll finish with this. Mr. Speaker, this country has faced extraordinary challenges over the past several years, and this government has met them head on. Not with panic, not with gimmicks, but with discipline, sound judgment, and a clear sense of responsibility. This budget represents the payoff of that approach. It reflects a country that has stabilized its finances, strengthened its economy, and positioned itself for sustained progress. We made decisions with the long term in mind, decisions that protected jobs, restored confidence, and rebuilt fiscal credibility. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are entering a new phase. A new phase. One defined not by recovery, but by opportunity. One where we begin to invest more, deliver more relief, and expand opportunities for more Bermudians. So yes, we accept that there is more to do. But I am here confident that every member of the Progressive Labor Party that sits in this House is ready to do it. The course is now set and the direction is forward. And the people of this country can be confident that better is not just coming, it is currently being built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member, we'll take, I was acknowledging you.
I'd love to hear from you.
No, we've been going back and forth all night. We've been going back and forth. MP Perman, You
Mr.
have your-
Speaker, good evening. I've got the last slot there.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you're a betting man, but it sounds as if the odds on the next PLP finance minister just got a little shorter. The speaker before me spoke of balance, and I will try and give this speech with balance. I'm also going to try and take a slightly different approach. Rather than talk about budgets and getting deep and lost in the numbers, I intend this evening to be a little more philosophical and speak at a higher level or a more philosophical level. And I'll start with this question. Whose money is it? Because I very much hope that all 36 members of this chamber know the answer to that question. Whose money is it? The answer, the obvious answer, is it's the people's money. It's not our money. Governments, Mr. Speaker, governments have no money. The money that governments get is given to them. It's given to them by the taxpayer. Now, one or two countries have had the foresight to put in a sovereign fund, a sovereign wealth fund, generated perhaps by North Sea oil or assets like that. Or if you're in the Middle East, there's a sovereign wealth fund over there. But by and large, the only money governments have is the money that the people give to them. And we should never forget that. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote from the great Dr. Douglas DeCouto, the Honorable Shadow Finance Minister, who spoke earlier today. And right on page 1, right in his opening, and whoever said it on the other side of the aisle, yes, he did write every word. He said this, but we cannot forget that behind every dollar are Bermudians. Now, he meant that in one way, but I'll interpret slightly different. Quite literally, behind every dollar are Bermudians, because it is their dollar, or your dollar, or my dollar, our dollar. Because the government money is your money. Again, quoting from the budget reply, this time at page 25, if I may, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, where Dr. DeCouto said this, Mr. Speaker, it's almost a scientific law that politicians like to spend money, particularly taxpayers' money. Well, it's not for me to differ with Dr. DeCouto, but I would say all money that governments are spending is taxpayers' money. But as to his premise that politicians like to spend money, he is right. Because what better thing to be able to give away money and benefit our people through the allocation of resources? It makes sense. But again, it's not our money. It's not Parliament's money. It's not the government's money. It's not the future Premier's money. It's the people's money. And I just pointed in that direction. Maybe I should point that direction. And so, with that, what does that place on our shoulders? What is it that we, the 36 in this chamber, need to remind ourselves? It is quite simply that we are stewards of the people's money. And that is a great responsibility indeed. It is not ours, it is theirs. Still with the same theme, whose money is the corporate income tax? Well, it will not surprise you to learn that I would suggest the corporate income tax is not the government's either. Although you might be forgiven for thinking so from some of the speeches earlier today. It is paid by successful businesses and corporate taxpayers. Well, I'm told by the future Premier, the Honorable Minister Hayward, that I'm losing him. Well, hopefully I won't lose you with this. Again, taking a slightly different attack to this debate, I want to say thank you. And on behalf of all of those in this chamber who wish to be associated with my thank you, I want to express sincere and heartfelt gratitude to international business. Because without them, we would not have this revenue. And yes, for those who say, oh, the opposition are doom and gloom, the opposition can't pay a compliment, I'll pay a compliment. I'll remind the government that everyone in this chamber, both sides of this House, all voted for the corporate income tax in December 2023, including the opposition. And when we did so, we recognized, and I hate the cliche at a crossroads, but Bermuda really was at a crossroads, and we were going one way, and a certain jurisdiction to our south, competitor jurisdiction to our south, went another. And so yes, the decision to implement corporate income tax was a bold decision taken by Bermuda. But it was not without risk then. If we're being honest, it was not without risk then. And if we're being honest, it's not without risk now. Because the danger of getting this huge amount of money, whether it's luck or whether it's hard work on the part of the government or whether it's due to the support of the opposition, who knows? We can argue about that. But the fact is, we have it now. It's still their corporate income tax that they have placed with us and in which we are stewards. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to use that money? How are we going to deploy it? Because that's the really relevant argument. No one really cares about who should have credit for the CIT. What Bermudians who are not in this room tonight and not part of this debate care about is how will this money be spent? And what this opposition is saying, and I think it is slightly different to what the government is saying, is that it should be spent in a way that ensures that it carries through for the longest possible period and benefits those who need it most. And so when we stand up and we do criticize the government on their across-the-board tax cuts, we do it for a philosophical reason, which is this. If you don't give a tax cut to everybody, your tax cut to those who need it most is so much more. And so when an MP from the other side talked about, and I think it was the Minister Rebane, about how important that $375 was, he wasn't wrong. He was right. But wouldn't $700 have been more important too? That's the point. That's the point we're making. You got here just a little bit further and you're there. And so that's the number one difference between us. So again, back to the thank you. Back to the thank you. And I note for the record, Mr. Speaker, that when I invited the members of this chambers to join with me in thanking international business, MPs on both sides of the aisle did so. And I'm grateful. Because it is gratitude, because we should be grateful. And I don't know why people on the other side or certain individuals in this chamber are taking exception to the word luck. It's good to be lucky. We shouldn't shun luck. Luck's great. And if we're fortunate enough, as we are today, as an island nation, to have this opportunity, we should all be grateful. And we shouldn't squabble about who deserves credit or who deserves blame. Now, the other problem with budgets and debates between politicians is we're always pressing at fault lines, right? We're pressing at fault lines. And one of those on the other side of the aisle likes to praise labor in Bermuda, but often does so with a little quick swipe at business. And I don't think that's necessary, because it's entirely true that there is no business without labor. That is entirely true. But let's also remember that business creates labor by creating jobs. And so this whole argument between labor, which I know is in the name of your political party, and business, which is the entity that is giving us $750 million in CIT income, let's maybe think about a more holistic approach where it's not business versus labor, labor versus business, but it's all Bermudians. Now, it was said that we were being doom and gloom, not by everyone, and indeed I very much enjoyed the Honorable Member Joshe Adams' speech earlier about balance. But I do think, with the greatest respect to my honorable friend, that he took a little bit of a liberty. Because let's be real, if we took the CIT income out of this picture and put it over here, this picture doesn't look great. And I think we need to be honest about that. Now, I hear my honorable friend, Minister Hayward, saying if. Well, we don't have to. Fair point. We don't have to. But I think it's better to be real. And the reason I think you need to be real is because if or when this gets spent, it doesn't follow that it will still be there, right? That's the key point. That's the second of the two key points that opposition is trying to make tonight. The first key point out is if you don't give across-the-board tax cuts, you can give more to those who need it most. That's our first point. And our second point is, let's realize that this wonderful opportunity, luck, skill, hard work, PLP, genius, whatever, it may not last. And the reason why, and I'm so grateful to the Honorable Deputy Premier. And you know what? I said I'd be future Deputy Premier. And I said I'd be fair and balanced. So here we are. This is the green one. I put the red one down. Here's the green one. And again, with your leave, Mr. Speaker. Here's 2 points that I will completely endorse from this green book here. Page 14. Mr. Speaker, it would be irresponsible to use volatile corporate income tax receipts to fund the everyday costs of running government. I could not agree more, but I wonder and hope how much you mean it. So that's where I am. No, I'm all for it. And let me also read from that same page. Again, this is the green book and balance. I'm giving my support here. These receipts will not be the same every year. Entirely true. Of course, I'm reading from your book. Of course, you already said it. I'm quoting you. Of course, I hope you said it if I'm quoting you. I mean, I appreciate this is the former finance minister to be, but nonetheless. So, Mr. Speaker,
Are you the next leader to be?
I don't think so. Don't think so, sir. That was a nice question from the Honorable Deputy Premier. Page 7, Mr. Speaker, my last point. That's the best one all night. Page 7. And again, this is the PLP book. But Mr. Speaker, we also have to be honest about what comes with success. And here, success is the CIT. A growing economy creates demand for more jobs, and one constraint on our continued growth is a lack of available labor. And again, I completely agree. And that will be the challenge for this government, whether it is the current incarnation or some other incarnation come October, which we understand is an eventuality because the Premier is no longer going to be the Premier or the Minister of Finance, we're told. This is his last budget, and someone new will have to take the reins. And perhaps we heard that speaker one before me, I don't know, of the Finance Ministry anyway. But I think it's important just to emphasize those 3 points and let you know that the reason we're saying what would the economy look like without the CIT is actually not just political gamesmanship. It's a relevant question because you have to ask, what are we going to do with that? And that is why, by the way, the OBA tends to bang on about the debt. The reason we want to pay the debt down or pay off the debt at some future point is because each and every year it costs $127 million to service that debt. And think about how that money could be applied if we were able to use that instead for Bermudians. And again, this isn't doom and gloom, Mr. Speaker. This is just reality. And the reality is of all the other taxes combined on this side and the CIT on this side, this is 60%, 59%, but 60% of that. That's huge. It's huge. So please tread carefully. Now, what was very interesting, Mr. Speaker, is when the Honorable Minister of Economy and Labor gave his speech today, he identified 3 key things that he wants to achieve with the CIT. And they were debt, infrastructure, and relief. Now, that's rather odd or funny or ironic or hopefully important and valuable because in December 2023, those were exactly the 3 things that the OBA was trying to encourage by way of an amendment to the CITA, which I like to call the DeCouto Amendment, where we said we should ring fence to pay down our stifling debt, where we said we should ring fence to reduce and restore our crumbling infrastructure, and where we said we should provide targeted relief. And the word targeted is very important with targeted relief. That's not relief across the board. Again, if you're going to give tax cuts, please don't give them to Dr. DeCouto. Give more to those who really, really need it. And unfortunately, the DeCouto amendment didn't make it very far in this honorable House because it wasn't needed. But now, those very three same points identified from Dr. DeCouto in December 2023 are the three same touchstones that have been identified by the Minister for Economy and Labor in 2026. Now, whose debt is it? Well, we've had lots of arguments about whose debt it is. I think the fact is that most of it was borrowed by the PLP. I think that is self-evident from the debt list in the book. About 2.3 million. It's about 850 million was borrowed by the OBA, and the balance, it's 3.35 billion at the minute. I'm all over the place. I'm all right now. I'm not going to answer the questions. It's in the budget book, should the minister care to look. But that's not the point. I don't want to look backwards. I want to look forwards. And I do want to touch on this $605 million of loan notes that are due in January 2026. And I want to touch on them because only a few weeks ago, the Honorable Premier and Finance Minister was only going to be paying down $500 million. Now, in the last week or so, at the budget breakfast and in the budget, we see it's going to be $605 million. So it's gone up. And I see the Junior Minister of Finance is looking at me. Originally it was 500. We've now gone up to $605 million. And that's great. We're really pleased about that. And the reason we say that's great, it's not because it's, well, A, it is because we're paying off the debt or paying down the debt. But also, let's be real, again, this is a legal obligation. And we, as a political party, the opposition over here, believe that Bermuda should honor its international legal obligations, including legal obligations to lenders in other countries who have loaned us this money. And so, when $605 million is falling due in loan notes in January 2026, it's a good thing we're repaying them. 2027, thank you. I'm corrected by the Honorable Minister of Works and Engineering, and it is 2027, January 2027. January 2026 having already passed us 2 months ago, or a month ago. Because we want to meet our international legal obligations as an island, and so it is a good thing. But given that it's Bermuda's legal obligation, I'm not sure we should stand up and crow about it, because we're just doing what we have to do. We're just doing our job, and I'm very pleased to see that the Honourable Minister is nodding his head. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I'll just read another sentence.
Go ahead.
Again from the reply from Dr. DeCouto. This is page 21. Mr. Speaker, Bermuda faces a $1.7 billion in debt repayments over the next 4 years, which means putting away $432 million per year. Yet the government's 3-year plan already falls short by almost $250 million. So I'm just going to point out what he said. And again, we're looking backwards. Unfortunately, MP Silva likes to look backwards. I'm looking forwards. All I'm going to say is, unless Dr. DeCouto's numbers are wrong, and that's a fair argument, it is possible. Everything's possible. What he is identifying is that in the first 2 years of this opportunity, we need to find $432 million to set aside per year in order to meet our debt obligations. So really what we should be looking for is an 860 and not a 605. I got a from over there. I'm not going to answer that one. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure. Great. Fix it. The OBA is very supportive. I know we like to joke about who canvasses more around here, and I know the ministers are very busy. But I think that anyone who has knocked on a doorstep, as all of us have, because we just had an election, will know that when you knock on the door, there are certain things that are more important to the voter than others, right? And my experience generally is that rats is number one. I don't know if you found that or not, but it's rats. Extermination of rats. I thank you. If you look at my victory numbers on the last election, you see I might have locked on a hell of a lot of doors.
You didn't have the luck with them, not in that area.
Oh, well. You know, most of them are Azorian Bermudians, MP De Silva. Anyway, so I can be cheap and say, why not fix it sooner? But you know what? Let's leave that one alone. I will. Because we don't want to look backwards. We want to look forwards. And so we are quite with you. Indeed, we suggested it in December 2023, the DeCouto amendment. Let's fix the infrastructure. The third point that Minister Hayward identified was support for those most in need. And again, the word I would add is targeted. And again, I'm not going to look backwards. You've said what you said, you've done what you've done in this budget. But maybe when the cabinet gets together, with or without the glasses identified by MP Smith, on the next occasion, let's ask ourselves, do we really need to cut car tax across the board for everybody driving a nice car, particularly ones who might have two and might have bought both of them this year? It's a fair point. You can always give more to those who need it most if you don't give cuts to everybody across the board. And it's not that hard. It's just a further step. So the point is that yes, okay, as a headline grabbing idea, everyone will feel it. Okay, but let's help those who need it most. I'm now going to go back to, again with your leave, Mr. Speaker, the reply, and this one is at 37. And in fact, he makes the point here that I just made. It's about giving more to those who actually need it most. And I would respectfully suggest that that is a principle that none of us should argue with. Mr. Speaker, I've already copied my friend MP Campbell and given some balance and offered some things in the Green Book that I thought were positive. There's one last one that I want to touch on, just because I do feel quite strongly on this one. And so I will commend and give kudos to the government at page 22 for the proposal that self-employed caregivers would have their payroll taxes eliminated. I think that is a very, very good thing, particularly when you look at the demographics of our island and the aging population, and particularly for those of us in this chamber, and I'm sure there are many who have had to care for aging parents and know how difficult that is, and know how grateful we are where there are potentially caregivers in the picture. Not everyone can do that, but where they are. So I'm very, very grateful for that decision, and I think it's a good one. Mr. Speaker, in the limited time available to me, I just want to drill down now briefly into my ministry, Legal Affairs. And obviously on Monday we're going to have a much longer debate about it, so I'll keep it short. But again, I will quote from the Shadow Minister of Finance who spoke earlier, and this is page 35. We would ensure a judicial system is properly funded with independent control of spending. A fair and efficient judiciary is an important part of society. We would also introduce scaled fees for commercial cases to enable revenue from our commercial courts to support our family courts, as well as much needed attention to probate applications. Good courts are an asset for a business jurisdiction, and businesses are willing to pay for them. Mr. Speaker, a few short weeks ago, you and others arranged for a gathering of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And I know that almost every MP in this room took the opportunity to attend for some or indeed all days. And I thought it was incredibly helpful. And I think that it reminds us, or it should remind us, why we're in this. Because I think most of us come to politics because we really want to try and make a difference. We really want to try and make lives better for our fellow Bermudian people where we can. And we may differ about how to get there, but ultimately, that is the goal in the beating heart of each of us that motivates us. And what I thought was very interesting about the conference, if I may just give two quick observations. One is that there were a number of other small jurisdictions that, to my perspective, seem to have parliaments that function with a much higher degree of collaboration and success than perhaps ours has functioned of late. Now, that's my opinion. Not everyone will agree. I appreciate that. And the second one was how interesting it was to me that members of parliament in those jurisdictions, in some cases, fight to get on a ballot to move the particular bill that's important to them as a private member's bill, as a backbench MP moving their bill. And I very much hope that the backbench of any government, whether it be the current government or the future government, remind themselves that, why did I get in politics? What's the one point I really want to push for? And can I bring forward a private member's bill as a backbench MP and see that become law and potentially solve a problem that's important to me? And I say that in the context of the comments that I just read aloud about the courts. I think it would be a deeply good thing for this island if we could have a court system where their financial integrity is protected by independence. And so that we could indeed liberate our courts from any small g government control, or at very least make sure our courts have independent funding so as to fend off any pressures. And secondly, again, just with my shadow portfolio of legal affairs, we have litigation conducted in Bermuda of some of the highest quality and caliber and value anywhere in the world. One of the largest cases in the entire world is being conducted here on our shores. And so there is an opportunity for tiered fees, for filing affidavits, filing summonses, tiered fees, depending on the value of the case, where that section of the court can make a profit, can make a revenue, and that revenue can support our family courts, which are struggling from funding and resources, and indeed our probate court, which I think everyone who knocks on doors, it's along with rats, it's probate, right? So with those 2 points on the courts, I would make the same and further point, Mr. Speaker, about our Parliament. And I think it is important that just as our courts should have independent financial accountability, so too should Parliament have independent financial accountability. And so perhaps that's something that those who are on the back bench across the aisle, or indeed those who are sitting behind me, might want to give further thought. Mr. Speaker, with the few minutes left, I have a few brief closing remarks. We are a small island, but we do, like anywhere, have big problems. And what we must be about each and every day is solutions. We must be about solutions. We must be about delivery. And as my colleague, Jerian Richardson MP, said earlier today, execution matters. And again, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, Dr. DeCouto at page 4 said this: but opportunity does not equal execution. We all have recognized that the CIT has brought opportunity, and considerable opportunity. And we can debate about who should get credit for that, about whether it's lucky or whether it's not. But I think it would be far better time spent if we looked to execution, if we looked to delivery, if we looked to solutions. One of the themes that ran through the opposition's reply to the budget is that we, as a parliament, as a government, as MPs who are elected to serve, should be more about diagnosis and cure rather than treating the symptoms. To finish, Mr. Speaker, I thank international business, and I'm grateful for the contribution that they make to this island, not only in employing Bermudians, but also in the CIT, for which we should be thankful, and I think we are thankful. And I also thank the good doctor for his roadmap to future economic success. I think that today he has painted a OBA vision of how we hope that all Bermudians can improve their quality of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. MP Dickerson, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I should note, we're now past that magical time spot of 7 hours on a single debate, which means the individual time of 30 minutes now goes down to 20 minutes. You didn't know that, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You look like you're puzzled on that one. No, all right. Okay.
I don't need that. Mr. Speaker, I'm not one who believes that the impact of what I have to say is correlated to the amount of time that I take to say it. So I'm going to be brief because I am not feeling well, and I thought it was important that I be here this evening and make a contribution. So let me start with my personal observations on the government's 26-27 budget. My assessment is that this is a responsible budget, and it seeks to balance the oftentimes competing demands of fiscal prudence, and delivering for the people that we all serve. There's no such thing as a perfect budget, but we all can work towards that ideal. A reasonable assessment would suggest that this budget represents the realization of a significant milestone and also strengthens the government's fiscal position. The accomplishment doesn't mean that the work is all done. We all know that there is much, much more to do, and we all have to be focused on doing that work. Mr. Speaker, being one of only 2 persons in this chamber who served as a Minister of Finance, I am fully aware of the responsibilities, the awesomeness of those responsibilities in getting this job done. And it is with that background that I feel comfortable making comments previously or now about that budget. As I said earlier, I'm not feeling well, so I'm not in the mood to be anybody's piñata. I am the son of Sheila Dickinson and Everard Simmons Sr., and for that, I am lucky. I'm also the young man who was walking up Black Forest Drive just outside of Atlanta, going to school when a neighbor offered me a ride. That ride resulted in me becoming an investment banker in New York and being successful and being able to do the work that I do today. For that, I am lucky. And being lucky does not diminish all the work that went into doing what was required to make me who I am. So hopefully we've put the lucky comment to rest. I'm not going to cover off on things that have been spoken to previously by my colleagues, but I do want to touch on a couple of things that I think are very important, especially to Bermudians who may not always understand the full impact of the things that we discuss here. I first want to talk about the debt. One of the first things that I did back in 2018 upon becoming Minister of Finance was to refinance some maturing debt. That exercise resulted in a very successful transaction and the government achieving at that point in time the best execution in its history in terms of rate and spread. We set out a strategy back then that we were committed to improving the quality of the government's fiscal house. That strategy involved 4 pillars. The first one was to reduce deficits. The second was to balance the budget. The third was to generate surpluses. And the fourth was to repay the debt. So the work and the strategy around where we find ourselves today has been in place for a while. And what's been happening over that while is we've been executing. And for that, we need to commend all of those folks who were involved in doing that work. This is no fluke. This is work. And I've seen in the back and forth that happens in this chamber, folks use the word prudent, and then people get upset about the use of the word prudent. Well, let me say this. The proof is in the pudding. We have been prudent. And so when they say you should be prudent, my response is, we have been. Mr. Speaker, there was a comment made earlier, I believe, talking about how ratings don't affect people's lives. I would strenuously disagree with that statement because, in my view, it is absolutely incorrect. I had the occasion back in 2020 of addressing public officers when we were discussing with them taking pay cuts to help the government navigate its way through the pandemic. And I was asked about ratings and why ratings are important. And most folks in the rooms did not understand what a rating was or why it mattered to their life. Ratings are important because it directly impacts the cost of capital for the government and many participants in our international business sector. If their cost of capital goes up, your mortgage rates go up, their credit card rates go up. And for international business, their costs go up, and Bermuda becomes increasingly less attractive. And if we're less attractive, then people don't want to be here anymore. So I would argue that ratings are very important, and while people may not understand how it impacts their lives on a day-to-day basis, they should know that they do. Now, I'm going to shift to the budget. Budgets are not just about numbers. They are, if done correctly, they should reflect the values and the priorities of a government. A balanced budget and no debt is a destination. It's a stop along the way of a journey for a responsible government to deliver for its people in ways that are tangible while ensuring the future sustainability of our country for future generations. I have always resisted the temptation to question the decisions of my predecessors, because they say, he who feels it knows it. And it is very easy to Monday morning quarterback, with the benefit of hindsight, people's decisions. I approach my work this way. When I'm in charge, I get 30 days to blame the other guy, and then it's on me. So I'd ask everyone to take a critical assessment of the incurrence of debt over the course of the last 8 to 9 years. And I can assure you that in every instance in which debt was incurred, it was to meet a need that the country had to address. In the first instance, it was the $200+ million around Morgan's Point. That the government chose not to honor its obligations, the impacts on the broader Bermuda would have been significant. And I would suspect that no one would challenge the government's borrowing to fund itself during the course of the pandemic. And so I sit here and I challenge myself to kind of understand why, when most of us who are here weren't here when most of the debt was incurred. Yet we feel very comfortable slinging arrows back and forth about the debt. What is happening now is we are fixing the problem, we're addressing the issue, we're moving the ball up the field. The recommendations made by the Fiscal Responsibility Panel and the Tax Reform Commission, in my view, are politically agnostic. They would have been made whether it was an OBA-led administration or a PLP administration. They are soundly rooted in good finance, good governance, best practice. And the fact that this government has embraced those recommendations speaks to its understanding of the responsibility it has to manage this country financially in a way that is consistent and certainly for the best interests of our people. So I'm hopeful now that we are on the other side of budget deficits in the land of surpluses, that our conversations can be more focused on how do we go about executing for the people of Bermuda. Because I think we spend a lot of time playing the blame game when none of us were actually here to take on ownership of the things that happened in the past before us. So I don't have many recommendations on how the budget can be improved, other than a couple of things that I think touch the lives of ordinary people, the people in C21 who I serve. I would like for greater trash collection for people who live in densely populated areas. We've got more money. Let's spend a little bit more, ensuring that people's neighborhoods are clean and safe and free of vermin, rats.
That's a good idea.
I would like for more money to be spent on roads, because notwithstanding work being done, more needs to be done. And it's my hope that folks who aren't getting a tax cut or fee rebate or fee reduction for their licenses don't have to spend that money fixing tires or axles on their cars. And I'd also like, I would also like to see, and this is an across-the-board kind of tax cut that I think we haven't talked about yet, is a repeal of the sugar tax. And it is my view, I've heard anecdotally, that the single item that has been impacted the most by the sugar tax is none other than bottled water. Last time I checked, there's no sugar in this. That certainly will impact our people positively, and it's a way that we can show them that we understand that perhaps good policy didn't result in the outcome that we would have liked. I've spoken many times, Mr. Speaker, about how these debates take on a certain sameness every year. The statement is delivered, then there's a reply, and then there's this back and forth that goes on, pointing fingers. I think it's a little less of that this year than there was last year, and my hope is that next year we can spend more time challenging each other on ideas as opposed to regurgitating who did what before any of us were here.
Amen.
So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start where I began. I think this is a very responsible budget. There's not much more that I would have done differently. I would say that if you poll 5 or 6 finance ministers, none of them will say that this is a perfect budget or that they would do the exact same thing. But I think the central tenets here are rooted in good policy, good finance practice, and overall, good job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Nicholson. Okay. MP Lester looked like you had the floor to yourself. No one else challenging. Okay. 20 minutes.
I yield to the minister.
Oh, you yield to the minister. Been a gentleman this evening. Minister, you know where he comes from.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the courtesy. Mr. Speaker, I do want to just start by just letting my husband know that I expect more flowers since the duty will be reduced from 25% to 5%. I'm going to start off with this debate, like many others, in regards to the title of our budget statement. Responsible choices, lasting benefits for Bermudians, for Bermuda. Oh, I'll say for Bermudians. Because we have made some very responsible choices as it relates to this budget. We just heard MP Dickinson speak about the fiscal responsibility panel and what they had advised us to do and how we did listen to their advice, particularly as it related to how we were spending the funds from the corporate income tax. But we have heard this evening, Mr. Speaker, and I was really insulted by it, that we did not have the insight, the foresight, the preparation, and the intelligence to push forward with the income tax. We called it lock. What Premier David Burt and the CI team will go down in history is the legacy of the corporate income tax. Whether it is high, whether it's high some years, whether it's low some years, It was the vision, and we've heard tonight, particularly in the opposition's budget reply, about execution and delivery, that we, as a government, we've demonstrated execution and delivery. We have demonstrated core performance, Mr. Speaker. We are not blind to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that our people still experience struggles. We're not blind to the fact that our people need health care, they need quality education, they need quality jobs and quality social supports. I just want to take up this opportunity at this moment to speak about the misinformation that was spread this evening about businesses closing due to the sugar tax. Because it was this government, Mr. Speaker, who actually provided a rebate for businesses with increases to their costs as it relates to sugar tax. But yes, they did. Actually, and I even looked up, Mr. Speaker, how many bakeries still exist in Bermuda. It's many. It's many.
If it's more or less.
You look it up. There are many. There's more. It's more. It's more. I'm saying it for a fact.
Because I know several businesses closed down because of sugar tax.
It was not, well, the one that you named today, which I will not name again, because we shouldn't have put names and businesses out there, told me this evening that that was not the reason why their business closed.
Are you listening? Yeah, let's call them.
It's on my phone. It's on my phone.
Members, just direct your comments. You no need to go back and forth with each other.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch on the issue particularly, I want to touch on some of the areas of the budget statement that we touch on, and education. There was a report from the Coalition on the Protection of Children making a request in regards to what they would like to see this government doing as it relates to education. And one of those requests was that we would put more funds towards support services for our students in school, that being OT, PT, SLP, behavioral therapists. And the Ministry of Education has actually done that. They've received funds to be able to put more services of those sorts into our schools. Education, Mr. Speaker, is a hot topic. It's a very emotional one. Our children are very important to us. And it is nothing more that we all want in this room is for our children to have access to quality education. If you study education reform around different countries, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen in 9 years, 8 years, 7 years. Actually, some countries, it takes 3 decades, 4 decades.
30 years, 3 decades.
Right? Including all of government, right? So we understand the complexities because education is so complex. Education development is so complex because we have to think about diversity. We have to think about the size. We have to think about perspectives and how children learn. It's constantly evolving, Mr. Speaker. But we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to putting education on the right track and to continue with the education reform to get it right for our children. Mr. Speaker, I want to just speak to housing at this moment. And we've heard already the increase in budget allowance that we've gotten under capital investments under housing. Because we take housing very seriously. Minister Zane will tell you the amount of calls that he gets, I get, we all get, I'm sure, in regards to housing and the need for it. And we understand this, which is why we can say that, you know, we're shooting towards a goal of 200 houses in 18 months. I want to speak to a program that this government put in place. It's a rental support program. Because the other day I was walking down the street and a lady stopped me and we were chatting and I said to her, how's everything going? And she said, oh, Miss Ferbert, everything's going good. We were able to start our own business, washing cars, and and I heard about this program through Home where they are helping people with first month's rent and the deposit. That's real good. That's going to help me out a lot. And I said, well, that's what this government is supporting. That's what this government is supporting. And then she went on to say, yeah, I knew this government would do something like that. So we are putting real programs in place, Mr. Speaker, that are actually helping people. I want to take a moment to also clear up how loosely we are using the term homelessness. Because it's easy to just spit off, in 2021, there was a statistic of 650. 2022, there was a statistic of over 800. And then in the statistic of 2024, there was approximately 1,100 persons that Home had identified as homelessness. I want to clear it up, Mr. Speaker, because the Homelessness Advisory Panel has worked very hard in defining the language around homelessness. Because people describe it, or when they say it loosely, it appears as though we are just talking about people who are sleeping rough or they're roofless. But I want people to understand that there is an ethos around homelessness. There are people who are roofless or sleeping rough. There are people who are houseless, who are maybe couch surfing. There are people who have insecure housing options, where maybe they're staying somewhere without a lease. And there are people who are living in inadequate housing situations, where the housing situation or the infrastructure may be poor, or many people living in a particular place. And we have to be very careful about how we are describing homelessness, because each ethos will have a plan on how to address each ethos, right? Because there are some people who are out there who are rough sleeping, and they don't want shelter. We go out with hurricanes asking people to come in, and some people say no, they want to sleep in the bush.
Yep.
So this government is intentional about how we will put affordable housing units back into our inventory, how we plan on addressing the root causes of homelessness, in recognizing that there are many reasons why people find themselves in homelessness situations. Mr. Speaker, we have to be very sensitive to that.
Yeah.
I want to take the moment to speak to initiatives that this government is doing for our youth. Let's first start with the child daycare allowance, Mr. Speaker. The child daycare allowance, Mr. Speaker, has now been taken up with families to the tune of 260 children who we are supporting as a subsidy for child daycare. That number has jumped tremendously with the uptake because our people know that it is a supportive structure, not only to provide opportunities for early intervention for our early intervention education for our children, but also it helps the cost of living and the costs for families who have children. And so more families are taking up the opportunity should they qualify for the child daycare allowance. And it is helpful, Mr. Speaker. Helpful enough that we now have 260 children utilizing that service. The Ministry of Youth, Social Development and Seniors also has something called a Youth Investment Grant, where our young people can apply to the ministry if they want to participate in an extracurricular activity, may it be locally or overseas, in the areas of STEM, in the areas of oration, the areas of any really skill or area in which they are interested in and they want to be able to improve upon their skill or have a particular experience. And they can apply, and we will provide grant funding for that. And I'm only speaking of this, I'm reintroducing, talking about it, because we want our people to know that this exists. The community centers, Mr. Speaker, with funding from this budget will continue with their after-school programs. We've had the opportunity to increase the services to different primary schools, as well as we have added some before-school programs, and we have opened up our community centers to allow for children or parents who work shift work or into late evenings to have somewhere for their children to go during the evening that is safe and secure. And the program is being utilized. With the Mirrors program, the Mirrors program, Mr. Speaker, I believe, has so much impact that we don't talk about enough. The Peer Forward program within the Mirrors, the midterm summer camps that where our children have the opportunity to participate locally and off island. They run a program called Keys to Parenting, Mr. Speaker. Mirrors, one thing about Mirrors is they do collect data, and the impact of this particular program is astounding, particularly the Peer Forward program, which is really set up for students to influence their peers to have post-education experience. And this program is doing really well. We have introduced the independent living program, Mr. Speaker, and we've spoken about this before, where children who age out of the services of the Department of Child and Family Services now have the opportunity to participate in a program where there is accommodation, where there is life skills, someone brought up earlier, whether or not we have a relationship with workforce development in ensuring that our 16 and 17-year-olds, 18 and older have, in that particular program, DCFS program, have opportunities for job placement. And actually, the majority of the young persons who are in the Independent Living Center are actually working or are at Bermuda College. I want to take this opportunity to speak about our seniors, Mr. Speaker. What this ministry is supporting for our seniors, we provide hardship support, particularly for seniors who are having difficulty with their BELCO, their electricity, medical bills, having to navigate cleaning services, Mr. Speaker. There is a hardship support for our seniors. We piloted a dementia care pilot program where no senior or person who is living with dementia has to go through this experience alone. And we provide this service at no cost to anyone who is living with dementia. Under the FA, we recently introduced a personal care allowance where we are providing a subsidy of $100 to our seniors who are in rest homes and nursing homes so that they can have access to personal care goods or services. And a big one, Mr. Speaker, because one of the ministry staff called me the other day and said, Minister, I got a call. I'm getting lots of calls from my seniors who are saying, thank you for changing the excluded income amount, which we changed from 500 to 800, which puts money back into the pockets, particularly of our most vulnerable seniors who are on financial assistance, Mr. Speaker, so that they have access to more, may it be groceries, may it be more to their electricity, may it be more to their rent, Mr. Speaker. But they are definitely sharing their thanks for those additions. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to reiterate that financial assistance has a budget of $51 million, Mr. Speaker. $51 million that this government is supporting, financing for our social protection systems. It's not a little amount, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say the benefits, we have to talk about leadership and forecasting, because this government definitely demonstrates leadership is not just about responding to today. It is about preparing for our future, Mr. Speaker. Forecasting strengthens our decision making. We rely on our data, our economic trends, our demographic projections. Responsible leadership requires vision, Mr. Speaker. Vision requires information. And information, when properly analyzed, Mr. Speaker, becomes foresight. We are not just a government, Mr. Speaker, who's simply managing the present. We are anticipating the future. We are political leaders with clarity, managing crisis with strategy instead of scrambling. Without panic, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other member? MP Lister, you like your 20 minutes now?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
Good evening to the listening audience. While the hour is late, Mr. Speaker, I will try and keep my contribution brief. But I will preface my comments tonight, Mr. Speaker, by quoting Nelson Mandela. No, I don't need that. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but how it treats its lowest ones. Mr. Speaker, we heard earlier from the Minister of Economy and Immigration earlier that this year had record revenue, record profits, which equal more support for those that need it most. Over the past, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a term, trickle-down economics. But what does that mean? That means that the top gets the most, and as it trickles down, those at the bottom gets what's left over. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to introduce a new term. Ripple effects economics. Let's just picture for a minute, Mr. Speaker. We're on the South Shore, North Shore, Front Street, near the water. And you pick up a rock and you throw it in the water. What happens? Splash. But then you see the ripples. And they go on as far as they can go. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's say this budget, this 2026-27 budget, is that stone. And we throw this budget into the Bermuda economy, and you hear splash, and then you see the ripples. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's just look at these ripples. Let's visualize it. Ripple number one. This is how it impacts. The ripples are going on. We here in this budget, And I'm going to start off, as I said, we have to be judged by how we treat the lowest in our society, and those that are often overlooked or forgotten. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start with the seniors. In this budget, we see relief measures for seniors. Let's start off with senior employment support. Employer payroll tax exemptions on the first $96,000 of remuneration for employees aged 65 and over. What does this do, Mr. Speaker? One, this encourages or incentivizes employers to keep seniors employed longer. And it also benefits the employer because they have less to pay on the payroll. But, Mr. Speaker, I worked in the private sector for 20 years, and there have many times where I have seen some of my senior colleagues reach that age of 65. And yesterday they were fit, doing their jobs, they are competent, they had the experience, but you hit that age and your employer tries to usher you out the door. Well, Mr. Speaker, what does that do? That means we have fit, able, competent seniors that still have bills to pay, still have other expenses to take care of, but they don't have an income. So, Mr. Speaker, what is this government doing? We are putting relief in, not only just for seniors, but as I said, it benefits the employers. So, Mr. Speaker, that's one ripple. Let's look at another ripple, again for seniors. Future Care and HIP. $15 million allocated for Future Care premium subsidies. And Mr. Speaker, while there was commentary from the opposition saying we are giving half, 15% of what could be 30, I think what was overlooked is that this is phase one of the waterfall recommendation from the Tax Reform Commission. So we will look forward to phase two and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some ripples that the budget was throwing to the economy. These are some ripples. We heard earlier with seniors, we want seniors to age with dignity. Well, this helps seniors be able to age with dignity, getting the cure and the assistance that you need. Mr. Speaker, there was also mention in regards to exams. Seniors can get yearly exams now for free. Again, this goes to helping seniors to age with dignity. The ripple. Mr. Speaker, there's the seniors. Let's look at another ripple. We're watching the ripples. You do the stern, watching the ripples. Community improvement projects. And I want to thank the Minister of Public Works who sits in front of me. And environment. You can't forget that.
Extra stuff in 28.
We have been allotted $3 million to address smaller projects at community level. Mr. Speaker, why does this seem so important? Because yes, while we have a capital budget, which takes care of big projects, but Mr. Speaker, all 36 of us in here as MPs know that when you're out canvassing, or not even canvassing, you got calls, people see you, MP, I have an issue in my neighborhood or something. I need a mirror put up at my gate. I've had instances where you have some neighborhoods where there's overgrowth, the hedge is overgrown, but when you go and speak to the landowner, it could be a senior, it could be someone on a fixed budget that does not have the funding to go and get their hedges maintained and cut, and they turn to the MP. Well, Mr. Speaker, with this $3 million allocation to address smaller projects, this goes a long way to personally, while the capital projects impact the island, these are some small projects that can impact constituents and residents personally. So, Mr. Speaker, not just installing mirrors and hedge and grass cutting, but it could also be for maybe a beautification project. The MP might want to do something to beautify something in their constituency. Well, this can go a long way to help and assist in that. So, Mr. Speaker, that's another ripple effect. Ripple effect number 3. We see the essential goods duty relief, where that these funds, I do apologize when I tried to find my page, Mr. Speaker. These funds will be used to reduce or eliminate duty rates on a wide range of essential goods. And Mr. Speaker, earlier MP Richardson on the opposition side stated that macro doesn't reach the kitchen table. Well, I beg to differ with him, Mr. Speaker, because if we look at some of the items that are going to get duty relief, we have core dairy products, bakery and grains, pantry staples, selected meats and fresh produce. I think that goes directly to the table, Mr. Speaker. So I think MP Richardson would have to, recount his comments, because that directly hits the table. And not even just the kitchen table, Mr. Speaker. We're looking to reduce on hygiene, cleaning products, infant nutrition and care products. So it's not only the kitchen table that's going to feel this relief, but also your bathroom cabinets, your supply cabinets, Mr. Speaker. So that is, again, another ripple effect. These ripples are just keep going out wide. Ripples don't stop. They go as far as they can go, and they touch. If you're on a boat, Mr. Speaker, and you see these ripples coming, or if you're on the shoreline, you can watch the ripples hit a buoy. You can watch if you're close enough, watch the ripples hit the other shoreline. Ripples will go on till everyone is touched, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm just going to keep my comments short. The hour is late. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to touch on the ministry that I am the junior minister of, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen an increase in the allotted budget for this year, Mr. Speaker. And while we will get into more detail in Monday's debate, just as a highlight, Mr. Speaker, increase in funding to recruit additional staff, to strengthen frontline capacity, and support the safe and effective management of Bermuda's correctional facilities. As I said, Mr. Speaker, in quoting Nelson Mandela, we must look at how we look at not just the lowest, but the often overlooked and forgotten. Well, those that are incarcerated are sometimes overlooked and forgotten, but we shouldn't, because a person that is incarcerated in Westgate, majority of those there will at some point have to return back into society after they serve their time up in Westgate, Mr. Speaker. But we want people to return to society, to reintegrate, be rehabilitated, reformed. So, Mr. Speaker, what does that look like? Offering more programs, vocational training, so that these people can have a skill. So when they come out, they can have a skill. So this increase in funding will go to that, Mr. Speaker. Also, justice. It's expanding the access to justice in Bermuda. We heard MP Pierman speak, and I would say MP Pierman is that between civil, corporate, and criminal law, the access to justice, we're expanding it so everyone can get their fair bite of justice. So as I said, I won't go too deep into it, Mr. Speaker, as we'll delve more into the Monday's debate. But I do want to, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is if we better support and treat the lowest, and sometimes unforgotten, overlooked sections of our community, we will see a rise in the community as a whole. As they say, a rising tide floats all boats. And my final comments, Mr. Speaker, is while this budget is not perfect, it is good. And we must not let perfect be the enemy of good. So let's support this budget, and let's watch the ripple effects impact our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you. Is any other member? No other member? Minister Darrell. I was reaching for the gavel that time.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as has become a thing of mine of recent times, I like to put a little theme on my speech. And luckily, as has become tradition with the budget statements that has been put out by the Progressive Labor Party, and in this case, the Honorable E. David Burt, the Minister of Finance, as well as our Premier. That work has been done for me because, as has been customary, these statements have a theme already built into them. And I know we are deep into the night, Mr. Speaker, but as they say in education, as you know, I'm a former educator, there is no shortage of learning that gets done through repetition. So I'd like to remind everyone, the listeners, especially those from constituency 15 Pembroke East, the theme of this budget and how it affects them, Mr. Speaker. Again, responsible choices, lasting benefits for Bermudians. And when you hear that term Bermudians, you know it has become a staple of this progressive Labour Party government since returning to government in 2017. First, it was about putting Bermudians first. And then it was fairer for all Bermudians. So it's no slight that we go back to that theme for this budget, which is lasting benefits for Bermudians. And again, as I always do, when we get to the reply of the One Bermuda Alliance, which we heard earlier, I'll break a little joke here, and the opposition leader's going, but I'll never forget one year when they produced their opposition reply in a green booklet. So it seems like they've got their color coding right now, but still, I do this every year, and they haven't gotten it right. That's turquoise blue water, but we'll get to tourism in a minute. But Mr. Speaker, I tell you, they still haven't gotten it right. Because although this booklet put out by the Progressive Labour Party always speaks about Bermudians and how the budget benefits and affects them, the One Bermuda Alliance, I think if you go back the last 8 years, still do not put a theme on their book that touches people, it talks about people, or even acknowledges people. Look at their topic. They're telling stories. I used to tell my son when he was little, please don't tell stories. Because if you keep telling stories, people may not believe you. So while they take and tell stories, Mr. Speaker, we will speak on the responsible choices and the lasting benefits for Bermudians. Always, when I was an educator, Mr. Speaker, I used to remind my students, and I got this from my father, life is about choices. Some choices we always talk about, and I know you've probably said it to your sons, Mr. Speaker, choices have consequences. You also say that, you know, you have the option to make choices. But here we talk about, in this one, we take a positive spin on it. And these choices, if they are responsible, will have lasting benefits for Bermuda. So I want to go and start my presentation, Mr. Speaker, by talking about how these benefits, and one in particular, helps the individuals of Pembroke East, of which I serve. As you would have known, the Progressive Labour Party has a very robust way of selecting their candidates. So even before we started canvassing for the 2025 election, I was forced to go up into the hills, I call them, to talk to the people directly. In this case, it was the members. And as I started to learn the streets of Pembroke East and go by, I noticed that there's a lot of houses in this area that are abandoned. They're derelict. And when you start talking to neighbors, they say, you know, these derelict houses lead to a lot of illegal activities. Or they lead to unsightly, you know, eyesores. And you talk to them and they say, well, it's not that the family wants it to stay like that, but it's because of some circumstances. So it really did take my eye, Mr. Speaker, on the top of page 18 in the PLP's budget statement. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, it talks about the government acting through the minister that sits next to me for public works to address the growing number of derelict or abandoned properties across the island. It really does hit home when you walk up into the hills because people say, you know, it's been forever. We talked to the last representative about this and nothing has been done. And this policy, as we say, is going to ensure that these vacant properties can be returned to productive uses. So that is something that is going to directly impact the individuals of which I serve. And there's all sorts of stuff that touches on the lives of individuals and brings them benefits. But I'm going to switch a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and talk directly to what this means in the ministry of which I lead, the Ministry of Tourism and Transport, Culture and Sport. It's not about just services and programs, but again, as I tell the staff down at TCD over and over again, the reason I come to work every day is because of the people of which I serve. Again, something that the One Bermuda Alliance on the other side seem to keep forgetting. See, in my ministry, and shown by the government in their budget, it's about opportunity. It's about affordability, community well-being, and a stronger Bermuda for future generations. Let's go to transport. Our focus is about reliability, which I talked about in a ministerial statement earlier. Sustainability and access. Few ministers before me get the credit of introducing electric buses to this island. But it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We have to continue to invest in this capital so that this fleet will remain fresh. That brings dependable service to the people of which we represent. And who are those people, Mr. Speaker? What are the benefits to those people, Mr. Speaker? See, these responsible choices, as I started with, will see those benefits last for years and years to come. And those people, Mr. Speaker, are workers. Those people are students. And those people are seniors. See, these investments can reduce fuel costs, cleaner environment. And this responsible planning that this government has put in place, check it, Mr. Speaker, brings us to modernization. It brings us to efficiency. And it brings us to something that serves Bermudians long term. Mr. Speaker, again, that is a lasting benefit for Bermudians. Our airport investments in workforce development, infrastructure, strengthen safety, resilience, and career pathways for Bermudians. The Honorable Minister responsible for economy and labor is doing an excellent job in making sure that these career pathways are kept on the cutting edge of what is necessary in our community. Succession planning ensures that the knowledge stays here in this island and that the skills are transferred for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I'll go back to where I started. That is examples of lasting benefits for Bermudians. In tourism, Mr. Speaker, our focus is not just simply on visitor numbers. Remember, the opposition on the other side likes to tell stories. And those stories, a lot of times, is numbers all mixed up. But we're going to talk about tourism focusing on Bermudian benefits. Strategic investment to grow the demand beyond the summer months. That brings year-round employment. That's Bermudians who are benefiting. Greater stability for small businesses. Stronger income for our taxi drivers, restaurant staff, entertainers, and tour operators. With new hotel capacity coming online, this approach ensures that that growth, Mr. Speaker, translates into real opportunity, real benefits for our people. Let's go to culture. The ministry continues to support community-led events, local vendors, of which I just went to, Mr. Speaker, a massive black members market, black vendors market hosted by Bacardi today. Artists, entrepreneurs, through these grants, these continued grants, we're supporting the livelihoods, preserving our identity, and keeping Bermudian creativity at the center of our economy. Let's talk about makerspace. That was something I sat in a room years ago, Mr. Speaker, and watched these creatives come and sit at the head of the table and say, Mr. Premier, help us. And he said, yes, please, I will. And here we are, continuing to invest in makerspace, where Bermudians can access spaces that are needed to support creatives and get their small business growing. Sport and recreation, the benefits reach directly into the Bermudian homes. Every April, when registration opens for these summer day camps, we've increased the funding so more than 4,000 young people can have a space in summer day camp. What does this do for Bermudians long lasting? It gives parents reliable childcare. It keeps our young people safe, and it enriches our environments. We continue to support our cherished national sport governing bodies. There's almost 30 of them, Mr. Speaker. Our elite athletes are continuing to compete, as we see with the Davis Cup win on the world stage, while the investment in the National Sports Center that Bermudians use. How do I know? Because I'm there every morning at 6:15 a.m. working out and watching the lasting benefit that Bermudians get from using that facility. Absolutely. The National Sports Center ensures that our Bermudians remain safe, it is accessible, and this is fit for purpose. These are not headlines, and they're not decisions that are made just for applause, Mr. Speaker. These are not just there just to tell, a fancy story. They are there because it demonstrates responsible choices that this government has made, this government continues to make, and it will make going forward. That's not a story, Mr. Speaker. It is responsible action at work. It is service, Mr. Speaker. And this is where the difference in approach becomes clear. It's easy to criticize. It's easy to call for cuts without explaining the consequences. It's easy to oppose investment in public services, community programs, and national facilities when the responsibility for delivery does not rest on your shoulders. But governing, Mr. Speaker, going back to where we started, requires choices. It requires balance. It requires the discipline to invest where the long-term benefit to Bermuda is clear. Even, Mr. Speaker, when the results are not immediate. Everybody wants immediate success. Become one of my sayings sometimes is, just trust me, it's coming. And then they come back, they say, Daryl, you told me. And I said, it's coming. Every electric bus in this country means a more reliable journey for a worker. You hear that? A worker, Mr. Speaker. Stronger investment in the airport authority means Bermudians are trained, employed, ready to step into critical technical and operational roles, like you would have seen just the other day with the new set of Bermudian air traffic controllers. Every tourism initiative, Mr. Speaker, helps to keep someone employed during the slower months.
every camp space for sports programs, give young people structure, support, and here it is, opportunity. The people of Bermuda expect more than just criticisms. They expect solutions, they expect stability, and they expect the leadership that focuses on what will strengthen this country over time. This budget, Mr. Speaker, reflects that responsibility. It reflects careful stewardship, long-term thinking, and commitment to ensuring that growth is felt not only in our economy, but in the communities and in our households. Because strong public transport supports working families. A steady tourism industry supports stable incomes. Investment in culture, Mr. Speaker, strengthens community, and check it, it strengthens our identity. Access to sport and recreational facilities, I know the Minister of Health would agree to this, supports healthier, more resilient young people. Got that one. So, Mr. Speaker, going back to where I started, this is how we build a stronger Bermuda. Like, if I was still an educator, I would say to my students, here are the examples. This is what it looks like in action. See, Mr. Speaker, I'll finish where I started. Other than telling stories, I am happy to be part of a progressive Labour Party government who gets it right. They speak directly to their people. They listen to their people. And then they take their policy and clearly show that responsible choices bring lasting benefits for Bermudians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? Minister Weeks.
You got to start the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't start it yet. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a little different tack, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about what national security means to the economic well-being of Bermuda. So when we talk about the economy in this house, we talk about GDP, we talk about revenue, we talk about deficits, we talk about what CIT is going to mean to the country. Talk about employment, Mr. Speaker. But today I want to talk about something that underpins all of those numbers, all of those conversations, and that's national security. Because the truth is simple, Mr. Speaker. If people don't feel safe, the economy does not function as it should. And that's not just a theory, Mr. Speaker. That's a hardcore reality. And I know every minister can get up and say how their ministry affects the overall picture. But tonight I'm talking about the fact or lack or the fact of national security or lack of. So let's put this into context, Mr. Speaker. Let's start with some facts. According to the most recent data from the Bermuda Police Service, Bermuda recorded just over 3,000 total offenses in 2025. 3,239 to be exact. Now that's just a modest increase over the year before, but we should never ignore increases, Mr. Speaker. But here's what matters. That figure remains one of the lowest overall crime totals we have seen in over 2 decades. In over 20 years, this figure from last year and actually the year before, these figures are some of the lowest figures that we've had totally over crime. I will do just that. This last year we had 7 murders in 2025. 3 of those murders involved firearms. Each one, Mr. Speaker, is a tragedy. So we're not minimizing any of it. I'm just giving some facts and then background as we talk about the relevance of national security and our economic stability. So each one, Mr. Speaker, represents a family that was changed forever. But, Mr. Speaker, I stress that we must resist the temptation to define Bermuda by isolated incidents instead of by the broader trajectory. Because the broader trajectory shows that sustained investment in prevention, intelligence, layer policing, and community engagement is actually making a difference. And from an economic standpoint, that kind of stability matters. So, Mr. Speaker, with that preamble, why security is actually economic policy. We learn and we understand that investors don't just read our budget book.
That's right.
They do more than that, Mr. Speaker. They look at our risk assessments.
Yeah.
They look at the rule of law. They look at our homicide rates and other violent crime affecting our country. They look at whether a jurisdiction can manage crises. Bermuda's GDP per capita now stands at roughly about $143,000, one of the highest in the world, as we always so proudly say. But that doesn't happen by accident, Mr. Speaker. It happens because Bermuda is viewed globally as stable, predictable, and well-governed. So not only hats off to our Premier and Finance Minister, but hats off to the government and what we are doing collectively to make sure that those investors and those people looking on see a stable, not only economy, but a stable environment, stable country. And security is a part of that equation, Mr. Speaker. When investors are looking to come here, when people are looking to make Bermuda a choice. So our international business sector depends on that reputation. Our tourism sector depends on their perception. Tourism contributes roughly 4 to 5% of our economy directly, and much more indirectly through our jobs, through our restaurants, our transportation, and our retail. Visitors come here because Bermuda is beautiful, but we must stress that they return because they feel safe in Bermuda. That feeling is not automatic. It is something that is maintained. It's not only maintained by our uniformed services. A lot of times we go back and forth about what the police are doing and what they're not doing, and they like, do we have enough resources and whatnot? Is customs doing the job? Is corrections adequately serving those that are incarcerated? Collectively, they are making Bermuda feel safe, and as a result, they play an integral part in the economic stability of our country. So let's go to the hidden economic cost of insecurity, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes people ask, why spend so much on national security? We hear that from time to time. But let me turn the question around. What is the cost of not spending it? The cost of one major violent incident goes far beyond the courtroom, Mr. Speaker. It affects our insurance premiums. It affects our neighborhood property values. It affects young people's psychology. It affects investor confidence. Prevention I've learned, is always cheaper than reaction. And smart prevention, not just enforcement, but intervention, is an economic strategy. Goes beyond a policing strategy. It's an economic strategy for the overall security of our country. So let's talk about our youth, Mr. Speaker, and our long-term growth. If a young person chooses a job instead of gang life, that's just not a social win. That's actually a part of our economic growth. If a young Bermudian sees a future for themselves inside the law, that's a future taxpayer, a future homeowner, and a future entrepreneur. And this is what we are doing in the ministry, Mr. Speaker. We have the GVRT, the Gang Violence Reduction Team, that focus primarily on prevention. And what they are doing is going into our elementary schools, mediating in disputes and the like. All this here is helping to create a stable environment. Unfortunately, a lot of times, there's kind of actions that the GVRT and others in the ministry undertake are not seen. A lot of that is done behind the scenes every day, but all that collectively is helping to keep our island safe. Security, Mr. Speaker, is about giving young people a reason to believe their best option is within the system, not outside the system. That's not just policing. That is actually nation building. When we walk around our country and we talk about what the budget, what the economy means to us, that the part that we play in making sure our country is secure is a very intricate part of that. But let's also be clear that national security in 2026 and beyond is not just about crime. It's about hurricane preparedness. And people don't recognize this kind of things until such time as a hurricane happens. And when it happens, they expect everything to fall in place. That's a part of security that we must always prepare for, and that's what we do in our ministry. So that contributes to the overall security of our country. It's cybersecurity. Cybersecurity now, Mr. Speaker, is real. It's real not only in Bermuda, but globally. So us focusing on cybersecurity, as a matter of fact, we have just created a cybersecurity unit within the ministry. Again, this is not a front and center thing, but this is a contribution to economic stability here in Bermuda. That cybersecurity unit now looks into every aspect of our security, public service, and our private entities. It's border control, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about security and economic stability, border control is important. We have the Customs Department doing what they have to do on our borders to make sure that we are able to keep our country safe. We have just instituted, or in the process of instituting, the Coast Guard and expanding the Coast Guard to work closely with Customs so that they together can help to man our waters, patrol our waters, and do their part to help keep Bermuda safe. And there's also financial crime enforcement, Mr. Speaker. So when a storm approaches Bermuda, businesses do not just ask about the weather. They ask, is our country prepared to deal with any eventuality? They want to know if our emergency services are coordinated. And they also want to know that after a storm has passed, will our services resume quickly? These are not the sexy conversations that we normally have when it comes to the budget and talking about stability, but they're very, very important. And I take the role that I've been blessed with, given by the Honorable Premier, I take it very seriously because this ministry goes a long way and they have a major role to play in keeping the country safe and as an indirect result, economically stable. So business continuity is actually economic stability. And that is national security, Mr. Speaker. The work of the Royal Bermuda Regiment, alongside our police and emergency services, they directly protect economic recovery timelines after any crisis. It may not matter to the average Joe Blow, but I tell you what, Mr. Speaker, that matters to our insurers. That matters to the rating agencies. We heard one of our colleagues talk about the rating agencies earlier. And that matters to our employers. So now I've heard some comments over this last 7-8 hours that you told us that we have been up. We've been debating this. We've had some arguments from the opposition that resources should be shifted in different places. But it's always easier when you don't have the purse strings to be able to tell people what they should be doing with the purse strings. But we cannot pretend that safety is optional. We cannot diversify an economy if investors question our stability. We cannot expand tourism if investors question that security. If visitors question the security of our country. We cannot grow opportunity in neighborhoods gripped by fear, Mr. Speaker. Security is not in competition with economic growth. It actually enables it. So each day when the uniformed service is out doing their job, we all should take time when we see somebody in that uniform doing their part to keep our country safe. Just recognize that they are playing their part in keeping us economically stable. When we see them, just stop every now and then and just say, thank you for doing that job. Some people feel because they're getting paid for it, you don't have to thank them, but when we see the overall scheme of things, the uniformed services are doing their part to keep our country safe, to keep tourists coming back, to keep people thinking overseas that they could invest in our here in our economy, in our country. So the broader vision, national wellness and national security are deeply connected. Communities under stress, research shows, experience more crime. Communities with opportunity experience less crime. So our approach must remain balanced. Firm where we must be firm. Compassionate where we must be compassionate, Mr. Speaker. And modern where threats are modern, i.e., I spoke earlier about the cybersecurity unit that has been instituted by this government over the last few years. We are not funding tradition for tradition's sake. We are strengthening institutions that protect Bermuda's global reputation and our local peace of mind. So at the end of the day, budgets are about choices. And depending on what we feel as a government, that's where the monies go. If it's up to me, I would have gotten a few more dollars, but hey, everybody feels that because there are things to be done. You know?
You fought hard for it.
And I fought hard, and I will continue to fight. And every time the Premier says that there's a little extra money he found, my hands, one of the first hands say, go up. Yep. Well, him and I battle. See, we all battle. Because even the words are important. Because that's a whole other issue in our national security. We are losing too many of our youngsters on the roads. And some people are not so young. You know, this is just February, 27th. We've had four. And in that 4 is 2 teenagers and 2 people over 50. So the stereotype that it's only young people dying on our roads is not accurate at all. You know, so we have to do our part. And this government chooses stability. So even though I don't always get what I want, but nobody always gets what they want, but the Premier knows the importance of what it is when it comes to national security and the overall stability of our country. So if we're going to choose a Bermuda where economic growth is built on a secure foundation, we have to recognize the role of national security. And having said that, others can help me when I talk to the Premier about more money. Yes? Yeah. Because really, as I close, prosperity built on, and the regiment. While I'm here, I would be remiss if I don't speak on the role of the regiment. What I did say, honorable members, I wanted an extra 10 minutes. But on a serious note, the regiment right now is part of our fabric of stability. They have put their hand up because they were all volunteers that have gone down Jamaica. And they have gone down there representing our country proudly. And they are helping Jamaica get back up on their feet. That shows brotherhood because a friend in need. A lot of people say that's where we came up, it's a friend indeed. You know, so when we ask the regiment to volunteer, that's a part of our security, you know, because at any time, our brothers and sisters from Jamaica may have to come to our aid. You know, so they were down there not only us, but we have Cayman, we had Turks and Caicos, we had Grenada, we had Ghana, all kinds of people down there together trying to help Jamaica back up on their feet. All that's it's economic security too when you help those that need it when they're in need, because we never know that when we're going to be in need. So security is not separate from prosperity. It is the soil, Mr. Speaker, on which any kind of prosperity grows. So with those words, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member? MP King, would you like your 20 minutes?
Why, certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Right ahead.
It's nice being back in the neighborhood, but let's get cracking. We're here for some serious business. So, yes. So anyhow, when we're looking at the budget book is basically the driver's manual for how we're going to be operating for the year. And it struck me that when I was did a deep dive into this budget book, I noticed that a couple of things that were in there didn't make sense, and things that ought to have been there were not. And then when you're looking at us in this honorable house, I think we can all agree that everybody here wants a fairer Bermuda, cost of living that makes sense. We're in agreement with all of those fundamental things. What I realize is, looking at the budget book and the way it's put together, there are numbers that are on there, budget allocations, there are performance measures for some ministries that don't make any sense at all. It's a fact. The other thing, too, is I recall from my time working in another place, Department of Court Services, whenever it would come around to budget time, it was a mad scramble to go ahead and come up with some objectives. Don't pick anything, that's going to be too difficult to talk about. Don't really pick something that's relevant so that you won't be my experience. So you're putting down performance measures that will be easily achieved. The other thing that I noticed in the budget book were performance measures.
One sec. We can't actually talk about the budget book until we get.
No worries.
Today is just an open debate. You can speak.
No problem.
Yeah.
How do we determine whether or not what we're doing is working in this community? The other side says that we should have a balanced approach, and that is the correct approach. It means that we're taking a look at the whole picture with all available evidence from both sides, not what we want to hear, because fundamentally we both want the same thing. As the minister said, you know, this island will not operate properly unless people feel safe, one, and are actually safe. The minister is correct that overall crime rates have gone down. But what was not stated is serious crime rates have risen drastically. Gun and knife violence, incidents of gun and knife violence, and serious injuries as a result of gun and knife violence disproportionately for young Black Bermudian males. It's a fact. In terms of the arrest records, if you look at the arrest records, who's getting arrested? 9-1. Black Bermudians are. If you're looking at the persons who are receiving government services, it's Black Bermudians. So if you're talking about what a fairer Bermuda looks like, please explain to me and those who are receiving services and those who are continuing to receive services generationally how they feel that things are actually getting better. It's good that the government is providing services, but we should not be investing in support. We should be able to provide these people with the necessary opportunities to exit the system. There's something fundamentally wrong when we have generations of people on financial assistance. Fundamentally wrong. Nobody wants to be on financial assistance. It's meant to be a crutch. It's not supposed to be you're on life support like a coma patient. Why is it that families who are on the poverty line, living in government housing, are subjected to some of the worst childhood experiences? We're responsible for that. We are, in our mission statements for each of the ministry heads, it speaks to what we're going to do in the execution of our duties for the public. And yet, we are not doing that because the way the book is written, it doesn't make sure that we stay on course. So what I'm suggesting is that we need to do different things differently. Forget about whether or not we need a different government. What we need is government to operate differently. We all want the same things and we believe that we're doing well, but how do we measure that? Current measures and current processes are not getting the results that we need. How is it possible that within a week we've got, 2 metal, turtles turned over on Front Street, cars on their roofs on Front Street? You see what I mean? How can that be normal? How many of you in this past week were driving down the road and then had to pull over because there was almost an accident? It's becoming commonplace. It is ridiculous. Why is it that in spite of all that, we're not seeing a police presence on the road? Not blaming the police. What I'm talking about is what we are seeing, a deterioration in the behavior and a lack of presence of the police force. Those are the facts. How do we explain that on September the 20th, 2023, there was a cyber attack? We say we're serious about safety and security, and yet to date, there is no report. We don't know what recommendations were made, what information of ours was compromised, what happened. Did we pay a ransom? We know absolutely nothing going on 3 years later, and we say that we're serious about national security. How do we explain that we're relying on the Coast Guard for the yacht reporting center in St. George's when we knew from April 2024 that the dock was not fit for purpose? In October 2024, the minister became aware from correspondence from the permanent secretary that the dock is in a state of disrepair. We know that less than 10% of boats are checked. We also know that the boats bring in firearms, drugs, bulletproof vests, and other things, and yet we aren't taking it seriously. How do we explain that we are investing in other projects in the community, which we ought to do. But when we're talking about a prioritization of budget allocations, as the minister said, national security needs to be number one. And it's not. And apparently it's okay. And we say that, people are dying on the roads. The traffic accident incidents are rising. Serious injuries are rising. 4 deaths in February. You should expect that we'll have about 18 people this year from traffic accidents, but we haven't hit the magic number yet. And we know that because when you go on the road, nothing has changed. This is a fact. This is a fact. If you've not seen the number of accidents, the number of accidents per year? Yeah, I can give you that. But the problem is, no, don't worry, I'm going to get to you. The problem is that the police have not produced the statistics upon which we need to rely accurate information. For whatever reason, we have to work with provisional data. This is unacceptable. We're talking about people's lives. How can this possibly be acceptable? I haven't talked about budget allocations. I'm talking about people's lives and doing the right thing. It's not about money. We've had a surplus, the first in 21 years. All right. So it's not about the money. It's how we use the resources at our disposal to meet the needs of the community. And all of us can agree that our future rests in the hands of the young people who are going to need to go ahead and take care of the 30% of us old geezers in, 2040 or something like that. Yes, that will be the lasting benefits if they live to become old. We need to do things materially different. We also know that at Westgate, the incidence of assaults against officers, assaults against inmates on inmates, drug use, cell phone use is a problem. And we also know that the only program that is operating at Westgate, I used to be an officer turning keys there, I used to be a caseworker before I went to probation services, and I still have contacts with persons in there. The only program that is operational on a consistent basis is the sexual offender program. So what must it be like, and I think young member Lister was talking about this earlier, what must it be like for somebody who's doing a stretch when the median age of somebody who's doing life is 40 and under? When there's no program for that person, no vocational programs to get the skills. I was talking to Minister Hayward about that before, and he basically said, and rightly so, that that's under the prison's remit. There's a problem when we've got bureaucracy that gets in the way of progress for the people who need the services the most. Why is it that the Treatment of Offenders Board and the Parole Board is under a different heading? It's under the Ministry of Justice. No, it's under the Ministry of National Security. However, Corrections and Court Services is under the Ministry of Justice. How does that make sense?
Mr. Speaker, a point of order, if I may, or actually a point of information.
Would you like to take a point? You don't have to point of order. You have to point of information.
No, okay. Okay.
But it's misleading the country, Mr. Speaker.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's a point of order then.
Let me clarify.
It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. It's a point of order.
Okay, what's your point of order then?
Right. And the my point of order is that the Treatment of Offenders Board and the Parole Board is under the Attorney General's chambers and under Justice, not under National Security.
Okay, number?
The point is that I've looked through the book, but anyhow, we'll get to that. There are some, under the Ministry of National Security headquarters. It's not there?
No.
Sure?
It's under Justice now.
When did it go? Okay, never mind. I'll move right along. So, what we're measuring is not making sense. We need to measure performance for the areas that we are trying to improve. We need to take seriously and make it a priority for areas life. Unpreventable deaths on our roads, it works out to every 10 years about 173 people with current stats, and the trend is going up. So it's not about budget allocation, it's about the strategic plan that we have using accurate, available data and operating from that basis. I would suggest that this is an opportunity for all of us to do things differently, that we ought to audit our departments and see what needs to be improved, making sure that all departments have performance measures that make sense, especially for critical areas of need. We know that housing is an issue. 71 persons were in need of critical housing as of the end of 2025. Homeless, rough sleeping, 1,100 according to the home report on 2024. Well, at that time. But the point is, we need to operate in accordance with best practice, taking responsibility for our community, making sure that we are trending in the right direction. We know that, like I said, serious crime is increasing, despite the fact that we've got more money. So we need to do things differently. We understand that there's a staffing issue. We understand that programs are not being offered as they should be. We ought to make sure that that happens. It should not be optional whether or not we offer the programs necessary to safeguard our community. When it comes to the dock in St. George's, why are we talking about it a year and a half later? We're talking about national security, and we recognize that there is a serious problem with gun and knife violence, and we're acting as though it's, the same as paving a pothole. It's not. The number of traffic accidents on the road that we are experiencing right now and the serious injuries are overwhelming and already overwhelmed hospital system. Talking about insurance rates, the insurance rates are already too high, and this makes it worse. We must do better for the community, and this budget gives us an opportunity to do that. However, we need to take responsibility for the things that we can change, and we need to find a way to go and work together for the sake of the community that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, MP King. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP Tucker?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Good evening.
There's been a lot that's already been covered here this evening, and obviously in the lateness of the hour. My comments are going to be very broad. But as I begin my contribution, I just wanted to address something that has come up a few times in our conversations today. It would appear, this is my perception, before anybody points of orders or jumps up, it is my perception that the government seems to think that they have cornered the market on Black experience. This is my perception and what I have perceived to be the case. And because there appears to be a Black Labor Party cornered the market and white old UBP, this is all for business. And so I just want to say, as I begin my comments now, that I would be grateful, actually, if we could kill that. Because this group looks more like Bermuda. It is representative of what our Bermuda looks like. And with that, Also, I would like to say that as a black female Bermudian, as a black female Bermudian who fully understands the challenges of being a part of a family that has not come from anything. So on this side, there are people like me who understands what it's like not to have a pot or a window. Okay? So I want to say that. And I also want to say that we are a group on this side. I can't speak to that side, but we are a group on this side that actually have open conversations. We're learning from the people that have been born with in a position of privilege, as they are also learning from us, from those of us that haven't. So I would be grateful, again, if we could kill that narrative tonight. Okay? So I would also like to say, I would also like to say that it was good to hear Minister Ferbert say that she is not blind to the fact that people need more social support. There were some things in the budget that we have spoken about frequently that where some good things have come out. I am a real fan of the of the debt being paid down, and certainly Minister Ferbert talked about some things, child care allowances and community contributions and all of that, right? No need for me to keep going through that. What I will say, though, is that it is my perspective that the budget does not keep pace with the needs of everyday Bermudians. A phrase that has been quoted countless times in countless spaces is, "He that feels it knows it," right? And so I don't believe that the allocations are reflective of the gravity of the needs of the island. IB is taking care of itself, we know that. So I focus my comments on everyday Bermudians. And when I mean everyday Bermudians, I mean low-income Bermudians. I mean what used to be the middle-class Bermudians. I mean the Bermudians that are struggling day to day to get through their daily existence. Now, one of the things that one of the groups that I would like to also address is people with disabilities. The last time we were here, I believe I had raised the questions to the minister about accessibility for people with disabilities. I would have liked to have seen some funding specifically for that. There are people, as we all know, people with disabilities unable to access a lot of our buildings and our transportation. So I'm hopeful that the transport minister, when his new buses come, that a couple of those buses will at least have wheelchair access. That would go a very long way. Because interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, our executive director of the Human Rights Commission, who is in a wheelchair, cannot access a lot of the buildings and certainly couldn't access public transport if she needed to. Every day, so Mr. Speaker, Bermudians are squeezed on every side by the high cost of everything. Food, shelter, electricity, everything. And with really little hope of there being immediate significant changes on the horizon as our population is expanding and aging. And as I mentioned already, I don't think that this budget sufficiently addresses the needs of everyday Bermudians that are struggling to keep their heads above water. People living paycheck to paycheck, pension check to pension check. Some have half a check, others have no check at all. When there is an opportunity to maximize assistance for our seniors, why didn't the government take it? And by that, I'm referring to the Future Care seniors funding that the Tax Reform Commission had recommended. So government chose to ignore the Tax Reform Commission's recommendation to provide base level future care, even though it would have been a cost at $30 million. That would have, as the pre-budget report indicates, that would have represented a significant savings for our seniors. It was a lost opportunity as far as I was concerned, because by the time we get to a phase 2, some of those seniors that would have benefited now may not even be around by then. One thing that I am disappointed with, Mr. Speaker, is that the OBA had repeatedly, when education reform was first being spoken of as becoming taken length, we had repeatedly asked, I could speak for myself, I could speak for my OBA colleagues, we had asked, how is this going to be paid for? And here is a bugbear that I have, because unsurprisingly, we didn't really get any answers. But yet, $8.5 million later, having spent that money on consultants, it is unbelievable that our students were upended before the most basic of considerations, like having school infrastructures prepared to receive our students, Mr. Speaker. That's a basic thing. Purvis wasn't ready. Francis Patton wasn't ready. Some of our students have had to have their lessons at the aquarium. Simply unacceptable. Adequate funding not provided to prepare school infrastructure, but yet $8 million plus later for education consultants. Now, unbelievably, we're floating the idea of asking private businesses to adopt a school to help government fix this mess in our public school system. How many children have been, this is something that is really bothersome to me, because here's the thing, our students have just come from and come through a pandemic a few short years ago. And then on top of that, now we've had, in somebody's infinite wisdom, and I'm not suggesting it's solely the minister, I'm saying because he's not a law unto his own, and neither is the current education minister. But what I am saying is that we have had children upended during the pandemic. Took them a while to get settled, if all of them are even settled 5 years, 6 years later. And then, Mr. Speaker, now we have had their education disrupted again. How many parents and teachers have spent countless days and nights bearing the weight of the decisions of those that have made poor decisions that is affecting their children? We won't likely see the effects that this has had on our children for years to come. We can't afford this. Because, and I will tell you, and I have probably mentioned it before, that I have received applications across my desk for jobs, and some of our children can't even, some of our high school graduates can't even spell their addresses. It's disgraceful. Shifting to the Ministry of Youth, Seniors, and Social Development, the ministry will receive $97.2 million. The ministry budget increased. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, I beg your pardon. Sorry. I thought it was in the budget statement, so I thought it was okay for me to mention. The original budget statement, the government's budget statement, it was there. Real budget statement. Not the budget book. Okay, so I'll move on, because I wasn't going to go any further. I was just mentioning it. Yes. So the government's budget, as I mentioned earlier, fails to match the scale and keep pace of the challenges facing our young people, our families, and our seniors. At a time when social needs are continuing to rise, this budget, the budget largely reflects incremental adjustments. When what we need is targeted investments to ensure that not only those who to ensure that those who actually need the assistance receive it. Specifically as it relates to the youth, it's ironic, Mr. Speaker, that on the walk over to deliver the budget statement, the Premier was flanked by several children, and yet there's not much in the actual budget statement that addresses our children. Interesting. We know that, again, as it relates to our youth, we know that there have been reports that have gone out that have spoken about our youth experiencing alarming levels of anxiety and depression, along with increased loneliness, stress, tensions, and all of that amongst our young people. Our young people are undergoing major environmental pressures like drugs, gang activity, social stigma, family insecurities. Funding, it would be lovely to have had more funding to address those types of needs. Not to mention, our children are experiencing all kinds of early trauma that can help shape their long-term outcomes. The gap, Mr. Speaker, between identifying the needs and taking action is widening. Families are navigating higher costs, experiencing greater stress, and faced with more complex social pressures. Without considerable investment in social programs, prevention, early intervention, and community-based supports, and creating an environment of self-reliance, Bermudians will continue to experience greater social challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, the test of a budget is not how it sounds on the day it's delivered, but how the promises in it reflect the lives of our people. For many Bermudians, particularly low-income and working-class Bermudians, this budget will not tangibly move the needle in their favor. It will not change the fact that assistance is simply not keeping pace with need. I would have liked to have seen funding to provide support for parents of neurodivergent children, and I declare my interest in that. I have a grandson that's neurodivergent. I would have liked to have seen more about securing a new court system. It's been a couple of years now since I've asked about what's happening with the court system and our unpaid child support situation. It's still, it's 1 year to the next year to the next year. In addition, I would like to see funding that helps the courts address some of the manual processes in order to make the court systems more efficient. Our court records, Mr. Speaker, are still being searched manually. The searchers have to go in and actually sit in a room and flick pages, books probably 50 or more years old, and I declare my interest in that because I work for a law firm. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that I would like to have seen increased overseas benefits, a provision of increased overseas benefits for GEH, for people that are on GEHI insurance. My information is that people that have to go overseas have to pay for their hotels out of pocket up to $140 is the last thing I've heard. And there's $100 for transportation and no money at all is provided for food. That is simply unacceptable. For some families, Mr. Speaker, this budget will not prevent the next eviction. the next crisis, the next call placed to an overstretched social worker. For too many seniors, this budget will not ease the fear of outliving their savings or having to heavily rely on their children or others who are also struggling. And, Mr. Speaker, I will say that this is not doom and gloom, but it is the present reality of many Bermudian families, and anyone who denies it is simply disconnected from reality. For quite some time, the Shadow Minister of Finance, Doug DeCouto, has been calling for the government to provide targeted relief for Bermudians so that people that need the help the most receive the benefit. It is crazy to me that what I've been hearing tonight is as if people the government don't understand what that actually is. Targeted relief helps minimize a scenario whereby people that don't need the money don't get it, or they receive a significantly lower amount. I don't know if you remember the song by Gregory Isaac, where it talks about the richest getting richer every day, but the little that the poor man got's going to be taken away. This is where we are. This is the reality, Mr. Speaker. So it makes sense that targeted relief help to ensure that those that are financially stable don't receive the same benefit as those who are financially unstable. This makes sense, and why this Labour government would insist on giving critical relief to people who have millions in the bank rather than redirecting those funds to those who cannot afford it, those who are no income, low income, and struggling middle income earners is bizarre to me. Taxpayers ought to know what their money was spent on and if taxpaying funds moves the dial, and if it brings about positive and measurable outcomes so that the public knows that their spending, or that the spending rather, does not go unchecked, and that taxpayers get a return on the investment that's made. This is their money loaned to governments to be able to utilize it for the benefit of the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end with this plea to Bermudians that if you haven't already read the budget statement and you haven't already read the opposition, the One Bermuda Alliance's reply to the budget statement, then please do not rely on the strategic sound bites and clips on social media or even our statement. But when you are done reading, question what you read and heard and ask yourself, does this budget give you assurance that your quality of life will tangibly improve now as a result of the government's current funding allocations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Tucker. Would any other member? And Government Whip, you're taking the floor?
No, I'll speak. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me a brief moment to contribute to the debate today. I'll be very, very brief because most of my colleagues have already stated a lot of the salient points that needed to be said. But I just felt compelled to just say something very, very, very briefly about this. But let me first start by thanking the Minister of Finance and his team for this budget, and I can imagine that they must have spent many a night, long nights, in trying to put it together and to produce it as well. Now, I was actually off island for the delivery of the budget debate, as I indicated to you earlier, and so I had to take it online, get it online, and actually read it. And I certainly was very, very impressed with it. And there were a couple of things that hit me that I want to basically use in my contribution, Mr. Speaker. And one of the first things that this budget struck me as being positive progress. We're making progress on this side. This government is actually listening to people, and as you can see from the content of the budget, that we are making positive progress. Certainly, I do recognize, and I will say that there is still much to be done, and I'm sure with the guidance of Minister of Finance and Premier, that these things will certainly be looked into. The second thing that I noted from reading the budget statement was the fiscal responsibility that we're showing. I know that our Minister of Finance is very meticulous about things, and I'm referring to this because I'm going to counter by saying something else that the OBA seemed to have said for the last 7 hours almost that we're here. So I'm going to again compliment him, the minister and his team, for the fiscal responsibility that I've noticed. Because one of the statements that was referred to tonight is that we, the government, have been accused we've been accused of spending like drunken sailors. So again, that statement, I think, diffuses that, certainly. I think certainly from my view, who does a lot of canvassing in my constituency, I certainly feel that it's a budget that I can easily talk to my constituents about. If they have questions, I'm sure I'll be able to get them. If I can't answer them myself, and I certainly will refer back to those a lot more knowledgeable than me about it. So I like the ease of things of the budget statement, which I certainly feel will help me in my canvassing as well. What I'd like to do is just briefly, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, is to just refer to some of the items that will benefit certain my constituents. I want to, if you don't mind, I just want to refer to a document here that I have. And the first thing that strikes me is the reduction in employee payroll tax. Many of my constituents will benefit from that, and I think they're going to be very, very happy when they realize of this reduction that they're going to get, putting more money in their pocket. The other point I want to bring out where I think people are going to benefit from certainly self-employed caregivers. And I'm going to declare some interest here in that I'm the chair of the Warwick Parish Council, who has responsibility for Lorraine Rest Home, nursing home, my apologies. So I know the effort that goes into caregiving. And so I certainly know and feel that elimination of their payroll tax is going to be something that they're going to look forward to, and again, help to relieve some of that financial stress that they probably go under in doing this caregiving. I understand that there's going to be a reduction or an elimination of essential goods. Now, if you tell me that my constituents can't benefit from that, they will certainly know when they go to do their shopping weekly or whenever they do their shopping, what they do, they're certainly going to see some benefit there. As much as I know a lot of people may be able to stand what the car licensing is, it's still going to be a benefit to those who even can afford it, yes. But at the same time, others who can't afford it will have the benefit of this reduction in private car licensing. So again, I see me having some good conversations on the doorsteps of my constituents. So that was just a brief thing there that I wanted to point out. But let me get back to my notes as well. Now, let me also say that I'm very excited to know that housing and is being looked at. I'm sure the new housing minister and Minister of Housing and Municipalities, I got you, municipalities is going to be quite happy, which I know that his plan, and I understand it's an 18-month plan, yes, but it will give some relief to a lot of people who are families who are actually doubling up. When I go to some of these houses to canvass, I know for a fact the stress they're under with the number of people that are in the house, and that what's probably called the residential house, the main house, and families who have come to live with them, some for short term and others for long term. But I certainly feel these are the things that I feel that it shows the responsibility of this government. Mr. Speaker, I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention some of the things that bothered me about the reply to the budget, which again has already been addressed by many of my colleagues as well. But if you look at the face, and please allow me to read some of the excerpts, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker. Yes. If you look at the face of the reply to the budget, well, it's just my opinion that where it says the numbers tell the real story. What are they trying to say to us? To people. That's part, I think, of the image the opposition is trying to put out, that we can't govern, or we can't manage money and that sort of thing. The numbers tell the real story. Yeah, well, I understand that, but that's fine. But let me also, I'm not going to get distracted, don't worry. Allow me to look at the document, as I said, and just point out some of the pages that came to me. I wrote those numbers down, and I am going to find it because, here we go. Page 3. And I'm going to read it verbatim. It says, Mr. Speaker, we are here today to address the budget, Bermuda's economy, and dollars and cents. But we cannot forget that behind every dollar are Bermudians. So far, so good. And this budget must answer one question. What does it mean for them? But I've told you what it does. I told you when I get on the doorsteps, I'm going to point out certain things to my constituents where they will certainly benefit. Let me move on to the next item that I want to mention on page 4. Yes, page. No, I'm not going to do that one. I'll leave that one. Let me go to page 24 of their budget statement, and it's the top of the paragraph, top of the page, headed debt and asset rule. I'm not going to read the whole paragraph itself, but the last sentence ends. The PLP must keep its eye on the ball. You don't have to tell us that. We've got our eyes on the ball. We have. That's what we've been doing since we came back in government in 2017. So I'm not really concerned about that. And I think the last point that I want to make and come out of here is page 20. No, I've got 2 more. 25. Under accountability. And all this I'm saying is because I think they're trying to paint a picture that this government can't manage or sort of fiscal, we have a deficit managing money. And I don't understand why they want to come to that. But I'm going to read that part of that statement. Okay, in fact, I'll read the whole thing. Bermudians want and deserve accountability in how their money is spent, particularly the CIT funds. That was the big beer bug today about the CIT funds. But then ending with veiled financial reporting. I couldn't understand that one, but I think someone will pick that up to find out exactly what this veiled financial reporting is all about. And I think my last point that I want to make about this reply to the budget is on page 26. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read the last paragraph where it says, that's why Bermudians need a change in how the government manages the public purse, especially the CIT funds, and that's why Bermuda needs a change in government. Do they not know what happened the last time they kept asking for a change in government? Anyway, let me put that down and go back to my notes. Call it now. Yeah, right. That was it. Let me end, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I wanted to be brief. I really want to thank the. thank the Minister of Finance again and his team and his strong team for a strong and workable budget that I fully support and can certainly stand on the steps of my or in the dining rooms or wherever they invite me to speak to this budget because I think it's a very good budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. MP De Silva. Minister De Silva.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
I think
Speaker.
you've been biting at the bits for a while to get on your feet.
Man, I could have got up
ready?
about 4 hours ago, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, we could have done it about 4 hours there.
Yeah, then we could have done that.
That's right.
But let me start where the last speaker, my honorable colleague Neville Terrell, finished. And he said, what a great, great budget. Premier, you probably don't realize this, but history will only tell that this has to be one of the greatest budgets that this country has ever seen.
Oh, boy. Look at that.
And I don't say that with I don't say that with tongue in cheek either.
Sometimes it's 2 weeks ago, buddy.
Well, he gave me a kiss when he came in tonight, so I figured I had to sweeten him up. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of, there seemed to be a buzzword around here today called luck. Right? Now, I was talking to my honorable colleague, the Dr. Reverend Emily Gale, and she said, why are they saying luck? Why don't they use the word blessed? And I said, you know what, Reverend? If you don't mind, I'm gonna just relay that to the country and let them know that that is the word we should be using is blessed.
Agreed.
No. All right. Okay, now, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member Jason Hayward said, let's have some honest dialogue today. And I think we do need to do that. And I have to wonder if the Honorable Shadow Finance Minister lives under a rock. Some of his colleagues too. Because if you read the introduction to his reply, and he talks about Mrs. Smith and Mr. Jones, Mr. Speaker, they talk about things like Grandpa can't afford this, Mrs. Jones can't afford that, Mrs. Smith can't do this. But what jumped out at me, right, is when they say things like this. Grandpa Smith needs regular care. When we came into power in 1998, Mr. Speaker, you will remember, we had to shut down 2 seniors' homes because they were in such bad shape. Really bad shape. But yet they had the audacity to come in and say, you know, Mr. Smith needs regular good care. Things like that. Then they go on to say things like, Mr. Jones earns a small cottage with little or no income. Little or no income. Mr. Speaker, let's remind the public that when the OBA were in power for not a full term, 4.5 years. And if we want to talk about that story, we can too. Because if we wouldn't have called the election that night, it was going to be a dissolvement of Parliament because they didn't have support from the members. Let me just, remind people, right? So, Mr. Speaker, and I talk about that because during that time, they didn't raise pensions for our seniors, not once, except for in the election year. If it were an election year, I doubt whether or not they would even given it a thought. Whereas this government...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the honourable member is being inadvertent, but he is impugning the proper motive. And I know that the MP who took that decision is no longer here and no longer finance minister, but impugning the proper motive he is.
Don't.
I'm just going to remind us that, we've come to a term, we're turning our pages where we won't be impugning improper motives against members. So I know you're skilled enough to be able to continue on without having to worry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me remind people, them, since we have been in government, since 2017, Mr. Speaker, I hope they don't do a point of order on this one. This government promised and delivered an increase for our seniors' pensions every year since we've been in power. And I don't hear any point of order on that one, Mr. Speaker. So when you get these things, and then they go on to say
There's also no money to keep the roof painted and leaks fixed after hurricanes. Mrs. Jones takes care of her granddaughter while her daughter's at work. You will know, Mr. Speaker, that this government gives a child daycare allowance. And it's at $900, Mr. Speaker. I remember when we brought that bill to this House for the very first time, the opposition raised absolute hell with us, saying, no way, no way, no way. But then they got the audacity to say that, you know, and when they say we haven't done anything for anybody and we're not thinking about the people of this country, it's laughable. It's laughable, Mr. Speaker. When she says that when they say Mrs. Jones has no health insurance to cover. Wait a minute. You remember, Mr. Speaker, in the other House, when we brought future care to this country, the OBA, UBP, can't remember which one it was then. It might have been a mixture. It might have even been BDA at the time. But look, we brought that to the House, Mr. Speaker, and they objected to that. I mean, viciously objected to it. And that's right, it was way back. Honorable Member Cannoneer, it was way back. But you know, some of us have been around a while, and some of us remember. See, some of the people in this House won't remember all that.
Absolutely, tell them.
But let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. That was huge. It was a huge debate that night, and it shouldn't have been. We should have laid that bill. Everybody should have said, okay, we're going to take care of the people of this country. You know where people used to go to get health care? Again, maybe some members in this House don't remember. You remember, Mr. Speaker. They used to go down to the indigent clinic at the hospital, right next to the emergency room. And everybody in this country knew why they were there, right? But when we brought in future care, it gave dignity to our people. Because when you go sit in a doctor's office now, you don't know what that person's financial situation is at all. We changed that. And every time we add those kind of benefits, we caught absolute negative and sometimes really, really, and you will know, Mr. Speaker, it got down and dirty sometimes in that House. And it shouldn't have been. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other thing, because they do talk about, and this is the very first page, right at the bottom, PLP giving handouts. Is the PLP government giving handouts that will run out, or are they meaningfully improving their lives by addressing the underlying causes of the issues? Really, Mr. Speaker? And I get people on that side slamming the table when the shadow minister read out his speech. How many houses did they build in 4.5 years? But I get the shadow minister saying, oh, you made all these announcements about ours, but where's your strategy for 2025 to 2035? Mr. Speaker, oh, he's saying it's too late. Let me just add something, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member Fay did say, we're going backwards, or we're doing it backwards. I think he's a learned member, if I remember correctly. I think he went to law school. I wonder, how long did he go to law school for? Maybe, how long does that take? 3-4 years? 4 years, Mr. Speaker? So the thing is, I say this. I wonder how many times he came back from school and told people, I'm going to be a lawyer. He didn't have his papers yet. I'm going to be a lawyer. Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to build homes in this country. But at the same time, Zane De Silva ain't going to be here forever. So I have got that plan ready. It's going out to all the stakeholders at the moment. The honorable member keeps asking for it. He'll get it. But whilst that's being done, because we want to do it right, how many times do they say in this House, oh, you just rush it through. You guys, no, we're going to take our time, like I did with the National Health Plan years ago. We've done a lot of consulting, and the consulting is taking place, Mr. Speaker. Housing is too important. It's a draft strategy that's almost ready. And you know what? I am going to invite members opposite when we get to a stage, and that's not far away. But let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. Whilst that is taking place, because I think when members opposite see it, hopefully they'll support it. Without a shadow of a doubt, support it. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is a progressive government. Because we design or we want to devise a plan for whatever that may be, whether it's Minister Tanay doing seniors, whether it's Michael Weeks doing security or national security or what have you, or whatever the ministry is, I'll tell you what we're doing. We can chew gum and walk. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, it's going to give me great pleasure to announce to the people of this country, when that decision is made, and it's close, and we're going to build a couple of hundred homes, Mr. Speaker, in 18 months. People said, Zane, you're crazy, you can't do it. We're going to do it, Mr. Speaker. And as I told the honorable member, he saw me speaking on TV the other night, I said, you can hold my feet to the fire, because I'm telling you, it's going to happen. When you take the calls that we take from the crying mothers, the crying daughters who are crying for the mothers and the grandmothers, and you hear the stories of 10 and 12 people living in a one-bedroom place, children being abused, women being abused, trust me, Mr. Speaker, my vision is clear. We're going to build homes in this country, and we're going to build a lot of homes in this country. And if I have my way, I'll stick my neck out a little further. We might have 400 homes in 18 months. You think the 100 was crazy? I'm going to stick my neck out. Because I've got the support from the finance minister. I told him I want 90 million. He knows I want more. 6 months. I want more than that 90. He knows it. I just got to produce the right model for him, hug him a little bit, and press hard. Because we need homes and we need them now. That list of folks that need homes has grown to almost 400 in the last 8 weeks. And you know what we're finding, Mr. Speaker? Is that the majority of those recent applications are from middle-class folks. Both people have good jobs, can't find places to stay. We've all heard it. So when I come to this house with that type of request and support for the people of this country, I expect everybody in this house to support it. And when we come with that budget of mine next week, I know that I'm going to get support. We can do some debating, but I know I'm going to get support. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard some talk about the debt tonight. Now, I think Honorable Member Dickerson said tonight, you know, maybe we should consider stop talking about the debt and who's responsible for it. I would never mention debt again if they didn't. But they continue to bring it up. And you might say, well, you know, that's right, it's a budget debate. So if you're going to bring up the debt, we must bring up all the history. Why? Okay? Now the honorable member says why? Because they know why. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Let me explain something to you.
He said why? Wow.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. We had a number thrown out tonight, $355 million deficit in 1998. That's what the OBA had. The UBP. UBP, OBA, same thing. Right? We know that if you took it and you done the equations, and you can argue over a couple of $100 million if you want, but the numbers are closer to $800 million in today's terms. So the thing is, right? See, the thing is, Mr. Speaker, the thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that it was easy for them to try and balance the budget or have a small deficit. Because you know why? They didn't do social programs. They didn't have scholarships for our people. We found those 2 senior citizen homes we had to shut down because they didn't do anything with them at all. We had to close them. They're disgusting. It's easy to balance a budget, you know. And they showed it again when they were in power for that 4.5 years. What did they do? Cut scholarships. They cut at-risk youth programs. You cut. Mr. Speaker, when they came in 2017, they told our seniors money don't go on trees.
No, you came in 2017, not us.
In 2017, in early 2017, Bob Richards, the former finance minister, told our seniors that money does not grow on trees.
That's what he said.
That's what he done.
You remember? Yes, it was.
They told our people to take furlough days. They said we now must share the pain. They were going to shut down Lamfogo. They said they have no money. You remember they cut out the exhibition. Who goes to the exhibition? All our people, right? So they had to tell all our people they want to take a pay cut. Then all of a sudden, all this gloom and doom. Look, you remember at one stage they said, we can't make payroll for our people. But all of a sudden,
there was no money left.
all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, they found $70 million for an America's Cup. They found $1 million for a commission of inquiry that was just a bunch of fluff. They found $40 million for Cross Island, the most expensive real estate in this country's history, for a boat race. So 70 million for America's. Look, I'll state for the record, and I'll say it again, and I've said it 100 times. I support the America's Cup. Any sporting event, I support it. What I did not support, and I would not support, is if we had to pay $100 million to host it. You got billionaires coming here. Our issue was this, is that we supported it, but we did not support the taxpayers' money, $100 million to host it. That's the difference. If this government would have had anything to do with it, it would have been a completely different story. We would have had no race, or somebody would have paid. It wouldn't have been the taxpayers of this country. And we wouldn't have spent $40 million to build Cross Island. Not when you have Morgan's Point out there, which they controlled. And now, did I just say Morgan's Point?
Oh, yes, you did.
Let's remind, when you talk about debt that this government has had to deal with, let's not ever forget Morgan's Point. $250 million. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, had the PLP government gave Michael Weeks and Ern Darrow a $160 million contract at Morgan's Point for a private development, and it went belly up and they said, I'll walk away. I just keep going and play golf every day, travel the world, it's all right. That 160 are now morphed into 250 million and counting.
Like the hospital.
We pay $1 million per year at the moment to continue to maintain that property. And let me state again for the record, if you take Bermuda as an example, the map of Bermuda, and let's say the map of Bermuda is Morgan's Point. For that 160 million, now 250, you know what we got, Mr. Speaker? We didn't get all of Bermuda back, you know. We got Dockyard. All the rest of Bermuda still belongs to the developer. How about those apples? What does the OBA say about that?
Maybe you should read it.
How careless is that?
Very careless.
You're telling me read the contract?
Very careless.
Oh, I'm a lot more familiar with that property now. Oh, don't you want to trade some words about that contract?
Land swap, a PLP contract?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, gee, man, time just goes by so quick. Let's see what we're going to do first. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker, I got a minute left. The Honorable Member Craig Kennedy here got on his feet today, and I totally forget the first part. If you look at Hansard, the second part. I totally agree with a lot of what he had to say. I think it's very important. But I think he left out a few things with regard to the pharmacies. It's my knowledge, I stand to be corrected, that a tender went out to many of the pharmacies. A tender went out. One particular pharmacy won the bid for it. So it weren't just a little deal went on between one. The other thing is, when the Honorable Member Kennedy said people are going to go bankrupt, the amount of drugs we're talking about is about 3% of one's stock, one's business. Then you talk about, you get up here and you want to make a lot of noise, talk about people going to go out of business. If you're going to lose 3% of your business and you're going to have to close your door, something's not right.
You can go explain it to the customers.
You can see, yeah, I have several businesses, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, if I lose 3% of my business and I got to close my door, something's not right. So if you're going to talk about the story, you must talk about the whole story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can get
MP, thank you, Minister. Premier?
Good night to you, Mr. Speaker. Huh? Oh, no, I heard every single word of it, Doug. Mr. Speaker, I know the hour is late, and I know that you are tired, so I will have little leeway, so I better use my 20 minutes wisely before the was acting Minister of Finance closes out this debate as he moved the motion earlier today. Mr. Speaker, certainly today there have been great contributions from ministers of the government and backbenchers, all of who have done the work. And there's no question that this budget that was presented last week is a budget from this government. It is a budget that is made up of recommendations from backbenchers as well. It is a budget that takes into account the feedback from the pre-budget report, and it is a budget that gives hope, extends opportunity, cuts taxes for everyone, cuts duties, returns money, puts more money back in people's pockets, and makes significant investment for the future. We hear comments from the other side talking about making sure that we get things right. That is one of the things that was said inside the budget statement about fixing the foundations, about ensuring that we deliver making this economy even better and more stronger. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is what the budget had inside of it. Unfortunately, with all the work that was done, I would have expected a little bit better in the reply. But I need to remember that I've been doing this for so long that I should not have high expectations about what would happen or what would come from the opposition, especially the honorable member from constituency number 25. But what we were treated to today, Mr. Speaker, seemed to be what I would say my word and opinion, as I listened to the entire debate, is a tirade in some cases of alternative facts, not able in any way, shape, or form to bring themselves to say anything positive. And I'm not even going to devote much time to the things of which was said here, Mr. Speaker, because the doublespeak was incredible. And I think it was covered adequately by the MP from constituency number 33, MP Simmons, who spoke about the fact that they said they want more money here, but we should pay more money for debt. Governing is hard. Make a choice, make a decision, and stick with it. Have something. What we've heard today was nothing serious in regards to a governing agenda, nothing serious in regards to this is the economic policy and the difference. It was a smorgasbord of various things, completely unfunded, all these various pledges, and no concept of how you make it. So you cannot say that you want to reduce debt more than we're doing, yet say that we're going to increase spending throughout. You have to make the correct and proper decisions, Mr. Speaker. And that, Mr. Speaker, and that is the reason that election after election, they continue to find themselves in opposition. But it doesn't stop. Because as the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Environment said after hearing the opposition leader, he felt the gray clouds coming in. And I just landed at the airport and I could see all the fog just rolling in, the doom and gloom. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. The shadow minister paints the economy as all negative, ignores the record low unemployment, ignores the strong GDP growth, ignores the fact of the job growth, which has been said, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Premier is misleading the House. In fact, all of those topics were explicitly addressed within the reply, and so I suspect he should have listened a little more closely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as I go on, the shadow minister talks a lot about corporate income tax. And it was interesting, and I heard this commentary around this thing as though if it was given to us as a gift. Now, here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. It is rich coming from an opposition that we almost had to fight against in order to implement it. And it is my opinion, Mr. Speaker, that if the shoe was on the other foot and they were the government, we would not be in this particular position, Mr. Speaker, because let us be clear, they kept on talking about the fact and warning about the fact that our competitors aren't doing it, so we need to be careful, Mr. Speaker. But here's what happened, Mr. Speaker. We took a different path because we have the confidence that we can execute policies properly and correct. And we went through that process of consultation with international business, sat down and worked with, and when we tabled that particular bill in this House, it had the support of ABIR, BILTER, and ABIC to implement a tax that has fundamentally changed the way and the approach of which we have, Mr. Speaker. So the whole view and thought that this is luck, the whole view and thought if we were forced into this, it must be reminded, other jurisdictions who did not have a corporate income tax took a different path. And I just came from CARICOM, and they're all looking at me, knowing that I just tabled the budget, and saying, wow, how do we do it? What do we do going ahead? See, Mr. Speaker, that is called boldness, vision, and the ability to execute to get things done, Mr. Speaker. So let's be clear. That is the record of this particular government. Other people made different decisions. We made the decision that we could get it done and work with our international business partners to make sure that it happens. It was not luck, Mr. Speaker. It was not luck at all. And it's particularly interesting when we hear the things in which they're speaking about inside of the budget. Let me say, quoting from the budget reply of last year, quote, 25. First, we would craft a budget that works without including the CIT for at least the next 2 to 3 years, end quote. 9 months later, after that statement was given last May, they've given a budget reply that goes ahead and tries to spend the money. They can't even keep their pledges for 9 months, Mr. Speaker. Cannot do so, Mr. Speaker. So I am not going to go down the rabbit hole of what they propose, because the facts are that this government delivered this particular change that has put us in this particular position that enables us to make the investments that was inside of this particular budget, Mr. Speaker. And that, because of that work, what are we doing? We are paying down our debt. We are investing in our country, and we are on the path to eliminate our debt within a decade while also establishing a sovereign wealth fund for the future, Mr. Speaker. We have laid out a plan of responsible investment for the future. That is what this budget contains, Mr. Speaker. And it is because of the choices and the execution that this government made.
Point of order.
The Honorable Premier is inadvertently misleading the House. In fact, his own medium-term economic framework does not even provide enough money to pay down the debt due within the next 4 years, never mind the next 10. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, he's trying hard for relevance, but he's not going to make it, because here's the thing. He can watch from the sidelines, the shadow minister, because this government has delivered and will continue to deliver, Mr. Speaker. We have a record of delivery. We have a record of delivering budget surplus before CIT was given. We have a record of investing in our people. We have a record of cutting tax. We have a record of putting money back in people's pockets, investing in healthcare, investing in our seniors in this country. That, Mr. Speaker, is the record of this progressive Labor Party government. Reminder, Mr. Speaker, before a single dime of corporate income tax was collected, we delivered a consolidated fund surplus, Mr. Speaker. And last year, Mr. Speaker, a surplus of $153 million, $110 million above the estimates. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, we hear all this back and forth about debt. I'm very happy that the former Minister of Finance, the MP from constituency number 21, cleared it up. Because it's as though if on that side they completely forgot about the $200 million liability of Morgan's Point that they left this government with. Completely forgot. Let it be reminded that when we came into government in 2017, they all said that we would increase the debt ceiling. And we did not increase the debt ceiling until we had to pay to fund their failed Morgan's Point project, Mr. Speaker. That is the record. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Leader talks about the fact that we increased the debt by $800 million. I'm very happy that it was cleared up. $200 million for Morgan's Point and $600 million to fund this country during a pandemic. But here's what happens, Mr. Speaker. While other countries are still suffering from deficits after pandemic, this government has delivered a surplus. That is the record, and we will continue to press ahead. And just for those persons who want to talk about doubling the debt, in 2012 it was $1.2 billion, and in 2017 it was 2.4. That is the doubling of the debt, their record, Mr. Speaker. Now let's move on to tax cuts, because we hear a whole lot of stuff on that particular side. We hear a whole lot on that side about targeting, Mr. Speaker. I'll get to targeting later, because it is intellectually dishonest if we are in a general economic debate to talk about how to target taxes, without the ability to actually do that through our tax code. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we do not currently have that ability, but I will get there later. Let's talk about the tax cuts in this budget. We talk about the fact that we've completely eliminated the tax on fuel. That they doubled, Mr. Speaker. They doubled it while in their office. We have gotten rid of it, saving an average person $375 a year. Businesses will save. Small person will save. Large person will save. The money will be saved. They talk about targeting the money. We will get there in a bit, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the matters related to food prices. We know the work that the Minister of Home Affairs has done on affordable Bermuda basket, and we backed it up in this particular budget by making sure that we eliminated customs duty for a wider range of essential goods, household cleaning items, dairy products, deli meats, all those particular items. That, Mr. Speaker, is how you deliver. And we hear all the things inside this budget. How will this budget help Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Jones? That's how it helps, Mr. Speaker. That is how it helps. And let's talk about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, because the shadow minister created the Smith family to illustrate Bermudian struggle. So let's use his own example. Under this government, the Smiths would have seen the largest payroll tax in Bermuda cut in Bermuda's history, Mr. Speaker. A family earning $96,000 a year would be saving $840 a year. A family earning $48K is paying 95% less taxes, Mr. Speaker, than they did when we came into office. Their car license is 20% cheaper than it was before, because this is the second time that we have reduced car licensing fees. Cell phone bills and taxes have been reduced. The fuel duty, as we mentioned, on electricity, also gone. The grocery bill, the work of the affordable Bermuda basket, with an affordable basket that is 20% reduced. Mr. Speaker, if Grandpa Smith is on Future Care, his prescription drug coverage has been enhanced. He now has a free annual health care exam. If he has home health care, he can get access to it without a waiting period. And, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, with the additional money that was put into Future Care, if he qualifies, his Future Care will be free this year. That is how it helps Mr. Smith, Mr. Speaker. That is how this budget helps the Smiths. But let's go on to Miss Jones, because we heard about Mr. Smith. Let's go to Miss Jones. We already heard about it. Let's go. We talk about this. We said that, Miss Jones has no insurance and can't work. But this is exactly who our healthcare expansion targets. Exactly who it targets. We know that we've raised the financial assistance threshold. We know that we've raised the access for persons to have more access to prescription drugs. We know that we've done the matters related to caregivers. And when we talk about the matters related to Ms. Smith and Ms. Jones, the one thing that we said for those persons who are suffering inside of this society, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that you will never hear from this government is the cold and callous words that came from that side, where they tell our people who are in need that money doesn't grow on trees. Because on this government, our record, we invest in our people, and we have had a consistent record of investing. Let's talk about seniors, Mr. Speaker, because I heard the honorable member from constituency number 7 talk about seniors. We did not ignore the Tax Reform Commission recommendations. We funded the first waterfall to half of the amount, because it is going to take time for implementation. But next year will be funded fully. That will fund, just so we are clear, 2,200 seniors. 2,200 seniors. The honorable member wants to say, why not fund it fully? Because those are the choices we made. But here's the reality. 2,200 more seniors will have access to Future Care under this government, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. That is what we are delivering for the seniors in this country, Mr. Speaker. And while we're on that topic, Mr. Speaker, an $87 million investment in healthcare in this country, Mr. Speaker. The most significant healthcare investment to ensure that we deal with the matters at the hospital, to make sure that they have the adequate funding, to ensure that we put capital funding towards a step-down facility to make sure that it happens, while also expanding access, making sure that people have more preventative care, while also ensuring that we roll out and deliver universal health care, in addition to the fact of 2,200 seniors getting future care access for free. Mr. Speaker, that is the record of this particular government, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to talk about health care a little bit more, because health care is important. And we heard the former premier and honorable member from constituency number 12, MP Cannonier, said a whole lot. Now, let me just make it clear, okay? The first thing is, your math is not mathing. Because if you got up and gave a speech in December 2024, and then you cut up today, 14 months later, it is not 3 years later. It is only 14 months later. Let's start there. Number one. 14 months later, December 2024 to today is 14 months. I promise you, I can do that math. Number two, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it was in the November 2024 throne speech. So I can talk about that because it was what was part of the government. And, Mr. Speaker, it was in the election platform of this government won in February of 2025. And yes, it was in the throne speech of March 2025 as well. And the throne speech covers a legislative agenda, and it is the government's full intention, as we said in the throne speech, to follow through the legislation. The honorable member will say it's too late, but here's the thing. We will deal with the particular matters, but here's what I'm not going to do, right? What I'm not going to do, Mr. Speaker, is recognize, the honorable member knows that when you're dealing with matters related to the private sector, you need to make sure that you get the legislation and the policy right, because the lawyers will come after and start trying to sue. And we want to make sure we get it right for Mr. and Mrs. Smith, or for Mr. and Mrs. Jones, Mr. Speaker. And so that stands. But here's what happens, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister of Health spoke about this particular issue. For us, we must have fairness of access, and the policy that the government will make sure is rolled out will ensure fairness. Because yes, the private sector can go ahead and make their deals, but what the private sector cannot do, or should not be able to do, is exclude persons from taking advantage of that same deal. So if they go to a particular pharmacy and another pharmacy wants to compete on those same measures, then that pharmacy should not be precluded for doing so. And that is the policy matter that we will lay out. So this is the way, Mr. Speaker, he had his time and I have mine, Mr. Speaker. Let me go on because I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Now let me continue, Mr. Speaker, because on the issue of tax cuts, our record as a government is clear. We cut taxes for working people. We cut taxes for working people. Absolutely. And see, the honorable member says we cut tax for everyone. He knows, and knows full well, that when you adjust the marginal rates, if you make some adjustments, you'll end up raising tax on certain people, and that is not what we are trying to do. And so therefore we wanted to make sure that we did not raise tax on persons unless their policy is to raise taxes, especially, okay, see, but the policy isn't to raise tax on persons. So they cannot have their cake and eat it too, Mr. Speaker. We delivered a significant reduction in payroll taxes for middle class and working Bermudians. That is what this record is, and it is a significant tax cut targeted towards those in the middle, Mr. Speaker. Also, for employers, you can't be a part of a tax reform commission and not like the results of what they said. The tax reform commission said we must reduce employer taxes, and that is what we're going to do.
The Premier is, I'm going to have to say this, Mr. Speaker. The Premier is intentionally misleading the House because the Premier knows that I resigned from the Tax Reform Commission halfway through, and I was not involved in the preparation or the signing of the final report. So those recommendations are the recommendations of the commission members who created them and wrote that report, which did not include me.
Okay, so here's what we have, Mr. Speaker. So what the One Bermuda Alliance is saying, we have a representative, we had a bipartisan committee, but we reject their advice. That's fine. If that is their position, then let that be their position. But that is not going to be our position, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that when you put together a body of people, you should accept the recommendations if you ask them to do the work. And that is what we are doing on this side, Mr. Speaker, accepting those recommendations. Let me talk very briefly before I finish, Mr. Speaker, on the matter related to education. Because I do not recognize the education system that these persons talk about, Mr. Speaker. I do not. Because I have 2 kids in public education who are having an incredible time. Yes, there are challenges in public education just like there are challenges in private education. Yes, there are fights in public schools just like there are fights in private schools. Yes, there are. We must care for all persons, but this budget delivers even more funding towards education in this country, making sure, yes, we are going to have to spend up to $20 million on each school to renovate them, but we will have the capacity to fund them because of the choices that this government made to give us the capacity to make those investments, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me try to close with my 45 seconds. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I've been doing quite a bit of traveling lately. And so I will close my contributions before I hand over to Minister Ferber to close out the debate with a quote which has an inspiration from a place where I recently visited, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the saying goes that you're only as good as your last performance. The road may be long, but this government, Mr. Speaker, rest assured, has endurance. This budget for the people of this country, and I'm proud to ensure that we table this matter on behalf of this Progressive Labor Party government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Premier.